And so welcome everyone on this beautiful Wednesday afternoon here in Norfolk, Virginia. I hope it's beautiful wherever you're dialing in from. So we are gathering today for our governance training. And before we get into that, I'd like to hand the meeting over to Dr. Birdsong to introduce the strategic planning team. So please get us started.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here this afternoon. I hope that you all had some time last week to take off with your family and friends just to get a little bit of rest and relaxation. I'm excited this afternoon to provide some information to you about the strategic planning organization that will help to facilitate our efforts as we move forward with the strategic planning process. The school division has contracted with the Valbrun Consulting Group. And so let me give you a little bit of information about this group. I'm sorry, am I still on? The Valbrun Consulting Group is a minority-owned enterprise located in Charlotte, North Carolina. They bring broad experience supporting large urban, suburban, and rural school divisions across the country in organizational change management, strategic action planning, performance management, and implementation support. Additionally, this group provides professional development and support in the areas of diversity, equity, inclusion, and anti-racism in K-12 environments. They are comprised of highly skilled practitioners with deep roots in school leadership who have specifically help to create equitable environments, mitigate opportunity gaps, implement systems for improvement, and manage change for results that improve outcomes for students through an aligned strategic initiatives or through aligned strategic initiatives. Their ability to co-design, develop, and execute the strategic planning process makes them uniquely positioned to provide support and guidance in the development of a comprehensive strategic plan for growth and improvement, as well as to provide the technical supports to implement the actions necessary to meet key performance indicators and achieve the desired strategic goal outcomes. Their clients have included Vancouver Public Schools, KIPP, Texas, KIPP St. Louis, Champaign, Illinois, Trenton, New Jersey Public Schools, Broward County, Florida Public Schools, Williamsburg, James City County Public Schools here in Virginia, Orangeburg Consolidated Schools, Randolph Schools in Massachusetts, that's Randolph Public Schools, Charlotte Mecklenburg Public Schools in North Carolina, Charlotte Lab Schools, St. John's College High School in the District of Columbia, and Rock Hill, South Carolina Public Schools. And without further ado, just very briefly, I'd like to introduce to you Mrs. Valda Valbrun. She is the CEO of the Valbrun Consulting Group, and she is on the call to introduce herself and to tell us a little bit about herself, as well as Shauna Bell, who will serve as the lead project facilitator for Norfolk Public Schools. So, Ms. Valbrun.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Superintendent Birdsong and members of the board. My name is Valda Valbrun, and I am the CEO of the Valbrun Consulting Group. We are very happy to have been selected as the consultants to partner with you all to develop the strategic plan for Norfolk Public Schools. With me today is our senior consultant for strategic planning, Shauna Bell, and I'll allow her to introduce herself and tell you a little bit more about our team.
Good afternoon. I echo everything that Valda said. We are extremely excited to get to work with you all on this plan. Like she said, my name is Shauna Bell. I am the former Director of Strategic Planning for Charlotte Mecklenburg Schools. So I led strategic planning work, development, day-to-day management, and operations, along with putting in processes and systems in order to just improve the way that the district ran. Additionally, on our team, we have Miss Michelle Pope, who is an experienced district leader with over 30 years of leadership in Broward County schools. She's known for strategy management. She's led initiatives that support student outcomes, academic and social emotional needs, and has also done a lot of work around equity and improving areas of life for our diverse students and helping them achieve academic attainment. And then lastly, on our team, we have Dr. Adele Cawthorn, who is also an experienced district leader. Dr. Cawthorn has over 25 years of education experience, and she currently works with Baltimore County Schools as a math education associate. Dr. Cawthorn has done extensive research in focus on teacher expectations with African-American male students and equitable practices, and brings a wealth of knowledge in areas of needs analysis, student data outcome, strategy management, and just everything else that we can do to round out our team. So we are the 4 people that you will be seeing in the upcoming months. We are very excited to help you just put together a plan and figure out how you can, the things that need to happen in order for you to continue to improve outcomes for the students of Norfolk County Public Schools.
And what you might have noticed is that, we put together this team very strategically, right? We wanted folks that brought this great wealth of knowledge of K-12 to help us to really facilitate this work with you all. I'm the former director of organizational development in Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools, so all things professional learning. I've taken my 30 years of being an educator and turned it into really, what our company is grounded in. It's grounded in helping schools and school districts to really think strategically and to plan for student success. And so, again, I just wanted to reiterate that we're very happy to be working with you all this year.
Thank you, Ms. Valbrun. And so again, I just wanted the opportunity to introduce the team from the Valbrun group who will be working with us. And so they're gonna get off the call and so we can move forward with our governance training. So thank you again, Ms. Valbrun, and thank you, Shauna Bell, unless there are questions, and you'll have an opportunity to meet them several times throughout the process. But I did want to put faces with names.
Thank you
for joining us briefly for the introduction, and look forward to the wonderful work we'll be doing with you all. So have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, so I'm a little confused. So AJ and Cindy are both on here. I just can't see them. Okay. Oh, hi. Okay, so I just go ahead and get started.
Sure. Thank you. Today we're here to do training around community engagement and outreach, as well as your time use evaluation. So I think I will open it up first. You've had and have been building an engagement and outreach list, and wondering if there are any questions on that process or on what your next steps with that list are. So I'll open it up. Lauren.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a couple of questions. We all sent our list in and everything, but it just, when I look at it now, it looks like it has a lot of holes in it, because there were so many, and we did consolidate the civic leagues into wards. That was helpful, narrow it down some, but it still looks like a lot of holes. So I have a little concern there, because you want to make sure that you reach as many as you can. And then my not concern, but my next question would be, when we get all this information together, how is it presented back to us? We get it and send it to you. I know that when we had consultants here for the superintendent search, and we did all of the community contacts with businesses and communities and everybody, that information was then taken by our consultants and it was put together. They have people that are trying to analyze it. It goes right to that group, and it was all analyzed, and we knew exactly what was the top characteristics that they were looking for in a superintendent. What was the main thing they were looking for? What were their main concerns? Everything came back to us. We each got our own little book, and so that we could feel that the collecting of all that information was there for us now to really look at it, and it was all done for us. I'm hopeful that that's not going to be us supposed to do that for ourselves. So where will we be going with that?
Okay, so I'll take your last question first regarding the information that's submitted to us. Yeah, we'll be taking that and essentially doing a frequency analysis and providing that information back to the board for you to use along with school district data, school division data to write your goals and guardrails. So that expectation will not be put upon you other than to submit those notes from your community listening sessions so that that information is available to us. And you'll be provided with a document in a way to submit that information after your listening for each listening session.
Okay, my next question is, there are 10 questions there, and we're supposed to do it in 30 minutes, stretch it out a little if we need to. 10 questions in 30 minutes is 3 minutes a question, unless I was misunderstanding. That seems like a quick time for community input if you get a decent sized group of people. That's quite a large number of questions, and there was some repetitiousness in them. And with the questions themselves, the questions that what I was looking for is, what do they consider to be the main job or the main function or the main reason for having a public school system? What do they expect from the schools? I didn't see a question that was pointed enough about that. To me, that's the first thing I want to know. What's their expectation of what we're doing for them? And then the second thing is, I didn't see anything that listed their top criteria that they would be looking for to see if they feel the school's successful, or they'd be looking for if they were deciding what school to put their child in. In other words, what are the 3 things that you want to know most that you're looking for when you decide whether that's the school that's right for your child? I didn't see that. And then I have another concern about the script. Too much talking by the host, first of all. And second of all, the introduction, I think, tells the listener that this is the direction we want to go. And we shouldn't be telling them anything about what our personal opinions are or our philosophy is or anything else. So that whole very beginning, I'm not seeing the point of that except to direct a person to give you back a response that you want to hear. Because I didn't see a question about what's the focus of a school, what's the point of a school, and yet we seem to be telling them our opinion about what it should be in that long introduction at the beginning. Can one of you speak to that?
Sure. So first, the amount of time. The amount of time is going to probably vary based on whatever it is that you all schedule with the organizations, or if you schedule board-hosted events, that will be the amount of time that you will have. And so the number of questions you're able to get through will vary based on that. The questions that are in the script at this point are based on the input that was received. And we're going to actually run through the script as part of this training. So as we do that, and as you, what we'll do first is that AJ and I will go through the script and read it as it is, and go through a kind of a mock session. And then you'll be able to get a feel for it. And then we would, so it's a we do, you do. We would have volunteers, board members going through it as well. And then we can talk about what works and what doesn't after we do go through that. As far as your first question, which I didn't answer yet, about the holes in the community engagement list, what we asked for were your lists, and then for the board to prioritize those lists based on who would sign up, getting 2 members to sign up for those organizations. So what the list you ended up with was the prioritization of by the board via that mechanism. Now, it's going to be up to the board to decide what and how. It's your list essentially. So the idea is that that if there are holes in there, this is your list to do. You need to have 2 board members to accommodate each session. And so that that would be the requirements for any additional sessions you held. And there's always the opportunity to add those that were on the original list, to invite them to another session or combine them in. So
because once we prioritize, once again, it seems like that we are influencing the feedback that we get. In other words, we shouldn't be dropping groups off because there's not as much interest in them, but maybe what they have to say is important, and we want to listen to everybody. So I continue to have a concern about that, because there's no way we can get to everyone on the list the way it's set up. And so, and I kind of feel the same with the questions. If you've got 10 questions, I know we're going to do something with it, so hopefully we won't have 10 when we finish. But if you have 10 questions, and some groups you get to all 10 of them, and some groups you only get to 5 of them, and some groups they get 8 in them, that's not going to be just consistent feedback either. I think we want to be as accurate and consistent with this as we can, and we want to be able to give all the varieties of all the people in our community and in our school district the same opportunity to share what their feelings are about a school system and what their needs are and what they want to see done with our school system. So I would like us, as we do this, and I'm so glad we're going through it today, that we are sure that, first of all, we are consistent across every single interview, or whatever we're calling it, gathering, listening, that we're very consistent. And second of all, that we are doing it with an eye on not influencing the responses we get. When we did these things with the superintendent search, we did not even ask the questions because they didn't want any voices or anything that might, sorry, everyone, the masks are killing me. And also, we were not even in the room after we introduced the person that was asking the questions. We left the room so that no one felt like they were threatened or there would be any retaliation for anything they said. We were very, very careful to make sure we reached everybody, every group, every constituency, everybody. And we were very, very careful that we in no way influenced the responses. So if we could kind of keep that in our mind, Cindy, as we go through it, that would be, that would make me feel more at ease with this process, because I know my name's next to 11 different groups, and a lot of those could be combined too. So that's a lot of times and meetings to get together. I'm sure everyone's probably at the same number. My name kind of appeared on some things I didn't sign up for, but that's okay. I don't mind doing it. It's just, if we go in and we get 1 or 2 people, that's not as good a use of our time as if we looked at strategically combined, as was done with the wards and the civic leagues. And as we're hopefully doing with the PTA, just bring in the presidents. So anyway, if those could be kept in mind as we go through it, I would appreciate it. And thank you so much for giving me such detailed answers to my questions. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that is part of the reason that this is scripted, is so that there is a consistent message and a consistent way of conducting these listening sessions across all groups. One other thing. I don't
have any trouble with it being scripted. I had some problems with the script that I thought could bias an opinion at the beginning. If the actual script is done, I think that should be scripted. I'm absolutely in agreement with that.
Okay. And then as far as board members conducting these and not a third party, it is so that the board is able to do their job of representing the vision and values of the community. And so the board linking with their ownership is an important aspect of that, and linking directly with them. So as we go through the script and continue through this process now today, we can discuss more of this at that point. Carlos, I see your hand up.
Great, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great, thank you. So I had an email question. I was asking about the philosophy guidance behind this, and it was really geared towards, honestly, just taking what you just said here, board members connecting with their constituents, with the community. And so I questioned about what I had selected and submitted in as far as those individuals in the community. Now, knowing our community and knowing Norfolk, we're elected to serve the entire school division, yes. but we're elected in wards and we have connections with those particular communities. Those are the people who are really reaching out to us on a consistent basis. You know who your Civic League presidents are, you know, these folks down there. And so I was just kind of thrown back when I submitted information in, and then I was being moved around. And so I wanted to get some, you know, enlighten me as to what the theory was behind that. If I'm not connecting with the individuals who are in my Ward 3 community.
Sure. So thank you for that question. Is there anybody who might have an answer to why it might be important to connect with ownership?
No, I'm asking the question of you all as the
I know
not
you're
asking
I know
anyone else. I'm asking you all in your philosophy why we're doing that.
Philosophy of why we're doing that. I understand that. I was calling upon your board colleagues to get an idea of
you guys are the facilitators.
Okay.
I'm asking you the question, not my colleagues. I'm
Okay.
asking from you all as.
All right, so I'm happy to answer that. First of all, I mentioned linkage with the ownership. I did not use the word constituent. The ownership is, as you already mentioned, you're elected to represent or to make decisions on behalf of the entire Norfolk division. So the importance of engaging with populations outside of your normal area of representation is so that you are able, when you're sitting down to write goals and guardrails and determine what the priorities of the district are, you've had an opportunity to hear from those who you don't always have knocking on your door, ringing you on the phone, or sending you emails. And you get that broader sense of what is happening outside of your own network or constituent area.
Okay, I understand that, and I don't disagree having the respect of hearing various voices. I just think that in this particular juncture, when we're first engaging, that the first level of engagement should be within the normal confines of what you have, and then definitely hearing and branching out. I mean, because if that's in the case, you know, I have churches. Well, I'm very heavily involved in the church community. Should I not be hearing those individuals? But I'm still listed there. So I just kind of feel that there's a though you may be trying to do something, you can't necessarily reach across and make it totally in that confine. So I just have some concerns around that. I believe that at the end of the day, I'm still trying to understand process. I'll come back to this. And, you know, I don't want you guys to, you know, I'm just asking questions so that I can understand and go along with where we are so that I feel comfortable with it and that this is an exercise that's going to bring about results. And I know that we're going to talk about the scripting and I do have some concerns around that as well. But most importantly, there was some mention about strategic planning and as well as in the presentation in the slide deck, there's strategic planning. And so superintendent just presented to us a consultant. I just want to have clarity as to what's happening and what part of the strategic planning process we're doing in this process. I'm a process-oriented person. Just how does this all connect? What's happening? What's the ultimate outcome? Because I see on one slide, you've got a 5-year strategic planning and you've got a definition of that. And so I'm just trying to figure out how that plays and rolls together.
Sure. So as far as what the board's work is in the strategic planning process, the board's role is to represent the vision and values of the community. Mm-hmm. And the board does that through writing those vision and value statements down in the form of goals and guardrails. Now, once the board does that, that is when they hand that over to the superintendent, and it's the superintendent's role to actually write the implementation plan, to do the planning around what she's going to do in order to achieve those vision statements, those 5-year goals, while honoring the guardrails, those non-negotiable community values that the board has written through that policy statement we refer to as guardrails. So the strategic planning team that was on earlier in this call is going to be supporting Dr. Birdsong in that implementation planning phase of the strategic planning process. So the board is responsible for deciding where are we going. The superintendent is responsible for the how will we get there.
Got it. And just one last one, and then I appreciate that. And I know last time at our last meeting, I asked about the some additional background resource information, and you guys said it was in the links. And so I did do my due diligence and read and bring that in. So I appreciate that. But I do wanted to ask one question because I'm trying to figure. For me, I always like to see what's in product and what are we trying to get to. So I'm kind of big picture, and then I kind of break down how do we get there. And so I looked at the acknowledgements on the governance piece and trying to figure out exactly, because there's a lot of notable different governance models. And so I was like, this seems a little different. And so when I read, it is very different. You all back in 2014. It stated right here, Council of Great City Schools pretty much came up with this out of 2014. And I was like, okay, cool. And I saw some of the cities that were involved in this: Kansas City, Milwaukee, Des Moines, Cleveland, Atlanta, Minneapolis, LA, Dallas, and so forth there. And so when I looked at this, and then I looked at some of the information that we had, I was just trying to figure out where I could get an example of what the end product looks like. For me, just to kind of say, okay, as I'm digesting this, and I've had conversations with you, Cindy and AJ, it's just kind of the conflict for me because I have a thing that I see, but I'm trying to figure out, okay, am I supporting this? Am I there because I want to be supportive and get a great product? But I'm just kind of looking at this document here and then understanding what we have here in Virginia, particularly with certain things with the Virginia Department of Education and so forth, how that all fits in with some of the documents. So you don't necessarily have to answer that now, but I just wanted to preface what some of my questions might be, just for understanding, so that I have that understanding and a comfort level that as I continue to go along with the process and be a part of the team, the governance team here, that I just have that understanding. So just preface, if I have follow-up questions, it's in that spirit of trying to make sure that I'm comfortable and understanding for myself as we move through this. So thank you.
Absolutely, yeah, and just so you know, in the Student Outcomes Focused Governance Manual, if you look at page 11 of that document, there are examples of goals and guardrails, and that are examples from real districts. So that might be helpful for you in
this. So Cindy, this is like the entire in plan of the district.
Oh, it is the product of, it's the board work product.
Board work. Okay,
as far
cool.
as the vision
All right,
and values.
thank you. All right.
Anyone else have questions before we? Lauren. You're on mute.
Sorry. Anyway, I didn't know I could ask about a few of other things. And on the timeline, I have a big concern on the May, because it says superintendent provides board with comprehensive needs assessment or similar analysis of student performance data that identifies areas of greatest need and highest leverage. Of course, we need a needs assessment and we need to have this information. However, we'll be collecting that information during the month of May and into June, which is why in this district, we usually are sharing that out in July. So if we don't wait for the state accountability test, if we don't wait for our in-school PALS and STAR tests, which gives us not only whether or not our children are working at grade level proficiency, but also pinpoints the areas that they need to work on, I know the superintendent is working to get that ready because of the basic skills program for summer school, and then certainly for the fall, since we'll be doing some catch up from the virtual learning. The only data that's available now is an SOL test that was taken year before last, because we did not administer the state test last year due to the pandemic. So that is historical data. And certainly it's not only that it's historical because of how old it is, but it's also influenced by what's happened over the last year when we were doing virtual rather than in person. So I'd like to know what data we're going to be using. This is a rare circumstance. Maybe this normally would be fine. Maybe push back a little bit since this is when we do our student assessment testing. So I have a concern about that. And so I'll get them both out. And my other concern is continuing in May, board has provided a draft of school governance manual replacing school boards and protocols in the accountability plan. I knew we were going to work on the protocols and the norms, but I'm not sure why we're going after the accountability plan yet. That certainly is something we will not need once the superintendent and her team has given us a strategic plan, but we do not have one now. We have not had one in this district for a number of years. So I'm not quite sure what we're using to determine what our expectations are for student achievement if we're not setting any expectations for our schools to meet and our children. So I have a concern about that. What's going to replace that? Norms and protocols are not going to replace benchmarks and expectations for student academic achievement. So just those last two questions. Thank you. And thank you, Cindy, for giving me a little time to get that out, but I need to know I'm like Carlos, I need to know exactly what we're doing here. I've done a lot of strategic planning and been involved in a lot of them. And there's a reason we have them. And that reason is so that everyone knows what the expectations are for our students and what they need to do to get and make those happen.
Yep. Okay. So a couple of things. First, the data that is mentioned in the May section on the timeline. That is something that's a fair point. If the board would like to use data that is not pre-pandemic for this, because of the unique circumstance that you mentioned, Lauren, then the board needs to decide if they want to push the process back a bit to allow for that data that you mentioned for the data that comes later.
Right.
So that's going to need to be a board decision that probably is going to need to be sorted out, not right now, but
is that something you typically would use when you're giving governance training, use historic data that's a year or 2 years old?
It wouldn't be typical, but we're not in a typical.
Right, but
it would be more recent, definitely more recent data.
Right, because 2 years out, I mean, if that means the kids that are taking the SOL test this year would also not be included in that data, which means that we would be going back 3 years and by then there's not going to be very much relationship between the data and current performance.
Yeah. So that is, and that's what the board will need to.
Right, and having the superintendent do a needs assessment with historical data takes her time away from the fact that we are continuing to be in a pandemic with a lot of things going on, and she has a very busy job already. To have her analyzing ancient data seems not good, and it isn't going to give us the information we need.
So I will just ask that the board have that conversation and come to some decision around that. And if the process needs to be adjusted to allow for that, then we can certainly adjust the timeline if that is what the board's wish is to use that data. So
it seems like that would be better, because that way she's not putting together a needs assessment based on ancient data and then turning around the next month.
Yeah, so this will be something for the board to decide. And then regarding the governance handbook that's mentioned, that would be a place where the goals and guardrails that you write would live as well. It would have those processes for self-governance, those norms and protocols, but it would also be where the goals and guardrails live as well. And then that is why it would replace the accountability plan, is because that would become the new focus.
So when we start school in September, are you saying we'll already have this board governance manual will already be ready to go so that schools know what the expectations are for that year?
It's all going to depend on what the board decides with the data and what the process is going to end up being and what the timeline of the process will be dependent on the data that you're going to use, because that will determine when we can sit down to actually write and draft goals and guardrails, and so that process will shift. So until we know that, then knowing when that entire document could be adopted and put to use, that will all be dependent on that.
So there is flexibility in the timeline, then it appears to be what you're saying.
There is, yeah, to the degree that the board needs it based on those items that were just brought up.
Okay.
Around data
Okay.
and such.
All right. Now that makes more sense, that we're going to be some flexibility with this, because I just don't see how we can do something like this in May and have her working on it in May in the middle of the new testing that's going on, which is time consuming in itself. So thank you. Thank you for letting me know that there's flexibility here, and that someone's going to look at the situation about using historical data to make current decisions. Thank you.
The somebody is the board. Yep.
Yep. That sounds good.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you. I've made some notes here. I appreciate the questioning. But we are very limited time, so I'd like to go ahead and proceed and save any questions until if we have any time at the end. All right, thank you.
Sounds good. Okay, so before we actually get into the script itself, we want to delineate a couple, or clarify a couple things between customer service and owner service. So, question for you: if I go to McDonald's and order a burger and fries, is my behavior in that moment that of a customer or an owner?
Customer.
A customer? Why do you say customer?
Because as you described it, we're going into McDonald's and selecting something from the menu and placing an order. So we are in the role of a customer.
Yeah. So my behavior at that moment is more transactional and in nature. If I really dig my hamburger and salty fries and decide I am loving McDonald's enough that I want to go home, get online and buy some stock, in the moment that I buy that stock, is my behavior that of an owner or a customer?
Owner.
And why do you say owner?
Because now you've invested in McDonald's.
Yeah, I've invested
You're
in McDonald's.
invested in the success of the business, and that's the ownership piece.
Yeah, so my interest in the organization has taken on more of a long range investment. I'm more interested in the long-term alignment and what that organization does over time, versus whether or not my burger and fries are great in the moment that I order them. So, is it possible for the same person to be an owner and a customer?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. So how do you know if they're being a customer or an owner in the moment? How do you decide if it's owner behavior or customer behavior, if they're the same person?
The action or the behavior that's taken.
The action or the behavior that's taken? How do you think this applies to school systems?
The school board represents the shareholders. The shareholders elect the school board as the board of directors, and then the school board as the board of directors acts as agents on behalf of the owners to provide governance for the success of the business. And then the superintendent and her team carries out the day-to-day activity of what's happening at McDonald's. And we hold also making sure that customer service and the other goals and expectations that the board of directors establishes based upon the representation of the stockholders.
Okay.
But we're also, we have school board members and faculty and staff who also have children in the system. So there's some dual roles.
Yeah. So that's the challenge in a school system, is that there are dual roles, that a customer and an owner can definitely be the same person. So who in a school system offers customer support? Whose job is it to do the customer service in a school system?
I always think anyone who's interacting with the public.
Anyone who's interacting with the public? So anybody else? Who's
The superintendent?
the superintendent?
Probably just about everyone down the line that's an
It's
employee in the
everybody.
everybody, because the school board we're certainly accountable to the public because they put us here, but that's also would be part of our job even when this was an appointed board. And the superintendent and the principal and the teacher, we always tell everyone that when our office workers are trying to treat anyone that walks into the office as a customer of Norfolk Public Schools. So basically, I would think that we would be looking at that as everyone, no matter what your position, and positions change. I've had a number of positions and I still was responsible for customer service, responding to the questions that are asked and so on.
So I've heard a few answers that one, that it's the superintendent, one, that it's everyone that engages down the line. So let's think of a specific example. Someone comes to you and says, my kid got a bad grade on their science test. What can you do about it? Whose job is it? Whose role is it is that a customer issue or an owner issue, first of all?
From a
Customer issue.
from a parent's point of view, it's probably both, because they consider themselves a customer, but they also consider themselves your boss because their taxes pay for the schools.
Okay, so I heard customers and both, but so whose job, who can actually do something about the grade? Who can answer the question about the grade in
the teacher? The teacher answers the questions about a grade. If a parent comes to talk to the teacher answers those questions.
I think I'd like to clarify a little bit from my perspective. What I'm seeing is that the question being directed to the school board person is misguided. It's misdirected. And that it's the job of the school board to then correct that and say, well, please bring this up with your teacher. And so that realigns it with the customer role that parent is in.
Yeah, so the parent doesn't know if their question is an owner question or a customer question. It's your job to know if it's an owner question or a customer question. And then when it's a customer question, which that would be a customer question, because it is a question that needs to get to the level at which it can be addressed and resolved. So that is why you have a superintendent, and the superintendent has a staff that can actually resolve those issues, address those issues, and deliver that customer service. Lauren, I see you shaking your head.
Because it's the teacher's responsibility and role to address a parent concern when they come to her. If it has to do with the grade the child had, then she needs to sit down with the parent and take them through why that child got that grade. Once it moves up and the teacher's overridden, and that would be an override of a teacher. I mean, as they walk into principals' offices every day, and the first thing any principal would say is, have you talked to the teacher yet? Because the
Yes.
teacher's the one.
And I'm not,
So-
and let me clarify. I'm not disagreeing with that. That is a chain of command that is absolutely, you're absolutely spot on that. And my point is that the superintendent and her staff all the way down the line are those who render that customer service support. And it does make the most sense to get that customer, the parent, to that level at which the solution or the conversation can be had to get the most out of the issue. Does that make more sense, Lauren?
Well, I can see where it sounds to me like what you're saying is that if the parent still doesn't agree with the teacher, it goes up the line. But when it starts going up the line and up the line starts making changes, it's another whole, problem. So
Yeah. So the basic gist of what I'm trying to get at is understanding the difference between customer service and owner service and whose role it is to provide each of those services.
right, and that's why I guess I said it's everyone's role as an employee, depending on if it's a cafeteria problem, you have a cafeteria manager. See, that's
okay.
that's
Everyone's role as an employee. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear the as an employee when you first said it.
Maybe Cindy, I did say it, and I only
Okay.
thought I was maybe I wasn't clear with what I was saying, but I look at it as every employee of Norfolk Public Schools is a person that needs to respond at their place in the in the line. Because
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's obviously my mistake. I was probably not clear in what I said. So thank you for the clarification.
Absolutely. Okay. So customer support, we've got that, I think, that employees at every level of the organization, depending on what the issue is, that is where customer service support is rendered. So in the school system, whose job is it to provide owner support?
Ooh, that's a good one. Would that be the school board? Is this the case?
I would say that it's the school board and also with the superintendent.
Yes. Well, the governance team then.
Yeah, so the school board represents the vision and values of the community, and in the community, in that sense, the community is the ownership, and that is where a distinct conversation needs to be had, which is what we're asking you all to do as far as going into these listening sessions. And the challenge, like I said, is that people will show up as possibly as both a customer and an owner. And again, they don't necessarily know what the difference is, but it's going to be your job, and it is your job to differentiate between those two, and figure out who's in the best position to serve the needs that they have and that they bring. So for customers, the board is positioned furthest from the solution, but if they're expressing their interests as an owner, then that's where that's what belongs to the board. So when you go out to do these listening sessions, who will you be listening to? What kind of listening will you be doing? Sessions.
We're listening to individuals who have ownership within the school division, whether that be business community, a parent, a person who owns a home in the city, and that's who we're listening to.
Yeah. So you're doing owner listening, and again, people might be bringing both their customer issues and their owner issues to you. And so the thing that you're going to need to be able to do is essentially two things at once. The first thing being to direct them within the organization to where their issue can be addressed most efficiently. And that's something that will probably need, that might need some assistance from Dr. Birdsong in creating some sort of cheat sheet so that everybody has the same information, perhaps some sort of anticipated type of questions document, that not that that would be handed out, but that the board could have a consistent message to anyone who brings like a customer service issue to them. It might be as simple as saying, as Lauren mentioned, you need to talk to your teacher, or you need to talk to your principal. But if there's issues beyond that, there's a specific answer or person that they need to be directed to, it would be good for the board to have that information on hand. And then the other answer is always we will connect you with the person who can best answer your question. And then with the owner issues, what you can also do is press to get to that underlying value that the person is bringing. Dr. Birdsong, does that make sense to you as far as having some sort of document or some sort of list of, and we can talk more about that after as well.
Sure. My initial thinking is that I prefer to, if there are customer service issues, I prefer to get 100% of them sent to me from the board. If a community member reaches out to a board member about any type of concern, if it's an email or a phone call, we have practiced here, the board actually sending me those emails. If they're not sent to me, or if, a constituent calls a board member and they're expecting, some information, it's a customer service issue, then the board member would reach out to me. And okay. Then I would determine if I could address it myself or if I needed to send it to one of my staff members to have addressed. But I would prefer that all of that come to me, because I'd like to be aware of what the community's concerns are. And also to ensure that I can make sure that the appropriate staff addresses the concern.
That sounds great. Then that's your answer, board, is that any of those customer service issues will be moved along to the superintendent so that she can take care of them appropriately. So we're going to move along and go ahead and run through the script. So if you have that in front of you, please take that out, and I'm going to turn it over to AJ.
Excellent. So thank you, Cindy. I get to be your school board member, and you all get to be members of the community. So we'll run through the script this first time with just you as participants. I'll go through a little bit abbreviated version. We won't go through all the questions, but really just to model some of the opening, some of the questions, and then some of the closing. And then after we've gone through it, we'll debrief it a little bit. And then we'll turn the tables and give a couple of you an opportunity to practice running through it. And then after you do that, we'll debrief it a little bit more. And then at the very end of that, then we can talk about any needed adjustments. Noelle?
Yes, thank you. I don't want to get off task here, but in order for me to really understand and commit to the script, I need to go back to what our big picture is, because if we're going to be engaging the community in this situation, which is going to be multiple opportunities for engagement based upon the schedule that we've created. We have 3 different community engagement opportunities going on right now. We're working on the Dr. Birdsong is engaging in the strategic plan. And we also have our Norfolk Public Schools Redesign 2030 campaign. And so for me, when I'm coming to the community, even though some of us have had the opportunity to meet with them, virtually, this is really the first time that we're coming together collectively with one grand message. And so as we're thinking about this script, I'm also thinking in the back of my mind, what about the strategic planning that Dr. Birdsong and the group that she has brought in, what about that is going to be, questioned of myself and questioned in the community, and how does that fit in with this? And then also our Norfolk Redesign 2030. Again, we live and breathe the school board information every single day, but for the for our community members and our parents, how can we make this so that they see the big picture of what we're coming at them with? And I do like what Cindy had said earlier about, the board shares the vision and the values, and then we move and we use that as the basis for the strategic planning. So I just wanted to put that out there as we practice this script to make sure that these things are incorporated, so it's very clear to the community what we are trying to achieve with this message.
Yeah, and I think what we'll need to do, and so the thing to be listening for is what adjustments need to be made to the script to accomplish exactly that. Because I think you're absolutely spot on with that. Well, is that you do have a few different things going on. You're a large school system. You're never not going to have multiple things going on. And so I think your point is well made, that what that then obligates is that whatever adjustments we need to make to really clarify that, to contextualize it for folks who might be interacting with the division in multiple different ways, then we just need to add that to the script and clarify it there. And so be thinking about that as we go through this a couple times, of what are the adjustments that we need to make. And just know that at the end of our process today, that's the question we'll ask is, okay, so based on us having run through it a couple times, now what are some adjustments that you think need to be made? And it's important to hold on to those to the end, because we don't want to try to piecemeal this. Otherwise, we'll never get through the conversation. And so all the ideas you have about, okay, here are modifications that I think we should make, hold those to the end of the conversation after you've heard the script a couple times. And then we'll start capturing that. We'll go back and make a bunch of revisions and then submit a revised script back to you. So with that, let's just jump in. And again, I'll go through this once in a very abbreviated fashion, and just ask you all to join in the role play as community members. So good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to listen to you today. My name is AJ Crable. This is Cindy Ellsberg, and we're both board members of the Norfolk School Board. Norfolk Public Schools serves nearly 30,000 students and is embarking on a strategic planning process that will result in actions that improve outcomes for all of our students. Over the past 5 years, school accreditation has improved. However, achievement gaps persist between our Black students and non-Black students, our economically disadvantaged students and non-economically disadvantaged students, our non-English speaking students and English speaking students, and between our students with disabilities and our students without disabilities. Furthermore, based on a recent analysis of the Commonwealth Institute for Fiscal Analysis, we also know that Norfolk has one of the highest numbers of racially isolated schools in Virginia. In other words, Norfolk has segregated schools. Students in these schools are more likely to experience higher teacher turnover, less resources, may lack equitable opportunities and services and programs, and maybe in buildings in poor conditions. The COVID-19 pandemic has undoubtedly exacerbated these inequities, and our overdue attention to issues of social justice has shown us that we cannot ignore. Investing in our public education system, and most importantly, our children, benefits our economy and the overall well-being of the city. However, we cannot do this without the support and collaboration of our community stakeholders. We need to listen to our community members, and we must commit ourselves to honoring what we hear. This is why we've asked to have the opportunity to listen to you today. As your elected representatives, our job is to listen to your vision for our children and your values, and then ensure that the school division is honoring both. So our purpose here today is to get input from you to help us identify our vision for what students should know and be able to do, and the non-negotiable values to be honored while working toward their achievement. This will become the guidance for all of our decision-making as a board, that together we can systematically improve outcomes for all of our students. Now, what we aren't here to do today is address some of the current issues, such as school reopening, kind of classroom and building level issues, and other matters. If you want to discuss those issues in the context of our 5-year strategic planning and goals, this is definitely the conversation for that. But if you want to discuss those issues in the context of getting a resolution to a current issue, we want to direct you to someone who can assist you right away with that. The superintendent has requested that we provide you with her email address And we've just placed that in the chat box. And so if you have current issues that need to be addressed immediately, please use the email in the chat box to contact the superintendent, and she'll make sure that you're connected with the people who can most help you with that right now. But to improve our present overall, we have to make a plan for the future. So today we've got about 30 minutes to work through 3 questions. With this information in mind, let's begin our first question. How should we be able to describe a graduate of Norfolk Public Schools? What knowledge and skills do our students need to have to be successful after completing high school? Who will be the first to share? What knowledge and skills do you need to have to be successful after completing high school? Yes, Noel?
Okay, so question, when do we go over our thoughts about the script?
All the way at the very end. Right now we're in the middle of role play. So thank you for raising your hand. What knowledge and skills do you think our students need to have to be successful after they complete high school?
Okay, I think that they should graduate with the ability to attain a successful job or go into college, a trade.
They should graduate with the ability to get a successful job or go into college or trade. Did I hear you correctly?
Or military service.
Or
they
military
should be
service.
Prepared to enter into any of those next chapters.
They should be prepared to enter into any of those next chapters.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Thank you for going first. Who will be the next to share? What knowledge and skills do our students need to have to be successful after completing high school? Yeah, Doug?
I believe that it's broader than that. I believe that, particularly with this pandemic, a lot of students are actually taking gap years. And I think it's important that our students are prepared to make the best decisions for themselves, to follow their passion. And that might be education, that could be traveling the world, it could be, anything. And I think that we should be able to prepare them to successfully follow whatever their passion is.
We should be able to prepare them for whatever their passion is, whether that be traveling the world or whatever it is. We should be preparing them to follow the passion. Got it. Thank you. One more. How should we be able to describe a graduate of Norfolk Public Schools? Yeah, Dr. Gabriel.
I would also like our graduates to also be service-minded and to have a sense of understanding the true gift that they received by obtaining a good education, but to also be willing to pay it forward. I would like for them to have that sense of pride when they graduate and to want to return the favor in whatever that might be to them, but to be able to be service-minded and to have that type of a global outlook to give to others as they received a good education through our system.
And we want our students to be service-minded, to have a global outlook of how they can give back to others as part of their education. Got it. Thank you. So let's move on to our next question. If you still need time to think or didn't get a chance to share, please visit the link that we just put in the chat box, where we'll be accepting feedback on all of our questions through the end of May. So to our next question, what does educational equity mean to you? To what extent does Norfolk Public Schools provide it? What is educational equity? And does Norfolk Public Schools provide it? Who will be the first to share? Yeah, Lauren.
Wait a minute. Oh, okay, I'm not muted. Well, when I think of educational equity, I think that it means that we provide an education that has layers in it, so that it makes extra help and extra support for those children that we have identified through assessments, so that they can reach the same level as every child. Every child in our school system should be able to function at a grade level and be able to accomplish everything. And when they can't do that, it is our responsibility to make sure that we provide them with the extra tools and time and instruction to make that happen for them. We need to be tracking them regularly. And so if we're not able to do that, if we're not able to make sure that every child has a minimum level, which would be grade level performance, then it's our responsibility to provide it. And I think that sometimes Norfolk does not do that in every school with every child. And this means children that have special needs. It means children that have economic struggles at home and challenges, because no one should be able to come into our schools and identify any child based on the demographics of where he lives or what race he is. That's our responsibility to make sure that every single child is at the acceptable level, and we can prove it. That's why we do assessments. And if we can't, and if every child isn't there and they aren't in our schools right now, then it's our responsibility. What Norfolk needs to do about it is to make sure that we continue to provide more and more and more support till we get every child where they need to be.
Every child should be able to perform at an acceptable level, and it's our responsibility to get them there. If they're not there, we have to provide more and more and more support to get them where they need to be. Got it.
Good summary of that. Thank you.
Tanya, what does educational equity mean to you?
It means meeting each student where they are and providing the supports that that individual student needs, which doesn't mean the same as that every child gets the same amount of a resource or material. It is that each child gets what they need to succeed. And
it doesn't mean that each child gets the exact same.
Exactly.
But it means that each child gets the resources they need to succeed.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
And as for, and I was going to say, as for how do we know MPS is providing it? I think that as of now, we don't know how well MPS is providing it. However, we have, we have to provide or put in place monitoring with setting expectations and goals around educational equity. So that's an area that I, as a customer and owner, would like to see strengthened.
So we don't know how well MPS is providing it, and that's an area where we have to put goals and expectations in so we can measure it.
Correct.
Thank you. One more, Christine.
Yes, thank you. I would say that educational equity is assigning and aligning resources based on need.
Assigning and aligning resources based on need.
Right. So our standards of quality has some minimal requirements for certain things. If we follow that, then in essence, you're being equal. But if there's a determination that there is more of a need in a particular area than what the standard says is required, then we align our resources accordingly.
Giving everybody the same thing according to standard is equal. But if there's additional need, then we have to give students resources accordingly.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you. So with those being our questions for today, I want to thank you so much for taking time to share. By the end of the summer, we plan to use this feedback to create a forward-looking vision along with 5-year SMART goals and guardrails, those non-negotiable values that will be used to monitor progress over the next 5 years. The entire goal setting and adoption process will take place during public meetings of when the board comes together. We'll always do that part publicly. Here's what you can expect next in the process. We'll continue listening and we'll then adopt these new goals and guardrails by the fall. We'll also post a summary of this community input on our website so that you can see the feedback you provided and how we use the feedback in our decision making. We'll also be sharing the government's improvement processes that we'll be making in the coming months to help us align with a focus on the priorities your input will help us identify. And remember that you can always go online and leave comments at the link that we just placed again in the chat box. Again, your input is greatly appreciated. On behalf of Superintendent Birdsong, the school board, and the entire NPS family, thank you for your time. All right. So before we dive into anything else, what are things that you noticed I was trying to do that you'd want to do when you're leading the conversation as well? What are some things that you noticed I was trying to do in the facilitation of this that would be things you might want to do as well? Yeah, Connie?
You're utilizing every mode possible to obtain feedback from those that you're listening to, because you repeatedly reminded them to use the chat box. You expressed your availability to further answer questions. So I think you provided a lot of opportunity for feedback and through different ways, especially if someone might be uncomfortable speaking out, publicly, they had the chat box or some other means of providing that feedback.
Yeah, it's really important that you are here to serve your community in this moment, not they are here to serve you. And so expressing that by providing different modalities that meet them where they are and that meet their comfort level, I think is an important part of how you are successful facilitating this conversation. Who else? What's something else that you noticed? Noel?
Okay, I liked how in the script you you summarize what it is that you've done for the meeting, and then you tell them where their comments will be placed, what the next steps are. You've given the timeline associated with the next steps, and then you say, okay, this is what we intend to do with this information. You kind of like close the loop on what the activity was that we just did. And I think that that's very critical with any of the engagement pieces that we do, because that's probably an area that we often overlooked. We kind of haven't closed it. And that's important for our community to see, because we've been through processes such as this and may not necessarily have completed it as we said we could.
Yeah, there's a few critical, what you want is for your community to have the experience of having been heard. And there's a few critical things that you'll do in your facilitation of this that will create that or that won't create that. One of the things that you'll do that help create that is you'll listen, you'll reflect back what you heard, you'll make it evident to them that you heard what they said, because you'll provide the raw data if they want to see it. But then you'll also identify, here's how we used what we heard in the ultimate decision making. Like these are all critical parts of creating for your community the experience of having been heard through this process. Yeah. Anyone else? What's something that you noticed? I was doing a few different things, trying to model what it might look like. Christine? You're muted.
You mentioned it just a few minutes ago, but I noticed how you consistently restated what you heard the speaker to say. You did it in a paraphrase kind of way to ensure that you took away what they intended to be heard or used in the conversation.
So this is a really important point. Again, what we're trying to do is ensure that as the public servant, you are creating for your community members the experience of having been heard. So what's important here is I actually did not put what you said in my own words. That is not what I did. I don't know if you all noticed. What did I do instead? Anybody notice?
You restated what we said.
Yeah, I just.
But it was a condensed version. Like what I said, it was.
Depending on how long you went, sometimes my memory is just not, multiple paragraphs long. But if but the words that I reflected back were only the words that you used. I did not add my own words. I didn't interpret it, through my own lens. Why did I try to reflect back word for word what you said? Why did I try to do that? Why is that important?
Well, it shows that you're listening. And then showing that you're listening, it's saying that I care about what you have to say.
Yeah.
It also supports the other board member who's doing the documentation so that you can make sure that what's being said and has been expressed, that the person is trying to capture it can indeed get an opportunity to capture it correctly.
Yeah, we don't want them capturing what you have to say. We want them capturing what the community member has to say. And so you reflecting rather than interpreting, or so I think what you said was, it sounds like you feel like this. Like, no, that's not what we're into. Like, that's now you inserting yourself into the middle of it. This actually goes back to an issue that Lauren brought up earlier. Is like, how do we keep from sounding biased or trying to lead people in one direction or the other? Because none of those are the intention here. You really want to listen, with this clear intention of, we're here to get what you have to say, not our interpretation of what you have to say. And so how you facilitate it matters. And that's why you heard me try to reflect back what people said, not try to interpret, or somehow modify what they had to say. Anything else you noticed that I was trying to do? Anything else that jumped out at you? Yeah, Lauren? You're muted. Oh, Lauren, you're muted.
Oh, not to be doing this on the computer. Okay, sorry. When I more of the way you talk to the community was how you just radiated out the acceptance of what they said, the fact that it was very important, and the way you gave them the feedback about sharing and everything, and when you responded and repeated what they said to make sure you had it. That actually, I thought, was a way of saying, the very repetition was a way of saying, this is important to me to hear. And I want to make sure that I remember exactly what you're saying. So I think that your delivery was particularly strong in making people really feel like you were listening to them and that you were going to act on what they said. And so I thought that was important.
Yeah, there are two things that I was intentionally trying to do to try to create that safe space for people to engage. One of them is the one Christine picked up on, which is kind of reflecting back what they said using their words. But the other one is a point that you pick up on, Laura, which is, I didn't actually agree or disagree with anyone. I don't know if anybody noticed that, but I didn't actually agree with anything anyone said or disagree with anything anyone said. I did express gratitude for them having said it. And
you were very neutral. And that's what is important.
Completely neutral.
And that's actually why, AJ, I had a concern about that one section at the beginning, was because I thought it left neutrality behind.
Gotcha. Hold on to that. We'll come to edits at the end. Okay. Why is this part about neutrality? Why is it important that you don't actually agree with people when they speak? Why is it important that you not agree with them?
Because then they'll think it's going to turn out exactly with what they said put in it. And if you disagree with them, it's going to shut them down.
Well, so let's say I don't disagree with anybody, but I do agree with some people. Why would that still be harmful to the process? Anybody?
Because you're taking sides.
Yeah.
They're also going to look for or have an expectation of something coming out of that, of your agreement.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Why did he agree with Tanya, but he didn't agree with me? So he's going to do what she said, but she's not going to do what I said. Yeah. I mean, it starts to muddy the waters a little bit.
Right. It takes away the neutrality.
Yeah. And so a natural thing, and you'll have to understand this, because as elected officials, will often utilize body language like, oh, yeah. And what we're doing is we're just trying to draw people into the conversation. I actually, if you'll notice, I didn't use any of those any of that body language during this. In our debrief of it, I have been, really just kind of encouraging you on. But during the facilitation, I did not. I actually completely shut down that body language, only so that I could create a place of neutrality for folks. So just understand that you have a very natural inclination to really, oh yeah, I got it, thank you, and to really give people the sense that you've agreed with, or that you are somehow preferencing what they've said over what other people have said. I'm just suggesting to you that is not what you want to accomplish here. You don't want people to leave feeling like, oh, what I said was clearly more important and more valuable than what other people said. You want everybody to experience that neutrality. And so you want to monitor your body language. You don't want to disagree with folks, but you also don't want to agree with them either, which sounds weird. But trust me, it does make a difference for folks feeling a sense of safety and a sense of their comments actually being valued. Anything else that folks notice before we flip the script and give a couple of you an opportunity to try this out? Anything else you noticed? All right. So we need 2 volunteers. Where are my courageous board members today? Attending a different meeting. Okay, we've got one. Do we have a second one? Who's going to partner up with Tanya for this practice round? All right, thank you. Thanks for not leaving your partner hanging out there. All right, so here's the first. So since you two are going to be partners, we're going to play this just like we would when it's the real time. Is that you two need to decide who's going to do the opening. You two need to decide who's going to do the closing. And again, let's just do 2 questions, just like you saw me do, just for the sake of time. And you could pick whichever ones you want out of the list. It doesn't have to be the first 2. But decide who's going to do the opening, who's going to do the first question, who's going to do the second question, and who's going to do the closing. So between you two, make that decision right now.
Right. Can I do the closing? Okay. And I'll do the second question.
All right. Then Tanya, you're going to open up and do the first question. And again, you can pick whichever question you want. And then Noel will take the second question and then close it out. That work for both of you? All right. Then that being the case, take it away. We will be your very compliant or not audience members.
Hold on, sorry about that. I'm toggling between the screens. All right. Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to listen to you today. My name is Tanya Bassine, and this is Noel Gabriel, and we are both members of the Norfolk School Board. Norfolk Public Schools, which serves nearly 30,000 students, is embarking on a strategic planning process that will result in actions that improve outcomes for all our students. Over the past 5 years, school accreditation has improved. However, achievement gaps persist between our Black students and non-Black students, our economically disadvantaged students and non-economically disadvantaged students, our non-English speaking students and English speaking students, and between our students with disabilities and our non-disabled students. Furthermore, based on a recent analysis of the Commonwealth Institute for Fiscal Analysis, we also know that Norfolk has one of the highest numbers of racially isolated schools in Virginia. In other words, Norfolk has segregated schools. Students in these schools are more likely to experience higher teacher turnover, less resources, may lack equitable opportunities to services and programs, and may be in buildings in poorer conditions. The COVID-19 pandemic has undoubtedly exacerbated these inequities, and our overdue attention to issues of social justice has shown us that we cannot ignore them. Investing in our public education system, and most importantly, our children, benefits our economy and the overall well-being of our city. However, we cannot do this without the support and collaboration of our community stakeholders. We need to listen to our community members, and we must commit ourselves to honoring what we hear. This is why we have asked to have the opportunity to listen to you today. As your elected representatives, our job is to listen to your vision for our children and your values, and then ensure that the school division is honoring both. Our purpose here is to get input from you that will help us identify our vision for what students know and are able to do, and the non-negotiable values to be honored while working toward their achievement. This will become the guidance for all of our decision-making. Together, we can systematically improve student outcomes. What we aren't here to do is address current issues such as school reopening, classroom or building level issues, and other matters. If you want to discuss those issues in the context of our 5-year goals, this is the conversation for that. If you want to discuss those issues in the context of getting a resolution to a current issue, we can direct you to someone in the system to assist you with that after we close. But to help our present, we have to make a plan for the future. So today we have about 30 minutes to work through 8 questions. With this information in mind, we'll begin with our first question. So first, how should we be able to describe a graduate of Norfolk Public Schools?
Okay.
Anyone want to answer that? Okay, Rodney.
Thank you for the question. I think there's many facets of what we're looking for in a graduate. Obviously, I think critical thinking skills is something that I would like to see for our graduates. Being able to apply the knowledge and skills that they gain from their education at Norfolk schools and be able to apply it in their career or college choice that they make upon graduation. And also being able to work collaboratively with other students. There are 21st century skills or workforce skills that the business community and others have indicated that they value in seeing out of our graduates. And I think those are skill sets that we should embrace in addition to the other ones in terms of, as I mentioned earlier, collaboration, critical thinking, communication, and other skills in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So what I'm hearing from you is the ability to provide critical thinking skills and the knowledge and skills that a student has gained in Norfolk Public Schools and applying that to the real world, as well as being able to work collaboratively with others to achieve a goal. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, and also the ability to effectively communicate and to apply the knowledge and skills that they gain from their successful completion in Norfolk Public Schools.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, what knowledge and skills do our students need to have to be successful after completing high school? Wait, is that? Sorry, never mind. Scratch that part. Think we're on the second question.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's move on. Let me see. So let's move on to the next question. And if you still need time to think or you didn't get a chance to share, please visit the link that we have put in the chat box. And we are accepting feedback on all of our questions until May 15th. So the next question is, what is NPS doing that is working and should not be changed? Any brave volunteers? What is NPS doing that is working and should not be changed? Okay, Ms. Campson.
Well, what I really like is how they teach reading every single day with their reading groups, and they group them together so that they can help each other. And so I really like that reading, the way the reading instruction is done, because it makes sure that my child gets a teacher-directed reading lessons every single day. And I can already see the great effect that that's having on my child and how much better she's doing. I can see it happen from day to day. So I'm very grateful for the way they do that reading program that gives her time to have a teacher's teacher, and then it gives her time to practice with her friends and even some reading together time. All the different things she shares with me, I think, of being very successful for my child.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. And to summarize to make sure that I have down what you have shared with us, you mentioned teaching reading every day, teacher directed instruction, time to practice with her peers, her friends, as you said. These were things that you thought work well in Norfolk Public Schools.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did anybody else have anything that they wanted to share? Okay, well, so we'll move on to the next questions. And I know we're only doing 2 questions right now, so okay. So thank you so much for taking the time to share today. By the end of the summer, we plan to use this feedback to create a forward-looking vision along with the 5-year SMART goals and guardrails, those non-negotiable values to be honored. That will be used to monitor progress over the next 5 years. The entire goal setting and adoption process will take place during the public meetings of the board. Here's what you can expect in the next process. We will continue listening and will then adopt these new guards and guardrails by the fall. We will also post a summary of the community input on our website so you can see the feedback you provided and how we use the feedback in our decision making. We'll also be sharing the governance improvement process that we will be making in the coming months to help us align with a focus on the priorities your input will help us identify. And remember that you can always go online and leave comments at the hyperlink that we have in the chat box. Your input is greatly appreciated. On behalf of Superintendent Birdsong, the school board, and the entire NPS family, thank you for your time.
All right, so before we get into anything else, what's something, well, actually, before I come to everybody else, first, Tanya and Noel, what was that like for you?
Well, I realize I am one of those people that shake my head to show that I am listening. So it's not an agreement. It's just a thing that says, yes, I hear you and I caught myself, but you probably saw me start to wobble a little bit. So yes. So that was one thing I did notice myself doing.
I think it's good to practice. It's good to practice to take the natural tendencies of us to try to engage the audience through our body language to encourage them. And so the more that we practice this, the more that we will become more in the role of a facilitator versus, as Lauren said, trying to keep things as neutral as possible. And as you all both said as well.
Yeah. All right, so for everybody else, what's something that you saw either of them do that you thought was really great? Adele?
Oh. No, okay, I'll say, it's easy. So what I thought was really great was their ability to be speaking and listening and, just the fluidness of I'm speaking, now you're speaking, now I'm repeating it back to you. A lot of times I think you're only thinking about the next thing you're going to say. And so, for them to be going through this for the first time, I think they did a pretty good job.
Yeah. Who else? What's something you saw them do that, they did a really good job
I thought they did a good job of repeating back, of trying to make sure that there was clarity between what was said, what they heard, and making sure that there was alignment there.
I was impressed because Rodney, you went on for a little bit, but Noelle got you. She lined it up, and so that's a sharp mind right there. She held on to those details.
I took notes.
and she took notes. That helps. But yeah, both of them not only did a great job of listening and reflecting back, but then one thing, Tanya, that you did a couple times I thought worked really well is after you reflected back, you asked, did I hear you correctly? Just to get that confirmation. And so I just thought that worked out really well. Just both of you are naturals at it. Anyone else? What's something they did that you thought really, really worked? Anybody else? All right. Oh, one pro tip I'll toss in for you. I generally, when facilitating a conversation like this, I will generally avoid yes/no questions. Yes/no questions often kind of lead to a conversational dead end because you never know when the answer will simply be no. And so instead of asking a question like, so does anyone want to answer this question? People will be like, no, I don't want to answer this question, so I'm just going to be quiet. Or instead of asking, does somebody want to talk next? Instead, I'd lean into a non-yes, no way of inviting people into the conversation. One of the ways that I modeled that was who will be the first to share. I'm not asking if somebody's sharing. It's not a yes, no question. I'm telling you how somebody's about to share. Now, all I'm asking is who's going to be? Who will be the first to share? And then after I did that, okay, who will be the next to share? And so trying to, clarifying not sharing is actually off the menu today. Like that is not an available order option. The options are share first or share second. And so that's just a pro tip. I generally kind of try to avoid yes, no questions because sometimes it tends to dampen the conversation unintentionally. But other than that, you two clearly are pros at this. So great job. Any other reflections on either of the two role plays before we start talking about the script? Any other reflection on either my role play or their role play? Yeah, no?
And I'm not saying this to criticize because obviously this is our first time, but I think it's going to be really important for us to get into the comfort zone of not reading and to have an air of hospitality and that, so people will feel more open to sharing.
Yeah, the more it feels like a conversation, the more comfortable people will feel. That's going to take a little bit of practice. Another pro tip, don't do what you saw me do here. I did not have the script up on the screen that I'm looking at. I had it up on a different screen and you can tell the difference. And so generally, if you have a way to kind of split screens so that the screen you're looking at has a script on it, that's helpful. But the more you practice, I'd recommend just reading through it a few times right before you get started. Ideally, you want to be as close to off script as possible that you've got the script in your head. But it does make a difference if people feel like they're being read to versus if they feel like they're being invited to a conversation. That is one thing I did not model well. Do not do what I did in that regard. Yeah, Lauren. Still muted. There we go.
All right, now I'm okay. Right? Yeah, okay. I was noticing that it looks like we're looking to do these all virtually, which is going to be easier. I agree. But my one concern about that is that not all of our community members have the equipment or the knowledge. I'm afraid that the people we may be cutting off by doing it all virtual, and I'm not sure what a solution is for this, but I do feel a concern that our parents who may be struggling to be able to participate are very often the parents of the children that need the most help from us, and we may not be hearing their concerns. The parents of children with disabilities have a lot of concerns, and many of them may not have the knowledge or the equipment to do this. So this is quite a crazy year that we would even have this discussion about it. But what can we do to kind of make sure that we bring all of especially our parents in?
Yeah, so this is a decision that the board's going to have to make, and you're going to have to make a decision about kind of what sessions you're going to have or not have. Whether you're doing the outreach work of going to other people's meetings or whether you're hosting your own. You also, for the ones that you're hosting for your engagement sessions, as a board, you'll have to make the decision: are we hosting all of these virtually, or are we hosting any of them in person? But that's a y'all decision to make. That's not a us decision. But I'm glad that you're wrestling with it. In previous years, this wouldn't even be a conversation.
Right.
Obviously, we'd be doing a bunch of these in person. This year's a little bit different, and you all are the ones who are going to have to make the call. Kind of what's the trade-off? What's the comfort and safety? Like, how many people can you realistically fit into a in-person conversation? Those type of logistical things are what come up. But ultimately, we will, these are your listenings, not ours. And so whatever you all as a board come up with, we'll certainly help, make sure it gets on the schedule and support it however we can. But that is an important question that you all need to wrestle with. And today, right now, is the appropriate time to be wrestling.
Yeah, because I was thinking that maybe we could have 2 or 3 located in the schoolhouses around, in different parts of the district, especially in our more poverty areas, and actually do an in-person one, and where a school has a large auditorium and we can space people out. I don't think we're going to get mobbed with any of these,
Yes.
but I think it would make everyone know that we're trying to offer them an opportunity to participate, because once you get into virtual, you're cutting out so many people.
What I'll ask, since Cindy's been leading the creation of that, I'll ask her to figure out how best to re-engage you all individually to see what the appetite around that is.
Okay.
But if there is an appetite to do that among the board, then that is definitely a decision that is very appropriate for you all to make. I'll tell you, as we've been leading these conversations over the last 12 months, most people have done exclusively virtual, but there are a few districts that have done exactly what you described. They've carved out like 2 or 3 to do in person, and so again, that's a y'all thing. So we'll find a way to re-engage you all to check in on this exact issue, and if this is something that y'all want to do, then we'll get it added in. If it's something that only 1 or 2 of you are interested in, then it's probably less likely to happen. But we'll re-engage you around this topic.
All right, and one more quick question. How are we capturing this information? Are we recording it? Are we scripting their answers?
Yes.
Are we going to go back and look at video?
No. So we'll provide you with a link. It'll basically be a Google form that has all the questions already in it. And whichever board member is not the one speaking, you're the one taking notes. Our recommendation, take the notes directly into the Google form. And then at the end of the workshop, all you got to do is hit send and your job is done. So if you prefer to take notes, longhand or in some other way, you can, but then you'll just need to copy those into the Google form. But we're only, because to simplify the data analytics portion of this at the end of the process, we're only taking feedback that is typed in. So Cindy and I are not going to be looking at your sprawled handwriting, trying to understand what your community intends.
What? That is my handwriting. What can I say? All right, so that makes sense. We just have to practice a little bit on typing it quickly, so we don't. And that'll help to have the person who's doing that question do the repeat that you modeled for us.
It will help a lot.
So we can be sure that we get what needs to be going down, so you have that information. Okay, that's a good solution.
That's part of the reason there's always 2 people. Whoever's talking, the other one's taking notes. Whoever's taking notes, the other one's talking. Rodney, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, thank you. One, I just wanted to share that I didn't have the expectation that they all were going to be virtual. So if there are individuals, if we decide to go in that direction and do some things that are intentionally in person, just want the board to know I'm willing to do that. The other question I had, going back to something that Tanya raised earlier. So I know I speak with my hands. I know I do nodding. It's kind of like a call and response kind of thing.
Right.
Is there any any objection to, as part of the opening, just saying to the audience, I just want you to know throughout this process, this is how I deliver. You may see me nod my head. I want you to understand that's my way of acknowledging that I'm hearing you. Is it okay to kind of describe that, or is it more important to not show any type of motions?
My
movements?
coaching would be to change your behavior to make it easier for your participants. I would not try to explain to them how to interpret me. I would change how I am so that they have less to interpret.
So can you just kind of refresh or restate then what those actions should or should not be?
Yeah, the only thing I'd be, and I don't think it's scientific here, but I think the only thing I would be trying to avoid is giving anyone the impression that you either agree or disagree with anything that they're saying. That's what I would avoid. And whatever you need to do to avoid giving the impression that you agree or disagree with what they just said, then that meets the intention of this. So if somebody says, you know what, I think the best thing about Norfolk Public Schools is, man, that Rodney Jordan guy, man, he's a go-getter. I voted for him. I think he's wonderful. Your response would be like, hallelujah, amen, can I get a witness? Like, no, your response is, I heard you say that Rodney guy is, a go-getter and I voted for him. Did I hear you correctly? Got it, thank you. Similarly, if somebody else, gets on, it's like, this Rodney guy, he's worthless. I mean, he's really the worst board member on there. He's hostile, he's mean, none of the things he says are intelligent. And you say, I heard you say that this Rodney guy, he's worthless, he's hostile, he's mean, none of the things he says are intelligent. Did I hear you correctly? Got it, thank you. Who will be the next to share? And just keep it moving. And I'm saying this from experience. Like, these are not like hypothetical scenarios I'm offering you. Like, we've been down this road before where people show up and they praise a board member, and the job of the board member is just to repeat back what you said in neutral tone, and then thank them for having participated and move on to the next person. And somebody is going to show up and tear into a board member, and all your job to do is repeat back what you heard in a neutral tone, thank them, for participating, and invite the next person who will be the next to share, and just keep it moving. And so that's the key thing, is just try to avoid giving anyone the impression of I agree with you or I disagree with you. And again, the main reason for that is because it will shut down conversation. And you don't want people to feel judged about what they have to say. You want people to feel a freedom to express. You want to hear the most authentic version of what people have to share. The moment you are no longer a neutral party in the conversation, now people are going to start trying to modify what they're saying to fit your listening. You need to modify your listening to fit their speaking. That's the intention here. Anyone else? Reflections on the role plays before we start dive into some of the script edits? Any other discussions on the role play? All right, then let's open it up. Either discussions about the role play or discussions about script edits. Now is the time for that. And we'll be taking notes while you talk. What modifications? Yeah, Noah. Then Lauren, I saw your hand second.
Okay. Overall, I think that the script is good. I would take out the part where we go into over the past 5 years. I would take that part out, and I would take out everything up until it says investing in our public education system. And it's not that I don't understand where we're coming from with this, and that this isn't, based in evidence, but I think that puts a narrative, a framing of potential responses from our audience members, and I think we just need to keep that out. That's my suggestion.
Any other board members have reflections on Noel's recommendation? Like, yes, no, don't really care one way or the other? Lauren, I'll come to your feedback but first I would just want to check in with other people on Noel's point. Carlos, did you have a thought on Noel's point?
Yeah, and that was one of the concerns. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you have a similar concern?
Yeah, one of my things was when we go back to staying neutral, I do believe that particular phrase within the scripting does begin to kind of set up a different narrative that could trigger a particular response if we're looking for something more open-ended. So I would agree with Noel's suggestion, and particularly taking that piece out. Not saying that it's not an additional conversation we have down the road, but I think if we're asking for general conversation that it isn't really setting something else, setting it up but leaving it more open, I would take that out at this particular point.
And I had my hand up for that too,
Okay.
AJ, to respond to that, because it was on my list of things I was bringing up anyway. I agree. In fact, I had marked off the exact same starting and stopping point that Noel had, because as I was talking earlier, this is a neutrality thing for me. It isn't that this isn't correct. And plus I think it sets a negative tone because it's telling you all the things that are wrong with, we're starting out by saying all the things that are wrong with Norfolk. Norfolk Public Schools has a lot of wonderful things happening too. But either way, I think if it started out and it was all wonderful, positive stuff, I would be asking the same thing. I would be asking to have it removed because I think it takes away the neutrality of this presentation. I think it will give us different responses than we might have got, and that's what we don't want to see. We don't want any of our things. We all, anyway. I don't need to elaborate and run off, but I agree. It was the exact same cutoff places that I had. I was amazed.
Adele, are your comments similar or different?
Different.
Christine, are your comments similar or different?
They were different.
Oh, okay. Well, then Adele first and then Christine.
Sure. So I'm a little shocked to hear this, but because I actually didn't take it this way. I think that we talk about everything in that segment of the script all the time. We all have faced it. We know that, I mean, from our discussion, my assumption was that we all knew this is a reality, and it's written in all of our plans to close the gaps because of what is right there. And that is one of our biggest challenges that we need to overcome in our district. And we talked about equity. We talk about, we're talking about capital improvement plans. We're talking about all these things that are results of our history, because we didn't get here from nothing. And we talk about our academic achievement, and that is closing these achievement gaps between these the disparities between these groups. And so I think it's, we own it, we say it, we own it. And, we want to hear what the community, we're always talking amongst ourselves. We want to hear what the community has to say about it. Or like let them know that we own that this is happening, not mention it.
Christine, I think you're next. And by the way, since Cindy was really leading this part of the process, I'm going to let her facilitate this conversation about script edits. But yeah, Christine, go ahead.
Thank you. I wasn't going to say much different from Dr. Martin in that this is something that we present over and over again. We discuss it meeting after meeting. And so it basically tells our truth, the things that we need to work on. We put it out there. And in doing so, we're basically saying that we're committed to these things. And we want to get the public's input, not only on those things, but any input that they have to offer. But I think to not include it is to somewhat say that we're not committed to these things that we discuss over and over again.
Thank you, Christine. Tanya.
I'll defer to Mr. Jordan. I know he had his hand up before, and I'll go after him.
Sounds good. Okay. Rodney.
Thank you. No, I agree with both what Dr. Martin and Ms. Smith has said. I guess my larger question is, I take it that the script that we have before us is a result of the input that you received from us, from the assignment that you gave us. And so if that's not the case, I think we should hear that. If it is the case, I think we should hear it. But if my assumption is correct, I think you have put together something based upon what you heard from the 7 of us. And I think if there's concerns that somebody's input hasn't been included into the script, then maybe that's where we need to have the conversation. If someone feels that what they provided to you has not been included, then we should talk about that. But I know you all don't know enough about us to have put this together without our input. So I assume this is a result of the input that you received from us from the assignment that you gave us.
It is. It is a result of that, and the background information was something that had been submitted, and not every question that people submitted was included. And what in building the script, weeding out some of those customer-oriented type questions, but getting to those owner service type questions, that's what landed in the script as well. Tanya?
So my question was similar to that, because I was going to say, did just based on what I've heard this afternoon, did everyone get the opportunity to provide the feedback, was what I was going to ask, or did they provide input or provide a script to be used? And if not, maybe that's something to consider, But for me, I'll say my perspective is that we talk all the time about having courageous conversations amongst ourselves and with the community. And to me, that piece that is, being suggested to remove is a critical component of that courageous conversation. So I support maintaining it for the script. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Carlos, I saw your hand next, I think.
All right, thank you. And I'm listening to my colleagues here, and Mr. Jordan actually answered one of my questions that I had. I wanted to figure out who actually created the script here, and so that's based on feedback. But going back to my original comment was about neutrality and keeping it even. And I sat here and I listened, and I went back and I said, how much positive was talked about Norfolk Public Schools? And the one thing we have is over the past 5 years, school accreditation has improved, as if that's the end all be all for Norfolk Public Schools. And then we go on to however, and we go sentence after sentence after sentence after sentence. And that's what my concern is that it's unbalanced. Not that these things aren't true and that we're not trying to own up to it, but the fact is that everything isn't bad in Norfolk Public Schools, and to lead with that is what my concern is that it's not balanced. And that when we only give literally less than, not even a full sentence, over the past 5 years, school accreditation has improved. That's where my concern is, and trying to make it a little bit balanced, because to me, leading in with that, with all this negative, does plant a seed that could trigger the wrong type of responses. Not saying that we don't own up to certain things and that some of these things aren't true in there, but when we're leading off and setting the tone for a conversation, and particularly in we're saying that we're supposed to be neutral in our body language and how we're asking and talking, then it has to also be in what we're saying in this particular script. So I go again, I listen to my colleagues, and I take ownership and I believe in a lot of these things. However, I think that there needs to be some tweaks in how we first open this session up and to present it, that there's a little bit more that allows for the community. If we're saying we want to hear the community, we know these things because we live this stuff each and every day when we come in these meetings. But what is the community's perception? What do they feel? And I think that that's where we need to find an even balance on it.
Lauren, do I see your hand?
Yes. Oh, all right. I am on. Yeah. I kind of wanted to tag on what Carlos was saying. I feel like perhaps we misunderstanding what each of us are saying, because I'm not owning up to anything. I know exactly what the conditions of our schools are and things that need to be improved. Absolutely. I've spent my whole life in Norfolk Public Schools. However, neutrality is so important in this. And if this is this is how it's introduced to me, then that's going to trigger me to direct my comments. My comments are going to be, I think, would be underlined and based on this, either to rebut it or to support it or to give more examples of disequities and stuff. I just think it influences the whole thing. I'd be disappointed to see this go that way, because this is what I said from the very beginning. We can't influence what our respondents are saying. And when we start off with this long paragraph of it which is all negative, 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 and Norfolk isn't all negative, 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 even though these things are all these disequities, the gaps, all of those things, yes, they're all happening. We know that. I've been talking about achievement gaps since I got on the board and how we need to address them. But this is going to influence the response we get. And that's the very thing we don't need to have happen, because we want to know not what we already know what we think. We want to know what the community thinks. Where are they on this? Let them bring it up. I've got down 3 out of the 8 questions, 3 of them address what's wrong with Norfolk Public Schools. 3 of them, which is my next item when we get to this. So 3 of 8 or this question to this.
Okay, Christine, and then I think we're going to need to make a decision and move on, and that might be just by polling board members. This is ultimately your script. It was built on input received from the board per the assignment, and so.
Could I just address that real quick for a second, Cindy? Because I did send a whole list of questions, just as you asked.
Yep,
what I don't recall is being asked to send a script. So did I misunderstand and miss something? Because I thought the wording in your email was send questions to be asked during the listening tour. And I sent a long list of them, as I'm sure everyone else did. But I don't recall it asking me to put them into a script. If it did, then that's my miss. But I certainly didn't see that.
So I don't have the exact wording of what I sent in front of me, but it was to include anything that you thought that needed to be included for success of the board in having these listening sessions. And so I took the input that was sent by the board members who it was sent to, and as I mentioned, the questions that got into more of the implementation / customer service area, and also knowing that it's just there's not going to be enough time to ask every question.
Oh, and I'm not getting into that part.
Right.
It's
so
just
that's
the
how this was
part,
done.
Because for me, I would have never assumed that there was a long script. I would have just assumed we were right into it.
So I had input and that I took the input that was received and used it to create this script. So ultimately, this is the board script, and so a decision needs to be made moving forward. So, Christine, you had a comment?
Yes. I'm open to my colleagues offering a few statements that they feel will balance out the statement.
And I think that's really generous, but that just continues to that. And I mean, that's so generous. And I really, really appreciate that, Christine. That's very good of you to try and come up with a compromise. It's just, this whole section just hits me wrong, because it's just, I think it's directing the conversation. I have a serious concern about it. I mean, I really do. It's going to make it hard for me to have confidence in the feedback that we get back when we start directing it, when we take away the neutrality. I don't think I would be, if this was Norfolk Public Schools is the best school system in the whole world and everything they do is perfect and blah, 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 I would still be asking the same thing, take it out. because it
Right.
isn't the content. What's my concern is the neutrality's gone right at the very beginning, at the very introduction. We've lost the neutrality that to me is so important in this kind of instrument. But I really appreciate your generosity in doing that.
Dr. Birdsong, I see you have a hand up.
Yes, I know this portion of the training is for the board, and I'd like to offer a suggestion. Would that be all right? Okay, so if neutrality is truly the goal and the narrative is what is of great concern to the board members, perhaps you should, instead of having that extensive narrative around what's right with Norfolk Public Schools or what's wrong with Norfolk Public Schools, maybe you could just use that time to talk about the norms for, the group's discussion. I know anytime, for example, I bring groups of people together when we meet as an executive leadership team, we establish some norms so that everybody understands what the expectations are. They're general. We start on time, we end on time, we respect others' opinions, we don't cut people off, we don't try to intimidate people and get them to speak one way or the other. Perhaps that will just kind of remove all of that from the concern of school board members and just focus more on what you're trying to achieve during your time together.
Okay, thank you. I do think that we need to move on from this point, and I need to know if that section is staying or going. I haven't heard that anybody else wants to edit it in any other way other than to either keep it or remove it. So if I can just get a thumbs up for keeping it.
I mean, I think that you just left out what our superintendent also offered.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Change it.
I'm sorry. Okay. If somebody wants to offer edits or suggestions based on what they just heard.
Well, Cindy, honestly, I think what Dr. Birdsong just offered in setting norms for the actual conversation, and it would be a good facilitation tip, which would be to engage everyone, what we're going to talk about high level. And then I think that Ms. Campson did state that 3 of the questions do bring out exactly what we want to find out, which would be your normal SWOT, strengths, weaknesses. So I would like to just kind of set norms, have that conversation to draw the individuals in as to what the objectives are for today, and then allow the very natural conversation to come out when we ask those questions throughout. That's what I'd like to pose to my colleagues.
I'm going to speak up here. I really think taking that section out kind of leaves it open to talk about anything. And I think what we're talking about here, the point is student outcomes. And these are all things that affect our student outcomes that are in our accountability plan that we talk about at length. And if we leave this open, then it's that's going to be scary. That conversation can go anywhere. And I think that this is very poignant to what we're asking them. We're gearing them toward, if we're not we're gearing them toward, the very first question is, what should a student be prepared to do at graduation? And that speaks to the outcomes of, what we're dealing with those elements of academic achievement that are our biggest obstacles right now. So I don't see how we can have this conversation without, get really good feedback without including it.
We're telling them what to say.
Oh.
And I don't mean what to say about what side they're on, but this is going to make people start taking sides, and they're going to be focused on this, not on everything. Just it needs, even if it came from them and it came up that way, yes, that's certainly going to come in with all the questions, but to tell them what to do, to tell them the direction or the gearing, whatever the verb you used, you're putting them on the track that they're going on, and we shouldn't be putting them on any track.
I disagree. I'm sorry.
Okay, so
I'm just going to mute myself.
For the purpose of moving on, I think what I'll do is to have each of you send me an email separately with the changes that I've heard here, and and because we do need to move on from this, and I've heard a majority wanting to keep the segment as is. So if there's edits to that other than keeping it, I think email me to let me know what, other than cutting it, I mean, email me to let me know what those might be, what additions you might like to make to that.
Can I ask a clarifying question then?
Sure.
So then the edits, each board member will then submit some edits to you, and then you will then redraft, provide another draft of a script. Is that what the intended outcome is of doing that?
So the intended outcome would be to have a script that that has portions that everyone has contributed to, and from this conversation. And again, I heard the majority wanting to keep that segment, but if anybody wants to offer additional statements to that segment to balance it out, I will take those suggestions.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Because you did explicitly ask for a script. You did, I think, provided your assignment pretty clearly. Some of us, completed the assignment, and, I'm apprehensive about going and editing it any further than what we've agreed to in here together. So that's just my feedback. But thank you for answering that question.
Sure. When you have something that's offensive in there to people, it's going to be hard for those people to be doing it. I'm not asking anyone to put in something that would be offensive to them. I think this takes away all the neutrality. To me, it's going to cancel out this whole exercise. So yeah, that's where I am with it.
But I'm asking, why is it offensive?
Because it's offensive because we're supposed to be gathering neutral answers so that we know what they think, what they want to do, not us telling them. I mean,
this is an exercise.
I'm just surprised that this would be introducing these listening things. I've never seen anything like it. That you would come in with a narrative already to give people. It doesn't matter. Yes, we have all these things. I'm not disagreeing with any of it. And I'm saying, if you were saying, hoorah, hoorah, the greatest school system in the world, I would be saying the exact same words. Mm-hmm. I would be, but as a parent sitting there and I listen to this and I'm like, gee, I really like my school. I think it's going to change the narrative. That's all I'm saying. The content isn't what I'm upset about. It's the changing of the narrative.
Yeah. And I would say that from Cindy and AJ's original purpose, we're supposed to be getting the information from the community, unhindered, unbiased, all of that. And so we want the true opinion of the community. When you have that paragraph in there, to me, that adds a layer of it does. It changes the way that things can be received, and it will change the way that people offer their opinion. I think if we truly want to be neutral and receive the community's guardrails, values, all of that, we just take that out, because as many of us have said, we live and breathe this every day. We're looking at the gaps. Yes, we do talk about it in our meetings every single day, but that's not what's going on in our community members. We have a variety of community members, and we want to be able to come to them with a blank sheet of paper and say, hey, we're forming this right now. What's important to you? So that way, us as elected officials, we can bring your important items to us, and we can formulate that based upon the knowledge that we have. We have this knowledge that's in that paragraph. We know that. But to the community, we want to hear from them.
Okay, well, I think that we have to have a very poignant conversation about who we consider community, because my impression of the list is that it is too far-reaching. It encompasses too broad of an audience for if we're talking about who our shareholders are and who our customers are of our school system, and so I think if we're talking to people who really are the shareholders and customers that they already understand. And, you know, this is even in our school board accountability plan. And I think that to not include what our challenges are and what we're focused on to overcome and again, focusing on academic outcomes, you just can't have that conversation without the context. I can't, I mean, prove me wrong. I don't know how you have the conversation about community input on academic outcomes if you don't state what our main goals are.
Aren't they supposed to be stating what the problems are? Aren't they supposed to be telling us what they do?
We're going to hear about school nutrition. They're going to say, please, you know, we want better food.
Once they hear this paragraph.
We want electric buses. I mean, you know, without the context, you're going to get all sorts of things.
But you're setting the context.
To go to the community and hear from them. Maybe that is really important to them.
Maybe we don't even need to do it.
Well, I mean,
if we're starting with telling them what it is we want them to know, I thought we wanted to hear what they know, what they want to do, what they want to happen in the schools. I just think it taints the whole process.
At one of our last, I think the time when we were going over the timeline, I think I raised because it's not like we haven't had a strategic plan, we haven't had the accountability plan. And in both of those documents, we have goals that are in there. And then this is how we kind of came out with those community principles, those guiding principles that we had in there. You know, even if we started there, I mean, that we directly came from the community. We went through this entire process and even started from there. Do you think that we're upholding this? I think that those questions still go around that, but that's something that came directly from the community. This is what we said 4 or 5 years ago. This is what we're going to be working towards. But that's a very neutral way of coming in and without injecting other things, because people have all their different perspectives. I mean, and when we talk about the broadness of it, from the business community, are we producing workforce? People who are skilled and trained and ready to go. For some of our Civic League people, they're paying taxes. They may not have kids, but their tax dollars are paying for our public schools. So it's not very broad. Everybody touches public schools in some form or fashion. So, I mean, I might even just say, you know, we go back and look at what we have as far as the guiding principles and things that we came out in the past, and even start with that. Are we upholding those? Are these things still important? And coming from there and working back.
Okay, so again, ultimately, this is your script. This is the board's community. This is the board's ownership that they, as far as those who you are engaging, that the list was how the board prioritized that. There are opportunities, as AJ mentioned. I will be re-engaging each of you to find out about the idea of in-person sessions. There is also opportunity for the board. Some boards choose to add some general sessions where they invite others who they think might have been dropped. So the list that list of who you engage and how you engage them is again the boards, and that's how the community was defined per the assignment that the board was given. As far as the script itself, what I will offer as well is that I've heard what the concerns are around the neutrality or lack of neutrality. I've also heard what you've said regarding owning the current context and situation for Norfolk Public School students. So I have heard all of that. What I will offer is that what I know from having worked with other boards is that other boards have created a handout of sorts that does explain the current context, the current reality for the students in their district. So that is also, so having that information and putting it in front of people, the idea wouldn't, the intent in our including it in the script was not to take away neutrality from the process or from that. It was a suggestion and a input that was added that spoke to the current context for Norfolk Public School students. So I do think we need to move on from this conversation. And I would like to know what other edits beyond this opening session you would like to see in the script.
Cindy, I had my hand up. I just wanted to add something
Sure.
really quickly before we move on. I'm really concerned that, there's this ongoing discussion about the script. And I really think that we should really invest some time right now while we have all the board members together to have some agreement. Because what's going to happen, people are going to get busy, they're working, they have other commitments. And I know, they are board members, they were elected to serve on the board, and certainly it's important in all of that. But while we have this time together, because this is so important, I just don't want us to leave today and then, we won't be able to move forward as effectively as we could. This is going to end up being a dysfunctional process if there's not some agreement today, as opposed to having board members emailing back and forth. They can have the conversation right now. I would strongly suggest that we have some agreement around what the script looks like before they leave today.
Okay. I hear that. Let's move on to other parts of the script and come back to this. Let's get through the rest of the script at this moment. Noelle.
I don't have any other issues with the rest of the script, but whenever we move into the questions, I'll defer to that. But I agree with everything else in the script.
So I'm talking, yeah. So I'm when I'm talking about the script, I guess I'm also talking about the questions. So anything that we've had you that you would be reading and using for the facilitation of this.
Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Gabriel, do you want to go ahead?
I do support the question that was submitted by Ms. Campson that asked, what are your expectations of an education in Norfolk Public Schools? And I'm apologize if I don't have that correctly, but I do think that is important.
Lauren?
Actually, though, I don't think that one was mine that you just said. The one what I'd like to see is I'd like to have one question, because as I said, we have multiple questions that are asking the same thing. Questions 3, 4, and 7 are asking what's wrong. Questions 5 and 6, another multiple, are asking what's great. So I don't know that we need to ask that many, but however many everyone wants, that's not a big thing for me. But I would like to have a question here that simply flat out asks them, what do they think is the function of a school? What is it? What's their primary? I'd like to see a question that asks them, if you're looking to see if this is a school you want to put your child in, what are the 3 main criteria that you're looking for in that building in order? Just one of those, something that gets me. None of the questions here tell me how when they walk into the room, what is their expectation for what Norfolk Public Schools should be doing for their child? What's their number one thing? Is it to keep them safe? Is it to do this? Is it to do that? Is it to make sure that they are doing great in academics? What is the main function? I think that's important for me. I may know what I think the main function is. It may not be what the community that I live in think as a whole. And that would be good information for me. So I would like to have something added, at least a question added in there, even if we need to move one of the multiples out, because we do already have enough questions.
Okay. Anybody on? So Lauren's suggestion. Does anybody have want to comment on that? Rodney, go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Ms. Camps. I'd just like to know if you can clarify it a little bit. So as I was working on the assignment, I was viewing it from the perspective of the system as a whole. So as you describe an individual school, can you just elaborate a little more on what you're saying there so I can have a better understanding of what your thoughts are?
Certainly, I was not focusing on one school. I was saying, if you were to be choosing between schools, what's the criteria? The point of that question was, what criteria are you looking for as you look at all the schools, or if you're making a decision between public and private schools? What's the criteria? In other words, what I was trying to get at in both those questions is, what do you think is the most important thing that the school should be doing? And what do you really believe that it's a school's function to be doing? To me, those are very top questions about the values and their concept of the schoolhouse. Whether it's one that I agree with or not, it's not what I was looking for. I was just looking to see where they were, because then I need to use that. I don't need to be putting my values on here. I'm supposed to be putting the community values. If it was my values, I would be putting the number one thing I'm looking for is a top performing school in academics. That's what I was looking for my children, but that may not be what the community is looking for, and therefore that shouldn't be what I'm focusing on. I need to be focusing on what the community, according to what we're learning here about it's our function to respond to and follow what the community as a whole is looking for. And that's what I don't feel that I'm getting out of this list of questions. I'm getting a lot of good information, but the number one thing I always want to know is, for this, to me, the top value is, how do you visualize a school system? What is the point of even having it? And so that's what I was trying to get at. Obviously not clearly.
No, that's
but I certainly wasn't focusing on should I send my children to this particular Norfolk school or that particular Norfolk school? That didn't have anything to do with that. I was trying to get to what criteria are they really looking for? What is it they want us to be focusing on? Because no matter what we think we should be focusing on, it may not be. It may not be this narrow, burning thing that I have about it's improving academics. That may not be what the city wants. It'd be good for me to know that.
No, that's helpful. I guess for me, the questions that we're dealing with, what do you, no matter who you are, and parent, whatever the stakeholder is, what is it that you want to see for children who complete Norfolk Public Schools? To me, I thought that was the same thing. So no matter what building I attend, what program I'm in, at the end of the day, if I am entrusting my children to Norfolk Public Schools, or if I'm investing in a school system that is there to serve the children of Norfolk Public Schools, upon what does successful matriculation, what does it, the question it was dealing with when they graduate, what does that look like to you? What do you want for student achievement of individuals who attend our schools? That's where I thought that was getting at from my perspective.
And actually, I really like that question. I think that's a really critical question too, but mine is different from that, because it's like today. What do I want right now? What's the focus that I want for children right now? What do I think that schools should be able to do? And you gave a big part of that, and that's why I like that question that you had so much, because I think that was a key question: is what should they look like when they come out? To me, that's one of the best questions on the whole thing. But I also need a little bit more information. What do they think is going to make that happen? What's the function should they be? Sorry. I've got to get a breath. That's what I'd like to get to. None of the questions get to what I was looking for. And I apparently am not explaining it clearly, but I want to know, what do they think is the main reason that we have a public school? I'm done, Carlos.
No, I was just listening to both Ms. Campson and Mr. Jordan. I just think there's almost like another question that's in there, and something that we're dealing with. And AJ and Cindy, you all helped me with this one in this respect. We know that as a district, we're facing attrition. We're losing students. I mean, that can be a host of many different things, but one of the things that we constantly hear, and I know we've heard it for years, is that people will say, well, don't move to Norfolk because of, and they will mention schools, they will mention a lot of different things. And I think almost what I'm hearing from Ms. Campson in the respect, and then also when I hear from you, it's almost like I hear that question, but it's almost like direct. You know, what are some of the reasons why, or what would be the things you would send your kid to Norfolk Public Schools is a different question other than just the outcome. I mean, I see that on the back end, but it's almost as we're going through this 5-year strategic plan and all these other things, what are some things that we also need to take in consideration? Because there's some offshoots that will come out of that when we start talking about our school division and attracting individuals, because that is another issue that we're going to have. And that is making sure that we have the student population, because of course, as numbers decrease, resources to be able to do the things that we want to do will decrease because we have lack of students. But how do we get those people back to make Norfolk Public Schools their choice? And I guess that's kind of the question that I kind of got out of what
where my
both of
question went. That's closer to it, and that's probably better worded. Maybe that would be a better way to word it. I just want to get something in that tells me what are they looking for, because what they're looking for in the school for their child is to me where I'm going to get to the value of what they're putting on it, of a value for them. And perhaps the way you worded it, does that make more sense, Mr. Jordan?
No, I hear you. I guess so. When I see the question, what is NPS not yet doing that it should start doing? I see that in there. When in the question of what are some strengths that you see, I see the opportunity to speak to that there. What are some of the weaknesses that you see? So I think in the broad sense of things, it allows for the person who is responding to go from anything to, you know, you all don't have enough free lunches to you all have too much of that. So I think that going back to something Mr. Clanton said in terms of that SWOT piece of it, I think those questions give a open opportunity for an individual based upon how they hear it and perceive it to share whatever it is that they wish to share. So I guess in my reading of it, I think those questions provide that opportunity. I'm not opposed to anything that you think is more specific. I'm just trying to look at the questions that we have here as a whole, meaning in its totality, and whether or not we're providing that opportunity to hear what you think is important for us to hear, or if we need to do, Ms. Campson, as you suggested, swap something out. I just want you all to understand that for me right now, having people talk about strengths, having people talking about what you do well, having the opportunity to talk about challenges and what we can do better provides an open enough framework for some of that response to occur.
And I see what you're saying. It's just that I feel that I'm not going to walk away with the main thing I want to know. I don't see in all of these questions. I'm going to walk away with a ton of good information about other things, but I'm not walking. I want to know, number one, what's the most important thing they think a school provides? What is its function? Because that's a lot of the decision making. And you're right, Mr. Clanton. I have a concern about the fact we're losing so many kids. And, you know, population is increasing, we're decreasing. And I want to know, what is it that parents are looking for that some of them don't feel they can find in Norfolk Public Schools? That's the piece that's really important to me, because am I off track with what parents are looking for? And that's what I'm trying to get to. I just need an answer to that question. To me, that's going to make a big difference for as I go through this planning process and trying to make sure that I'm honoring what the community wants.
So I'm really confused here, because it just, for any other answer, so if they don't say a quality education, are we going to change our business model?
Oh, no.
So I don't understand. What else are you looking for?
I'm looking for what they say. That's going to decide what.
So when they say, I want the most efficient lunch schedule, we're going to go and become a restaurant? I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, what other outside of education?
No, that's not what I mean at all.
Are you talking? Exactly. I'm really not understanding.
I'm sending my child to private school because rather than public school.
But why, when you put it as what's the most important thing I need to get from the public school system? If it's not,
I think it's important
why
for
they're
me
there
to know
either.
what.
Maybe they shouldn't be in public school. I don't know.
I'm not.
Well,
I'm kind of giving up now.
I'm not understanding you is what I'm saying, clearly.
All right, I'll try one more time. And I appreciate you looking to try and understand me. what I want to know is, in this community of Norfolk, what do parents think is the most important function of a school? And because that's going to tell me a lot about their values, what they're putting on it. And I want to know what are the main criteria that it's in their mind that makes them choose to put their child in a Norfolk Public Schools. Why do they do that? You know, what's the main reason? And that gives me information to broaden my own views about what we're doing. Because if it's my job to be an elected official representing them, then I need to make sure I'm representing them, that I'm not doing everything that's my personal opinion. And if we're just listening to our own personal opinion, what's the point of even having the listening tour? We need to listen to them and hear what it is they have to say. And that's what I was trying to get to, is some kind of question that could get to that. You know. So that's what I was trying to do. I need an answer to that question.
Who's facilitating?
Okay. Tanya, I see your hand.
Cindy is. Go ahead.
I think Dr. Gabriel's trying to get in.
Cindy, are you going to go ahead and facilitate?
Did you not hear me?
No, I didn't. Now I can.
Sorry.
You're on mute.
I said, oh, sorry about that. My block changes, and I think I'm hitting unmute, and I'm not. Okay. Tanya, I had called on her.
Oh, thank you. Ms. Campson, I appreciate the perspective that you're sharing, and I understand, I think, a lot better what it is I think that you're trying to ask. I do feel that a response to that question can be obtained in the questions that are included currently in the script through the strengths and through what are we doing that we're doing right, what should be stopped, what should we continue doing, I think offers apt opportunities for families to to describe those things. The other thing, and I've been thinking a lot about this, and I know, over the years, I have found myself thinking a lot about why families don't choose Norfolk Public Schools. And then I think to myself, why are we so, I challenge myself, and I'm challenging, you all to think, like, we spend a lot of time worrying about why other people are not choosing Norfolk Public Schools and not focusing that same attention on, and I'm including myself in this, on the students that we currently have. And I think that is where the focus needs to be. There is this narrative that, we're losing children to private schools when there's been a declining birth rate across the country, and many, declining enrollment, declining is something that is being experienced across the board. And yes, we have families that choose private schools, but how much attention are we going to place on those families that do not choose Norfolk Public Schools? Yes, we want everybody to choose NPS, but we have to put our greatest focus on the families and the students that are currently enrolled in Norfolk Public Schools. And I challenge myself, remind myself, to be focused on that and not on what we don't have or who we don't have, but to embrace what we do have and strengthen what we have. And so I'm just putting that out there as we consider these questions and the thoughts around this.
Well, at this point, I'm not arguing against any of the questions. That's fine. That's the information people needed. This was information I needed. If I don't get it, I just don't get it. I don't really see the point of just keeping talking it. I asked for one question, just to have one question that I wanted in here because it was the kind of information that I needed. So whatever y'all decide is fine. I don't see the point of arguing it out for the next hour.
Dr. Gabriel?
Okay, so 2 comments here. Question number 2, what does educational equity mean to you? I think that's a great question. I think it's open-ended. I would take out the second part of it. To what extent does NPS provide it? I just want to hear from them, honestly. I don't want to hear how it's being delivered. I want to hear what it means to them, because they will probably come up with the examples of what it means to them by their own personal experiences. So I would take the second part of it out. And then the second comment that I'll say is, as board members, we are the keepers of some knowledge, like the data that we have with regards to test scores and best practices when we go to our different workshops and whatnot. And then we have the information that is given to us from the community. And so I think we just have to balance that. We have to know that we have to provide a certain amount of standard through education, but then we have to hear from our community in a very neutral and unbiased way as to what they are looking for once you layer that on top of the standard. So the standard would be like, everybody has to read, everybody has to learn math, everybody has to learn science. But then you balance that with, okay, if the community is telling us, and I'm just saying for an example, we want to have family dining in our school division, and that's like an overwhelming thing that they say to us, then we have to receive that information. And then us as board members, we will either choose to incorporate that in our guards and guardrails and values, or we can say, nope, we don't want to. But I think that as we receive the feedback, we receive it openly and neutrally, and then we balance that with the knowledge that we have, with best practices and the evidence that we have, and then we figure out a way to bring that back to the community and incorporate that. But with regards to the question, I would take out the second part of to what extent does Norfolk Public Schools provide it, and I do support the question that Ms. Campson is asking us to include in this, and that is, what is the most important function of a school?
Does anybody else, the equity question and Noel's suggestion around removing the second half of that, is anybody opposed to doing that?
I have a question around that. So if you take out to what extent are we providing it, how is that even useful to us if they're just expressing their ideas around equity if we don't know to what extent we're providing it? So what do we do with that if they just express their ideas around equity?
Well, the way that I see this question,
I'm asking anyone, because take the extent that we're providing it, that's our job, is to provide equity. And if we don't know what people are experiencing on the customer's end, then I don't know how the first question is relevant. I see the second question is supporting the first.
That's assuming that we assume that everyone understands what equity is. And that would be my concern on the second question. I think the first one is really good at baseline, is because we still have people who think equality is the same thing as equity. And so that first question is understanding. Exactly, but we don't do it in that session because it's supposed to still be neutral. We come back to find out what our community sees. And if we find out that the vast majority of our community doesn't understand what equity and equality look like and so forth, then that's something we come back and we disseminate from the data that we receive. And that may be something that we put into practice in community engagement or whatever else. But I don't think that that's the time that we do that.
Yeah. And what I'm, let me see here. And what I'm saying when I take it out is that when we go to all of these different audiences, if we're trying to maintain the same questions, the same script, to me as a parent, I can definitely tell you what equity means and how does NPS provide it. But to my neighbor who is a grandma who has no children in school and is attending this activity, I mean, how are they going to respond to that question? I think if we're trying to cast a broad net than if we leave it at what does educational equity mean to you. I think that if we cast that broad net, we bring in what the values are. What does it mean? And then you get at, does it mean that if one child is performing less in math because of an English barrier, language barrier, that means that you give them the extra resources? I want to hear those words from them. I don't want to put those words in their mouth. I want it to come from them. And so I want to hear that aspect of it. I don't really need to hear how does NPS provide it, because we can figure that part out. But I want to know to them, what does it mean to you?
So I guess what I'm saying is, if we're going to not ask the second question, we shouldn't ask the first question. Because if we don't want to know to what extent we're providing the equity that we are aiming to provide, then I still don't see how this is valuable. And this goes back to the previous statement I made about how we prioritize our community members, because while I know in the broader sense we do serve our entire community, and that is the broader sense, but when we are prioritizing, we should be prioritizing our customers, our main stakeholders, because we don't have the time or resources to go and hit every single person in the next month. So I don't think that, I want to hear from the parents and the PTA members, people who are active in our schools, young couples who are planning to have a child, or have young children that are looking at different their education options. I mean, those are the ones I want to focus on.
So I think that the second question would be.
Hold on a second. I think I have enough feedback and heard enough perspectives on this particular issue. I've got a couple ideas of how to address, I think, everybody's concerns. And so I feel like on the issue about the opening, I feel like I've heard enough different perspectives that I have some ideas on how to recraft some language that will try to accomplish that everyone will hate equally. How about that? And then on this issue of the question about equity, I think I've got enough feedback. I actually think I'll have a solution that everybody will be comfortable with. And so with those two potentially solved, like I said, you'll get a draft of it, so you'll find out if I'm crazy or not. What other issues beyond the opening and beyond the equity question? I want to make sure that every other concern that you have, we get to. I don't want to run out of time and not have gotten to to any part of the script. So we've got the opening. I've got feedback on that. We've got the second question. I've got feedback on that. Any other parts of the script that you want to offer feedback on? Lauren, I saw your hand go up.
I just hope that you're also thinking about my concern.
There's a concern.
A question that addresses what each of our respondents think is the main function of a school building.
Yeah. Why does the school system exist in the first place? Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You didn't mention that in your little review, but I appreciate.
Oh no, sorry. I was that to me wasn't one of the more controversial ones.
It seemed like it was. Okay. Thank you.
Beyond those three, what other modifications do we need to make to have the script really work for you all? And one of the other concerns I heard earlier was, in 90 minutes, is 10 minutes really enough for each question? I generally think it is, but I heard that. And so I'll also be looking for ways if we can remove a couple questions, and that will take you from, 10 minutes, per question, up, try to get you closer to 15 minutes per question in a 90 minute session, in a 2-hour session. But you do need to understand the way these things work is when you're hosting, it can be as long as you want it to be. It can be a full 90, 120 minutes. When other people are saying, we're going to give you some time on our agenda, you're probably only going to get 30 minutes. So one of the other things that I'm going to try to do is make sure that the questions are prioritized so that the 3 most essential to all of you are the first three, and then the good to haves are the remaining however many. But I heard a concern that was lifted up earlier, but I think that's, I get the concern. I just think it's unavoidable. Like, you are not going to be able to control the amount of time that you get in each of these sessions if you're asking other people to let you into their meetings. And so there's going to be variability. Not everybody's going to be asked the exact same set of questions, but it should be that everyone is asked the same 3 questions at the front end, and then optionally for longer sessions, then people will get to the latter ones. And so that makes the first few really critical. And so with that clarification, any other feedback on the rest of the script? Man, I feel like I let Cindy do all the hard work and I just showed up in time for cake. All right. Well, as Cindy said before, whatever feedback, whatever recommendations, whatever thoughts you have, feel free to email those to us. Our goal will be, but you'll need to do that by end of business tomorrow, otherwise it'll be too late. So I wouldn't hesitate if that's a desire of yours. Our goal will, Cindy, when do we need to have a revised version back to these folks?
Well, as far as I know, everyone is working on scheduling their listening sessions, and listening sessions are scheduled between up until the 15th, unless I hear otherwise. So
if we get it back to them by end of day Friday.
Yep. Well, I think that I don't see anything on the schedule for this week. So thus far.
All right. Well, then if you have any recommendations, email them to us by end of day tomorrow, and then we will crunch all of the feedback that from the notes we've taken here, as well as anything you send us, and try to get something back to you, and definitely get something back to you by end of day Friday. Yeah, Laura.
So are each of the people in the first column are the ones that are going to be responding to you? So if I'm in the first column, then I'm going to be trying to get something scheduled to let you know the schedule by Friday?
No, we're talking about the script. We're going to try and get the script back to you by Friday.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought, I'm not going to be able to get all those things scheduled because I go.
No,
right, but the ones that all of us that are in column 1.
Your job is to reach out and get those things scheduled. And I would not let Moss grow, because it's already going to be a struggle to get on people's agendas and so on and so forth. Yeah. It's like I would be on team hustle.
Okay. All right.
Other questions or comments about the process? What else do you need to be successful? Yeah, Rodney?
Not sure this is in response to your specific question, but I was going to ask, based upon the community engagement list that we have a category for higher ed where we have all of the higher ed institutions listed. And then we also have slots where we have individual higher ed institutions listed. And I wanted to know if the board would be supportive of combining all of those so that TCC, Old Dominion, Norfolk State, and so forth can be a combined group versus having a combined group and then some individual higher ed sessions as well. Is there any
opposition to combining them?
No, it looks like ODU and TCC are separated out, and that's fine to have them combined into the conversation with higher ed.
Yeah. Okay,
I agree, because we got too many and we're not going to get to them all. So the more we
so I'll give up Monarch Nation.
And then
it's just because you got you and Dr. Gabriel, so I'm fine with it. I don't have a problem with it. Because I'm actually Ms. Smith and myself had a conversation about the faith base, that it would be easier to pull them together and combine them into one group, and then that would save a lot of extra meetings. Yeah, so I think it's a good strategy.
Which one was that? I'm sorry, I missed it.
So Mr. Jordan's mentioning taking higher ed, which I'm fine, because I've had ODU down there. He and Dr. Gabriel to do that as one group. And Ms. Smith and myself actually had some broken down ones about some of the faith-based ones that we combined them into a meeting. And I think that would save a lot of time.
Yeah,
so,
that was great.
And the only other thing I was going to mention earlier, as we were having conversations about those who choose Norfolk Public Schools and those who don't, one potential engagement that I had added on the list was having a specific meeting with those who are in private school or those who are not, who do not have children enrolled in the district or who do not wish to have children enrolled in the district for a particular reason. So it didn't get a second, and that's why it's not on the list. And I'm comfortable with that because that was the process. But I was going to say that if we are rethinking how do we get a question asked, that maybe it's not so much about the question, maybe it's about convening a group that that reflects those who haven't chosen Norfolk Public Schools and ask the questions of that group. But I just wanted to put that out there for the council team or for the board to consider as another alternative of how to hear some feedback from those individuals without having to rework all the questions.
So Mr. Jordan suggesting that one, I would agree and I would support it, and I'd actually not just say it out here, but I would, if Mr. Jordan wants to work on that one together, I would be amenable to that if the rest of the board would be fine. Because I do believe that that's an important group. I don't think that voice should be, because they're citizens that pay taxpayer dollars here. And we also know that in many cases, we have students who are in private schools, and then when they get to the high school, they then try to go into our specialty programs. So that's an important thing to understand as we begin to start looking at this. So I don't know, Ms. Jordan, you cool with it to work on that one?
I'll work on it with you.
You want to work on it too? You want to work on it? Okay, cool. And everybody's good with us putting it in here?
I mean, as long as it fits within the process, because I just want to make sure we
just needed 2 people, right, Cindy?
Well, I think as we combine the higher ed, we will free up some opportunities. But I just wanted to make sure, as Cindy and AJ know, everything I've sent to them, I've always said to them, please tell me if I'm operating outside of the process. So I always want to make sure I'm operating within that process.
Yeah. Is it okay?
Yeah. The main, the only time you're really going to get significant pushback from us is if it feels like you all are trying to do customer service work. But as long as you're doing owner service work, as much as you all believe needs to be done to have authentically done the job, then that's how much you need to do.
Yeah, because I almost think that, and I don't think I saw it in here, realtors was another group that kind of, I wouldn't say separate outside, but we always hear about individuals who move to the area and building that relationship with that group. And I don't know if we do it here or not, if that's something we put in the parking lot, but
no,
efforts to educate.
I would literally put that in the parking lot, as in what I would, one thing that I did as a board chair that really worked on that front was I literally rolled a bus up to the regional real estate organization there, one of their monthly meetings. I'd show up with a school bus, everybody on, and then, take them on a tour of 3 of our kindergartens. And by the end of, you just do that every year for a few years. And after a while, most of the most prominent real estate agents have taken their first step inside of our elementary schools or early learning centers for the first time ever. And all of this starts to dissipate, when confronted by the reality of the quality of instruction that we're offering, our pre-K, kindergarten, first graders. And so I found that to be a highly valuable strategy. So I don't know that targeting them for this particular, for the purpose is any more valuable than anything else you described, but definitely targeting them, that's something, as a superintendent
later on down the road,
you might contemplate. But yeah, I've found that to be very vital. It's easy to talk a lot of stuff on something that you know nothing about. But then once you physically step foot in and say, wow, this is amazing. You're really doing great stuff for kids. You're like, what'd you expect? Like kindergartnens with machetes? Like of course we're doing great stuff here. But it's easy for people to hear the hype and not realize the quality that their local public education system is providing. And so I do recommend that put some thought into how you might do that. That's just what we did in my district. But I think the other group is probably more germane to this, which is a distinctly non-customer group, because there are people who, it sounds like, actively aren't subscribed to your services at the moment. But yeah, again, whatever time you all want to put into this, that you all believe is necessary to have been appropriately thorough in this, we're to support you in. But beyond a certain point, you all are going to have to make decisions about whether or not you want to postpone, you want to push the process out a little bit more. I actually, on that topic, I want to resurface a previous conversation that I said we'd come to toward the end, which is, do you all want to push out the timeline on this for data purposes, or do you want to proceed with essentially the data you have now? Sharon, just real quick, when will you all have new data? When is that even available?
So we will likely have preliminary data in June, but we won't have final data. We usually present that. If you're talking about standards of learning data, we'll definitely have that before the beginning of the school year.
So there'd be preliminary data if they waited till middle June, late June, early June?
Yes, because we'll be testing up, yeah.
Okay, could you pick one of those three? Is it more the early, middle, late?
We test, we'll be testing up until probably the first or the first week in June, for example.
Oh, so they shouldn't rely on that data being back until late June then?
No, this is, and the board members know that. They're accustomed to getting that data later. Okay,
so essentially either you all wrap up this part of your process by the middle of May, recognizing that you're going to be making decisions based on data that's old, or you postpone until the beginning of July when you'll have your next tranche of preliminary data to rely on. Thoughts on this? This is not a trivial decision you need to make. I saw Noel, then Tanya, then Carlos.
So how does our engagement with the community with these questions have to do with the data that we're waiting for in June? I don't see how the two are connected right now.
No, so there are two key information sources that you'll use for decision-making when it comes to setting goals and guardrails. One of them is student data, kind of what's the reality for my students now, and the other is community input, what's the vision and values of the community. And then you will intertwine those two data sources to set goals and guardrails. Okay. I'm not asking if it's intertwined with the community listening. It is, however, intertwined with the actual setting of goals and guardrails. And so the original intention is to get started on that, at the end of May, because by that point you'll have the community information and you'll have student data. It'll be old data, however. So part of what Lauren put forward is, do you want to wait to pair that community feedback with new student data rather than old student data? What I'm hearing from the superintendent is you can do that, but that means instead of having that conversation in late May, you'll be having that conversation in early July. So that is the decision point. So the reason I said this is not a kind of trivial conversation is the earlier you have this conversation, the earlier you get this sorted out, the greater the likelihood this has any impact whatsoever on the 21-22 school year. I'll tell you flatly, if you all don't have goals and guardrails wrapped up until mid to late July, you are essentially writing them with the anticipation that they inspire any meaningful change in behavior in the 22-23 school year. not the 21-22 school year, just simply that already late. We're already too late for all of your planning to be inspired by them, but some could be if you wrap this up, by the end of the school year. But if you don't wrap this up until near the beginning of next school year, then it definitely, isn't able to inspire the coming school year. That's not a problem. And so you shouldn't use that as a reason for or against. I just want to make sure that when you do make the decision, you understand what are the pros and cons. That's all.
It's going to be really hard to get most of the organizations on this list in the middle of the summer because a lot of them aren't going to be available.
All right, Tanya? And then Carlos and Lauren?
So, yeah, since we're talking about the data, I think, so this is kind of my position. I understand we're continuing with the standardized testing, largely for diagnostic purposes to see where children are right now. However, I'm in support of using older data coupled with some of the newer, the assessments that we've conducted this year.
The ongoing work that we've done.
Yeah, the ongoing, I'm talking about SOLs. So those are, I'm comfortable with using the older data, which may be more, honestly reliable at this point. And then some of the other assessment data that we've received this year, and kind of looking at, a broader picture. So that's where I stand, where I think that we can look at that sooner than later, for the purpose of setting goals and guardrails for next year.
Carlos and Lauren?
I just wanted to, because I'm hearing different things here. So AJ, just one more time, we're using this data for what again?
So yeah, when boards make decision about what their goals should be, like what do we want students to know and be able to do, you generally make that decision in light of what is currently true for our students. In a normal year, what is currently true for your students is generally no more than about 9 to 12 months old. This is, as you may have discerned, not a normal year. And so Lauren's point was the data is a little bit older than usual. And should we wait for the newer data? There are repercussions for waiting, but there are also repercussions for not waiting. I think Tanya makes an interesting point, though, is she questions whether the data that you get in June is going to be any more valid than the data that you have from pre-pandemic, just because of significant variabilities in assessment administration is what I guess she's referencing. And that's a pretty normal challenge we're seeing around the country. Like half of our assessment data was done virtually and half was done in schools, and we don't know kind of how. And so that the decision point is, are we going to set goals with baseline data that is pre-pandemic, or are we going to wait so that we can set goals with baseline data that is much newer than that? But to Tanya's point, may be of some questionable authenticity. I think there are pros and cons either way. It's just it's a decision you all need to make.
Yeah, I mean, and with that statement there, it kind of throws me exactly in where you are and what you mentioned there is because we are dealing with this pandemic and we know where we were kind of, pre-pandemic, and then you throw some students we're now finally having some in-person. It's almost like, even if we were to try to say that we were working to have a plan in place for 21, 22, 23, it almost looks like there needs to be some type of triage plan that's in place that kind of directly meets those needs, like the things that we're doing planning for this summer, especially if we start talking about the 5-year strategic plan, because it's going to be very off. And my fear is that we go in with information or data that was pre-pandemic that sets up, and then we come back and find out that it's better or worse or whatever down the road. And then it's, when do we make that change at? I mean, I know it's something we review annually, but I don't know. I'm kind of toss between the two. I mean, I want to keep the process going. And I think that if we could look at what, probably in the respect of what Ms. Wasim was saying, look in the respect of what we currently have, but also keeping in mind that we're going to get new data in, for July. And I think that if we've gotten the process and if the administration comes back and says, this is what it looks like, and we have that in front of us, that we need to be prepared just to assess that and also be looking at some different things that we may have to do as far as some strategies for the next 1 or 2 that need to be layered on to a 5-year strategic plan to address those specific needs to get us to where we, that's where kind of where I am, because I just think that there's a lot of variables that are in play there. So I could go with anyway. I mean, if we go ahead and keep the timeline and know that we're going to come back and look at some new data points that may change some things.
Yeah. Lauren and Sharon.
Oh, thank you. My concern with using the data is, remember, it's not going to just be a year old or a few months old, a year old, because the data that's being collected, we didn't collect it at the end of last year. It's not the data that's being, the more recent data that's being collected this year will be collected in May at the beginning of June. So the data we're going to be using is 2 years old. Mm-hmm. And if we think of, did they start collecting that, the SOL data, we do have our own in-school STAR and those things, but the main data that we use is the data that will be collected then, and that'll be 2 years old. So if you're in an elementary school, that means that when school starts in the fall, there will not be any children who are included still in that school. They're already gone because that was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, the 5th graders are gone already. The 4th grade, the ones that were 4th grade with the last test will be gone at the end of this year. And the 3rd graders will be in 5th grade. So that's a big difference in what they look like between 3rd and 5th grade. So I do have a serious concern about that, because if you're doing a needs assessment, you need real-time data, not 2-year-old data. So I'm afraid that we'll be making some decisions. Not only is the data old, but it's a pandemic happened in the middle, which we fear may have caused a loss of learning. So that's my concern with that piece. Yeah. My second concern with that piece is that if the superintendent starts spending all of her time analyzing 2-year-old data at the time that she's moving into the current real-time data, how can you do both? I guess you can, but it seems like not a good use of her time.
It's not ideal, yeah.
Yeah, and it's not that I'm disagreeing about we want to keep moving. We don't move fast enough usually anyway, and I'm not disagreeing with that at all. But I still think that to get it all accuracy is what's most important, not making a guess, well, maybe this happened to them or maybe that didn't happen to them. These are the lives of the children. We want to have the right stuff. We want the superintendent focusing on making sure she's getting the accurate data, because we're hoping to have that basic skills program off and going for summer, 6 weeks of it. We need current data for the kids that are going to be in there. And so July 1st to me, this is perfect retreat time. We don't need to do all these extra things with this and that at retreat. We could just focus totally, and we could. And I think it'd be a good use to focus totally on this governance thing that we're working on. Mm-hmm. Take those 2 or 3 days at the beginning of July and use those totally for this the whole time. That would let us crunch the data and come up, and maybe that would give us a little catch up and having something else that's being stretched out a little bit. To me, it's worth that sacrifice of a little bit of time to have the accuracy and being able to pinpoint exactly what it is we need to do to get where we want to go. Where's our biggest problem when we're setting up those goals? Because the goals need to be based on that. If all of this is going to be student outcomes, so we're looking at academics mostly, then we need it to be accurate, and we need not to encumber our superintendent from beyond what the board is doing. The superintendent has a job, and that job is to get this data ready so it's correctly used for our kids now, real-time data for real-time use. So that's where I am with it. I strongly urge that we give it the extra month. I just think it's worth it for the accuracy, because this is something I want to have work and have it there for us to use forever.
Sure.
So I like to move back the extra month based on what Ms. Campson said. So let me change that. I changed my mind.
Superintendent.
In a nutshell, I 100% agree with Ms. Campson. I do think we should wait to have the data, to have current data. The state will be using this as our new baseline. And if we look at old data, we're going to be comparing apples and oranges. As we all know, we've been through a pandemic. We're having to make lots of adjustments and implement interventions and do all the work that needs to be done to assess where our children are now and make sure they have what they need, definitely prior to starting the new school year. But I would strongly suggest that we wait to get this new baseline data and allow us the time that we need to put it together, and also ask the board what they will be looking for, because that is also something I have expressed as a concern. One board member may be expecting one set of data, another board member another set. And so I think that we should wait until July so that we can bring you current data so we can move forward. Certainly throughout the school year, we have presented data to the board just about every month. I think the board should have a good indication as to how our students are performing academically, and we are looking forward to the next round of testing, state level testing. So that would be my recommendation.
One thing for you, obviously, if the board pushes back their setting of goals and guardrails, that necessarily means that your work of developing a strategic plan can't start until after that part is done. Does pushing back the start of the strategic planning process by a month and a half, does that harm you in any way?
It really doesn't, because we thought the process was being pushed too quickly from the beginning.
Gotcha.
Truly. Mm-hmm.
Rodney, then Adele, then Christine, and then we will transition.
Two quick things. One, when we agreed on the schedule, the timeline with you all in the training, we considered this individually and collectively, and came up with the schedule that we have. The other thing that I'm concerned about the conversation that we're having right now, I think we are having a conversation based upon the old normal. So it is, as I understood as we came down this process working with you all, we're trying to shift our work so that the board is working on this process, having these listening sessions, dealing with goals and guardrails, where we may have 3 to 5 overarching student outcome driven goals that we have, and some guardrails that we will be saying to the superintendent what she can and cannot do in her pursuit of achieving those goals. The strategic planning piece of it and the real-time data piece of it that we're discussing, as I understand the process, we are then entrusting with the superintendent and administration to then do their job on a day-to-day basis in order to come back with the board with a strategic plan on how they intend to accomplish the goals that we have established within the guardrails that we have established. Our historic practice, which I think that we just got finished talking about, is a much more board engaged ownership and perhaps even framing the work of the superintendent and administration as a whole. So I think part of what the conversation that we're having now is, how do we fit this strategy that you all have brought forward with us in our old way of doing things versus how do we adapt within what we've laid out and agreed to adapt and flow down that process. So based upon the timeline, we know we're going to be working on some draft goals and guardrails in the May timeframe. We also know that in June, we're going to come back and do some more discussion around draft goals and guardrails and the governance improvement plan. But we don't adopt anything final until we get to August. And we did that intentionally so that it would give the opportunity if the superintendent comes back with some significant recommendations that she wants to encourage the board to consider based upon data that comes out in the June and July timeframe, there's an opportunity to factor that in before we make some final decision making. But all of this isn't like something that to me gets put into cement. It's intended to be high level at some point. It's intended to use all the various data points that we talked about are important to us in the accountability plan that we currently have. And so I don't see anything in the schedule that prohibits us from using the information that we have today, the information that we ask the superintendent to report on frequently, and then factor in any additional changes if needed that may be warranted based upon what we receive in June. The June, July stuff, largely may be driven by the state standards, but we have a zillion data points that you all are helping us to try to streamline at a much higher level. And I think we should stay true to that process and let it play itself out.
Adele, and then Christine, and then we'll transition.
Actually, my question was more around the timeline that you asked Dr. Birdsong earlier with our strategic planning and the impact of the data and our process on the next coming school year. So that's all.
Cool. Christine? I think you're the last one I haven't heard from on this topic.
Yeah, I'm supportive of using the existing data and then updating it as we move along.
All right. Well, I've heard interest in shifting, but unless I'm miscounting, I did not hear a majority of folks wanting to shift the timeline. And so until I hear otherwise from y'all, we will keep on keeping on. But if for some reason you all get into this and you decide that you need to make a shift, like that is at all times your prerogative to adjust the timeline. So maybe you all will get in, you'll look at some of the analysis provided you based on the old data and decide differently that you want to, pause or whatever, then, then my recommendation is, bring it back up. But not hearing a majority that want to make a shift. And until the board tells us otherwise, we'll just keep doing what we've been doing on the timeline that we have right now. That being said, we've gotten through in our time today, we kind of recapped the distinction between customer service and owner service, and this idea of kind of what's board work, what's superintendent work, really kind of deepening into that conversation. We used that distinction to really fuel some practice sessions, and we got to see some really great facilitation work from Tanya and Noel. Thanks you two for jumping on the bull for 8 seconds ahead of everybody else. I appreciate courageous board members. And so did a great job and kind of gave us some ideas of kind of what excellence could look like. Then we spent a lot of time discussing what are tweaks that need to be made so that the 7 of you can go out with a script that really matches your needs for information, in a way that ensures that information is that you all consider reliable and valid information. And then we talked about the timeline and any other elements of the process that might be in need of adjustment. Now, as we come to the end of our portion of the agenda, because I'm sure your board chair probably won't let you off the hook that easily, but at the end of our time on the agenda, I just want to take a moment to harvest the learning. What's one thing that you'll take away from our session today? Give all 7 or 8 of you an opportunity if you want to share. What's one thing that you most learned, one thing that you most take away from our time together today in this session? Who will be the first to share? Yeah, Carlos, and then Christine.
We're still very passionate people.
You picked up on that?
Yep. We're very passionate about our beliefs and our perspectives. And I think that, still at the end of the day, and you see glimpses of that when we can find places where we agree, and we go there. And I think it's just that same thing where we disagree, just kind of acknowledge that there's a disagreement there and maybe try to find at the appropriate time to kind of hash that out and find where you can find agreement, so that we can kind of keep, I guess, the discussion not on a single topics so long. But this goes back to a thing that I've talked about before, being able to communicate and work outside of the meeting in preparation for the meeting and being able to find and glean from one another. So that's what I kind of take from that.
Yeah, if I was, to offer coaching on this specific issue, you all are competent at being civil, but I think you have, as a team, room for improvement when it comes to hearing disagreements and ascribing those disagreements to the issue rather than to the individual. And so if I was going to, offer some coaching on that front, this is a weakness of the mind, is what it is. And so if your desire is to kind of expunge from yourself this weakness that is always going to hold back your leadership, not only in this context, but in any context, this weakness of hearing a disagreement and applying the kind of emotionality of that disagreement on the person rather than leaving it on the topic. So one thing that, that I might, offer is a way of practicing is actively go into a conversation knowing that there's going to be some disagreement of issues, and on the paper in front of you, I know it'll sound weird, but try it. I think you'll be surprised by how well it can work. On a piece of paper in front of you, write down 3 things that you absolutely admire about the person that you are strongly disagreeing with. And that will often serve as a counteracting agent to kind of protect you from the mental weakness of applying a kind of a negative judgment about them that should belong on the issue, so that your judgment remains about, I disagree with this issue, I don't disagree with this person. And so just understand that this is a mental toughness question. If you want to toughen your mentality to be effective in the ways that you all intend, your challenge isn't that you are, unprofessional or uncivil. You actually do that, better, honestly, better than most boards I see, and you do it really well. But it's not in what you say, but kind of how these things come across that, to me, looks as if there is an ascription to people's character, what belongs only ascribed to people's arguments about a particular issue. And so that's just a practice, a habit of mine to counteract that weakness, is to, when I know that I'm going to have a disagreement of policy with someone, I want to intentionally, before we even get into it, write down on a piece of paper in front of me so that I remain presented physically with it. What are 3 things that I strongly admire about this individual? And that can help counterbalance so that your focus stays on the disagreement of policy, and doesn't metastasize into a disagreement with person. But yeah, the civility, the professionalism, yeah, you all show up with that. Now it's time for you all to take that to the next level. Who'll be the next to share? What's one thing you'll take away from our time together today? Who'll be the next to share? Yeah, Christine?
Next person. The importance of listening and remaining neutral.
Yeah, this is going to be make or break. And it was really, really well modeled by Tanya and Noel. I mean, they really did an exceptional job. I've seen a lot of people totally bungle this first round of practice, and that's not what we witnessed at all today. They really did an exceptional job. But if you can master your own predilections and demonstrate neutrality that creates a safe space for people to experience being heard, you will get valuable information. If you fail at that, you will not get the quality of information you need to make really great decisions. And so, yeah, it's a really important point. The importance of listening, with a neutral ear rather than kind of a leaning ear. Anyone else? What will you take away from our time together today?
I'll go. I had my hand up.
Rodney,
So,
then well.
yeah, that this process can be challenging and may be different than what we're used to. And I think we're going to have to be all in on it in order for it to yield the results, and give it a try.
Yeah. Expect challenges ahead. No doubt. Noelle, what will you take away from our time together today?
Even though we are passionate and that we may have disagreements with the topic at hand, we are Team NPS, and we have to remember who our fans are. And as we talk about the stakeholders, whoever they might be, we have to remember that we're working for them. And we have to come together as a team, acknowledge the disagreements, and sometimes we might just have to accept that we may not be on the quote unquote winning side of an issue, but we still have to move on. And we can put that behind us once our students are successful and doing well, and that light at the end of the tunnel is achieved.
Yeah. Absolutely. Anyone else? What will you take away from our time together today? Anyone else before we transition? Madam Chair, back to you.
Thank you very much, AJ and Cindy, for leading us through these really critical, conversations and helping us guide our passion, helping our, help. I guess I'd say helping our not guide our passion, but have kind of coaching us on how to use our passion in the best interest of our community and of course our students. So yeah, we've got a long road ahead of us, but I appreciate all of the work that you all are doing behind the scenes to guide us through the process. So thank you so much.
That's really all, Cindy.
Madam Chair, just have one question. So are we are delaying the meeting time assessment, or is that something that will be sent to us? We had the other homework for today. Are we delaying that?
So yeah, the time use evaluation that we were planning to go through today, everyone should have filled out a time use evaluation for that February 17th meeting, and should have had it here ready to share to come together on a baseline score. So what I'll ask is that if you haven't already, to go ahead and send me your completed timeline. And what I will do is see where you all concur and where you differ, and then we will be able to either move through that really quickly the next time we're together, or perhaps I can work through with one-on-ones or some other way. But I think if you all send it to me now, and I can do a little bit of pre-work before the next time, we should be able to get through it rather quickly.
Could I ask a real quick question? The piece that I need the most is a more definite, I was unsure on whether it was really about focused on students. So I knew to eliminate, like I went back and used my blue highlighter to make sure where it said not finances, that section I read through twice because I thought I couldn't find it because I tend to scan. And so I found it. And then I'm like, well, what about this and what about that? So because it was a tough meeting to do because it was the back to school meeting. And so it was focused on logistics and all that mostly. And so I wasn't really sure. I was trying to die down that I had the agenda in front of me, and I was trying to go down it with the timeline and put the minutes in each I know, a little neurotic, but then I just didn't know for a number of the items, not many, I guess, but for a few. So is there a way to expand that section that had, finances are important, but that's not the focus, and that the paragraph that said that and the directions, if I could get that, what some more particular things, or maybe that can be held off until the next time too, but it kind of threw me because basically I found I was putting 0, 0, 0 because I wasn't seeing what I was interpreting to be the student focus there.
Yeah, so what I would offer is that in that fifth column, there's a description, and the description is the description. And if it doesn't fit that description, then it doesn't belong.
Then the 0 stay. Okay.
Yep, because the purpose isn't to judge right, wrong, good, bad, or otherwise. It's to give actual actionable data that the school board can use to make potential adjustments that they might want to become more student focused.
Right. And I understand that. I just want to make sure I was doing it correctly, so I wasn't misinterpreting what I got back from it, because it was basically a whole bunch of zeros.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the topic of that particular meeting, which had to do with mitigation and all that other kind of stuff, because we're getting ready to send our people back into the schoolhouse.
Sure.
Yep. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we closing off?
What we're going to do, is, governance team, we'll take a 7-minute break and come back at 4 for our work session.
Madam Chair, I'd like to actually move, could we come back at 4:05 to at least people get a solid 10 minutes?
Sure.
Recess. Am I okay with that? Okay.
All right, 4:05. by taking the roll?
Yes. Basine? Here. Sampson? Here. Planton?
Present.
Gabriel?
Present.
Jordan?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
Martin?
Here. Okay, before we begin, I just have a couple comments I want to make reflecting on this past week. Primarily, last week at the City Council public budget hearing, I just want to thank all of the citizens of Norfolk who came out and advocated for the Norfolk Public School Board's budget, our budget proposal to the city, and came out to support and advocate for us. I really do appreciate those who come out regularly, and also those who take a chance and come out and feel so moved to speak out in public in support of us. And not just us, it's our libraries, reopening our libraries, our community centers and rec centers. We are all connected, and we are all supporting each other in the providing services and growth opportunities and new experiences for all ages, you know, and particularly for our youth. And there was a lot of discussion about the importance of these very important organizations, such the schools, the libraries, and the rec centers and community centers, and how it's really in my mind, it's the foundation for a great community. And Norfolk is a great community, but we can always do better. And I really appreciate everyone taking their time out of their days to turn out and to support us, and just keep praying that City Council's listening. We talk a lot about having plans. We have plans. We don't just talk. We actually take action. But to really implement those plans, we do need the funding. And so again, I just want to express my gratitude to our fellow citizens. Okay, so moving on to our agenda. We just came out of governance training for the past 4 hours, so we're moving into phase 2, and that is our work session. So with that, our first item on the agenda is our update on the General Assembly budget.
Good afternoon, Dr. Martin, Mr. Jordan, members of the board, and members of our community. Our first presentation today will again be on an update on our General Assembly's budget recommendations, or recommendations we have around the General Assembly's budget. So I'll ask Mr. Jenkins to come forward, our Chief Finance Officer, so that he can provide an update to you. Jenkins.
Thank you, Dr. Birdsong, and good afternoon, Chairwoman Martin, Vice Chairman Jordan, Dr. Birdsong, and members of the school board. This afternoon, I'll speak about the revisions to the state budget that impact our budget. Can you hear me okay? Last month, you approved the school board budget as it was presented by the superintendent. At the time, we mentioned that the state budget approved by the General Assembly would provide $5 million more to Norfolk schools than was included in the budget. Since then, the governor approved the Assembly's recommendation with only minor language changes that do not affect the funding that we expect to receive. And if we can move, right, thank you. The differences between Governor Northern's budget proposal and the one passed by the General Assembly appear as follows. The hold harmless provision is $1 million smaller. They replaced the funding for a 2% teacher bonus with a permanent 5% pay raise. This added $3.9 million in state revenue. There was a revision to the sales tax collections, which adds $1.4 million to our budget. And new state funding for specialized student support of existing positions adds $1.2 million. Finally, we see a reduction in lottery funding of $368,000. The total of those is an increase of $5.2 million to our budget. There were two state issues that emerged from the Assembly that don't affect their program. First, their budget includes additional counselors, or we were budgeted funds for additional counselors, but The NPS division-wide student council ratio already is lower than the new SOQ funding levels. So the change does not require a change in staffing. The Assembly also included funds for learning loss programs in the current budget, with the provision that the funds would carry over to next year. We expect to revise the budget next year, as we don't believe we'll spend these funds before July. City funding of schools is also a little better than expected. The most recent estimates included in the city budget was $375,000 more than was included in the school budget. Combining the increases from the state and the city gives us $5.57 million more for our budget next year. Our recommendations for the new funds are on the next 3 slides. First, we recommend increasing employee pay raises and increasing the starting pay for teachers to $47,200. While this is only slightly above our original proposal, it brings us closer to Virginia Beach, the current leader in the region. It also will ensure that we remain among the regional leaders in teacher pay going forward. Since the increase at the bottom of the scale affects the rest of the scale, the changes result in larger pay raises for all teachers. The proposal increases average raises for teachers from 5.1% to 6.1% at a cost of $1.5 million. We also recommend increasing pay raises for classified staff and administrators by 1 percentage point, a combined cost of $650,000. Other budget revisions include increasing the budget for debt service by $24,800, which is tied to the city's real estate tax collections, moving 2 special educators and 2 assistants from the federal special education grant to the general fund, as there's not enough money in the grant to absorb the additional pay raises. Moving funding for educational planning and feasibility study at Booker T. Washington from the capital budget to the operating budget. This change moves $310,000 of costs and frees up scarce capital funds. Replace telephone systems at 11 schools at a cost of $480,000. We also recommend increasing stipends for extracurricular and co-curricular activities as noted here, increasing stipends for identified VHSL League in middle school activities. These items were included in the fiscal 21 original budget, but were struck in order to address issues of the pandemic and the resulting lower revenue. Finally, we recommend increasing the annual budget for operations and maintenance by $1.87 million. This is necessary so we can better address ongoing building repairs and other related costs. It provides needed funding to keep our schools in a state of good repair. Appearing on this slide are impacts of our recommendations on the operating budget. If approved, as you see here, the operating budget increases from $462.8 million to $468.4 million. Appearing on the screen are actions that have taken place since you approved the school budget last month, or that will occur before the end of the school term. First, the governor signed the budget bill, as I mentioned before. Is passed by the Assembly, and there were no significant modifications to the education budget. City staff indicate that recommendations to City Council for the school budget will align with the state budget. We understand City Council will take action on the school budget on May 11th. Most importantly, our Human Resources Department will soon begin work on issuing new contracts to teachers and other school employees. Our goal is for the new contracts to be available to everyone before the end of the school term. Accomplishing that goal will be more difficult if we delay action on the amendments until May 19th. So our HR staff can complete new and timely contracts without undue haste. We urge that you consider these budget amendments on the April 21st school board agenda, so that would be next week. Dr. Martin, this concludes my presentation. I thank the entire board for their time and attention, and I'll be happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Does anyone have questions? Jane, go ahead.
Not so much of a question as a comment. I'd like to see somewhere in here where we take into consideration hiring a consultant to work on the pay and compensation study. It's been brought up time and time again. While I support the raises that are in here, I don't think we should lose sight of what happened to our teachers back in, what was it, mid-2000, when they didn't receive the wages and they were compressed and basically didn't get the raises that they were due, so to speak, to get. And our HR staff has indicated that they don't necessarily have the bandwidth to conduct a study of that magnitude. I think we should consider that having an outside consultant do that for our teachers, and not just having the study done, but then to take action on it as well.
Comments or questions?
I'd like to add to that, please.
Yes, Dr. Birdsong.
Yes, I wanted to, yes, Ms. Smith, we had planned to do that. Moving forward, the administration has had that discussion that we do plan to bring in another consultant to help us move forward with all of, with the what we need to do with the pay and compensation study to address the compression issue. Because you're exactly right, our HR staff has expressed concerns about their ability to move that work forward, and so we will be bringing in someone from the outside so we can better address those concerns.
So what is the timeline that we're going to bring someone in?
Well, Mr. Jenkins thought that he would start on that this summer, as soon as possible.
Thank you.
Dr. Birdsong. Any other comments? I'm sorry, I didn't see you through the plexiglass. Ms. Basine, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to, I actually had a similar comment to Ms. Smith, because I do recall Mr. Jenkins mentioning, embarking on a study to really, dive deep into assessing our compression issues and paying compensation. So along those lines, I support Ms. Smith's request. And to follow up on what you just mentioned, Dr. Birdsong, so we have the funds to do that study already. That's already included in the operating budget. Is that correct?
That is correct. It wouldn't be, we would not need to ask for additional funding.
Okay. So I was gonna make a similar suggestion. Because that would be my preference, would be to put the investment in that before any additional raises, although I wholeheartedly support raises for our employees. The other piece is also, it said here toward the end, the HR database, let's see, school staff will begin HR database revisions. Can you elaborate a little bit on what that is?
Those are just the changes that need to be made in order to advance the employees' pay rates, so that contracts can be issued. So it's not technical. It's just the normal changes that would be made going into new contracts.
Oh, okay. So, and from previous discussions, I've heard some feedback about, our HR processes and maybe the software and the database. And if there are areas that we could enhance or update so that our HR processes are more efficient or more expanses to allow us to do any type of analyses or assessment of our HR process, I would like to hear more about that, and that maybe that is also an area that we could invest some funds toward to improve that process.
I think the suggestion was not so much that the processes weren't efficient, but to make sure that there was time to do the work and that it was done methodical so that we could get contracts out as expected.
Okay. And I don't mean that it's inefficient, but I think I've heard, things being more manual, that things have to be manually processed. And if there's a way to streamline or make it electronic, that's what I'm referring to. And let me see.
Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
Whoops.
Can you hear him, or are you done?
I didn't hear anything.
Okay. Do you still have comments, Ms.
Well, the
Basine?
other thing I was going to mention is that if you remember, I had questioned, the 11 PE assistants that we were using ESSER funds for, and I wonder if, to ensure the continuity of those resources, does it make sense to now put that in the operating budget so that the ESSER funds could be used for other pandemic-related expenses?
I mean, that's an option, I presume, but I mean, we're getting a lot of ESSER and coronavirus funds, a whole lot. I mean, that's something that is a possibility.
Okay. Because that's something I foresee us.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying you would rather preserve those positions in the operational budget versus funding them through what might be perceived as one or two time funding sources.
Right.
Right.
I mean, I'm thinking long range planning. What could we be using that for?
I mean, certainly if we continue them past the time when those grants are in place, that decision will have to be made, certainly.
And to be clear, if I may, Madam Chair, Mrs. Tao did an evaluation of this, and she assured me that we would be able to, in the future, absorb these positions. So we were very careful about putting positions in grants and then not being able to absorb them in the operating budget. So we did have that discussion, and we appreciate that concern.
Okay, great. And then to that end, last comment is, so we did the gifted needs assessment, and there was, some suggestion that we may want to do a deeper dive in evaluating our gifted academic programming service delivery. And, if there are funds available to invest in that, I don't know if the administration is supportive of doing that more expansive evaluation, but if so, I would support conducting that evaluation.
If I may, Madam Chair, yes, whenever the consultants from William and Mary or the professors came in that, helped to facilitate that study, we did agree at that time that we wanted to take a deeper dive, and we can actually absorb that cost through our Division of Academic Affairs. We don't need to ask for additional funding to be able to move forward with that, but we are certainly very supportive of that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Ms. Basine. Go ahead,
Thank you.
Vice Chairman.
I just had questions around, or clarity around what we're being asked to do. So we submitted a proposed budget to City Council. Based upon the schedule, they will approve a budget on May 11th. So are you asking us to amend our proposed budget on April 21st with the understanding that at some point after the City Council takes its vote, we would then have to come back and finalize our budget? Because I'm not quite sure I'm following what we're being asked to do on the 21st versus what we're going to be asked to do once the City Council decides its budget, which we're included in.
Okay, yes, sir. Let me clarify that. We're asking that on April 21st, next week, that you approve amendments to the fiscal 22 budget as we have enumerated here. So there's $5.7 million of budget amendments that we quickly went through. So we'll ask that that you consider amending the operating budget for those items. City council, or the city staff, the budget director actually, has told me that it would be in the best interest of the city if they align the budget with, the school budget with what's coming from the General Assembly. So they will, with or without your action, amend the school district's total budget to agree with the state budget. So there's there's a little over 5 million more, 5.2 million more of state money. So they will adjust their appropriation to add that 5.2. What we're recommending to you next week will align perfectly with what the city staff is asking city council to do on May 11th.
Right. I think I'm following that, because when we were having the discussion before, and we were putting together our proposed budget, that was one of the reasons why I was asking whether or not we would include what we thought was being projected from the governor in our proposed budget. But the budget itself, in terms of what the school board approves, that then provides the resources for the administration to take action come July 1st, that final action of the school board won't take place until after the city council takes its action, correct? In other words, we know what the staff is projecting, but we don't know for certain what actions, additional changes the city council could determine based until they vote.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
So we would, as I understand the process that we typically follow, we submit a proposed budget by April 1st to the council. The council then considers our request. They will take some final action, which then tells us what we have. And then if there are any adjustments that we decide to make on a final budget, school board's approved budget, we do that after the city council votes. So what I think I'm understanding, and you're really asking us to just modify what we are submitting to city council, but the final action as to what gets approved for action in the coming fiscal year wouldn't take place until the school board casts its final vote on the budget after we hear back from city council.
That is possible. We're asking to amend the budget on the 21st that would exactly agree with what the city staff is recommending to the city council. If for some reason city council's approval is different from that recommendation, then yes, sir, we would have to bring amendments to you in May. From what I'm hearing from staff, that their recommendation would be to revise the school budget for the additional state funding. And with the revenue sharing agreement or policy that we have, we don't anticipate that there will be changes in the city's revenue portion. So we don't anticipate there would be any difference between what you would be approving and what council would also approve as your appropriation.
Yes, sir. I think I understand that. I think
so. If there's a difference, then yes, sir, we would have to bring those changes to you after council meets.
Right, because the revenue sharing gives us predictability about what we would receive minimally. Nothing stops the council from giving us more than that. I just want to make sure that we're clear as a board that if we take a vote on the 21st, that is not the vote on the school board's final budget for the upcoming fiscal year. The final budget as approved by the school board wouldn't take place until after the city council votes its ordinances telling the school system what the city council has allocated to the school board. Correct?
That's certainly something the board may wish to do. But I guess what I've said is that the adjustments we're recommending are exactly what city staff is recommending. We're simply indicating we're recommending to you how we think we should spend the money. You can certainly deviate from that. But in total, we're both recommending the same adjustment. So we don't see that there would be any difference And if there was, yes, sir, we would definitely have to come to you for those changes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, I think I understand what you're saying. So we're essentially sending a nod over to council before they make their final vote on May 12th, that we're making an amendment to what we submitted to them so it aligns with what they're going to be considering on the 12th. And then whatever happens or whatever they approve, and of course, we got to come back and look at it, right?
We will certainly bring that to you if there's any, we'll
any
bring it,
changes
we will notify you of any changes. If there's
Got it.
an adjustment you need to make, yes,
So we've
sir.
already sent something on April 1st, but now we're asking us to come back and make an adjustment based on some recommendations before council makes their final vote, right? Is that what I'm following?
I think I'm not hearing real well from what you're saying, sir.
If hearing everyone saying the
just
same
just
thing.
want to by and maybe Attorney Cloud can help, but by law, the school board will not approve its final budget for the upcoming fiscal year, its spending plan, until after the city council has voted its ordinances telling the school system what we would receive. What we're in essence are doing, or would be doing on the 21st, is amending our request to the city council for approval based upon these recommendations that you put forward, if that's the action that the board takes on the 21st. The city council then, through its processes, at some point on May 11th, would then take action, and then it comes back to the school system, where then the school board makes a final vote on its budget based upon all the resources and the spending plan that we've put together.
That's correct.
Okay.
The school board
Thank you,
will,
Mr. Attorney.
regardless, I mean, it may be that the council will do what you're indicating is expected. Regardless of whether they do that or not, the school board still has to finally vote on its budget after the council has voted on it.
Okay.
So
thank you.
anything prior to that is preliminary.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Mr. Jenkins. I appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Everyone's clear on what we will be voting on the proposed amendments at our business meeting. All right, next on the agenda, we have item 5.01, Special Education Annual Plan Presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair Martin, our illustrious Special Education Department Head, Senior Director
Perfect
of
timing.
Learning Support. Dr. Glenda Walter will be facilitating that presentation.
Good evening, Dr. Walter.
Good evening. Okay, everybody can hear me. Great. All right. Good evening, Chairwoman Martin, Vice Chair Clanton, Dr. Birdsong, and members of the school board. I'm pleased to present to you this evening the fiscal year 22 Special Education Annual Plan Flow-Through Grant Application. The application is a collaborative effort between Learning Support Special Ed Services and the Departments of Budget and Accounting. It has been developed with intention to support the needs of special education students throughout the city of Norfolk. Before I begin, I would like to thank our Chief Finance Officer, Mr. Steve Jenkins, Ms. Pearl Toe, our Executive Director of Budget, and Mr. Stan Hobbs, the Senior Director of Accounting, and their teams for all of their assistance in developing the plan, as well as Dr. Birdsong and Dr. Pohl for their feedback and support. I will begin by providing some background information related to the Special Education Annual Plan and its requirements to the board and for the public. The Special Education Annual Plan Part B Flow-Through application is an application for federal grant funding under the provisions of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act of 2004, commonly referred to as IDEA. It is required by IDEA as well as the Virginia regulations governing special ed programs. Funding awards are determined by a formula that includes the division's annual December 1 child count. Thank you. Funding is contingent upon final approval and final award amounts. Therefore, adjustments to budget amounts may be required by VDOE at a later date. The funding flows through the Virginia Department of Education and Norfolk Public Schools, and it is an agreement between Norfolk Public Schools and VDOE. As required, the plan was presented to and reviewed by the Norfolk Public Schools Special Education Advisory Committee on April 1st, 2021, and the plan is reviewed for implementation and submitted annually to the VDOE. The superintendent of schools must certify the completed special education annual plan application and confirm the statement of assurances. Upon approval by the board, the superintendent certifies that Norfolk Public Schools will provide a free and appropriate public education for all of our students with disabilities in Norfolk Public Schools, that we will maintain individualized education programs, educate students with disabilities alongside their peers without disabilities to the maximum extent appropriate for each child, and develop policies and procedures designed to prevent over-identification, under-identification, or disproportionate representation, by race and ethnicity of students with disabilities. Additional required components of the annual plan application include confirmation of any jail education programs within the city of Norfolk. Norfolk Public Schools currently has 2 teachers that provide services at the Norfolk City Jail for incarcerated youth with disabilities. The interagency jails agreement requires review triennially, and it was last updated in September of 2019. The plan also requires maintenance of effort projections, which requires that all school divisions maintain at least the same local and state funding levels as the previous school year. A description of the proportionate set-aside amount is also included in the application, which describes the amounts to provide services for students who are homeschooled or parentally placed in private schools that live in the city of Norfolk. And finally, the Title 6B and C grant funds, commonly referred to as Section 611 and 619, outline personnel costs that we pay for through the grant. The Department of Learning Support is dedicated to meeting the unique needs of students with disabilities and providing a continuum of quality services and programs from early childhood through post-secondary. As of March 24, 2021, Norfolk serves 4,389 students with disabilities within the school division. Special education flow-through federal funding is used to provide quality services to students with disabilities in the city and serves to enhance a number of the division's Drive for 5 efforts, namely improving academic achievement, attracting and retaining highly qualified teachers and staff, developing and sustaining community and engaging stakeholders, and creating a culture of caring in Norfolk. Effectively realizing the division's Drive for 5 requires that learning support maximize use of funding, departmental resources, and extend existing successful programs and services. In this respect, the department has identified several areas of focus that will allow us to support and enhance the overall NPS Drive for 5. Under the area of improving academic achievement, this includes a focus on closing achievement gaps in the areas of reading, math, and graduation for students with disabilities, increasing attendance and engagement, reducing suspensions for students with disabilities as well. Under the area of attracting and retaining highly qualified teachers and staff, this involves providing quality professional development for administrators and leading special education programs, providing targeted professional development for special ed teachers and paraprofessionals to include ongoing coaching and support, and increasing staff expertise in specially designed instruction, high leverage practices, and effective co-planning and co-teaching. And finally, under the areas of developing and sustaining community and engaging stakeholders, as well as creating a culture of caring in Norfolk Public Schools, this involves building knowledge around special education to promote positive parent advocacy by expanding our efforts and frequency of parent workshops, developing and maintaining a reputation as a collaborative advocate for students with disabilities alongside our parents and guardians and community agencies. I will now review the funding portions of the annual plan application. The Section 611 portion of the grant provides funding for what are considered school-age special education programs, specifically our compulsory education grades of K through 12 or postgraduate for students with disabilities, which includes ages 5 through 21 inclusive. The fiscal year 21 application funded the following full-time positions during the current school year. Those positions include 40 special education teachers, 75 special education paraprofessionals, 1 teacher specialist, 4 administrative assistants, and 1 special education administrator. The fiscal year 21 application and approved funds also provided monies for proportionate set-aside or PSA services for parentally placed private school and homeschool students, that's required by the regulation of all school divisions, and the required PSA amount is calculated by VDOE annually. The fiscal year 22 application that I'm proposing this evening maintains the above staffing levels based on a level funding projection using our fiscal year 21 award amounts. Included on the slide is the budget table from the application for the Section 611 portion of the grant. VDOE requires that the application is submitted each year prior to their notifying school divisions of the final award amount for the upcoming year. As such, the application is developed using level funding projections from the previous fiscal year. The total 611 grant amount for fiscal year 21 was $7,297,251. Norfolk Public Schools used the grant to fund the special education personnel as previously described and includes the required proportionate set-aside funds. Again, all school divisions are required to set aside funds for parentally placed private school or homeschool students until the point that PSA funds are exhausted, but not beyond. 611 also includes mandatory comprehensive coordinated early intervening services, referred to as CES, which I will discuss in follow-up slides. The 611 grant monies not earmarked for CES or PSA include a total of $6,110,886.21. These funds are planned to provide staffing consistent with the fiscal year 21 application. $3,901,338.61 are for salaries, $1,945,035.49 in employee benefits, and other services of $263,148.21 are indirect costs. Indirect costs are charged to all federal grants to run grant programs and offset the operating budget. The monies go back to the district towards operating budget and assist the division with costs associated with running grants such as overhead and facilities costs, processing payroll, developing contracts or setting up requisitions, and paying the bills. The state sets the indirect cost rate, which is currently 4.5% and can change annually. After personnel services, employee benefits, and other services or indirect costs, the remaining $1,363.90 provides for materials and supplies purchased, including instructional or general supplies. Norfolk additionally outlines a portion of the grant funds for coordinated comprehensive early intervening services referred to as CES. These funds are mandatory set-aside of Section 611 funds and is based on identification of significant disproportionality in the rate of suspension or expulsion of students with disabilities by race, specifically Black and African American students in Norfolk Public Schools. VDOE previously required that the funds be set aside and used primarily on students without disabilities in the general education setting. Recent changes allow school divisions to primarily, but not exclusively, use funds to provide intervening supports for students with disabilities. The fiscal year 21 CES set-aside funded several full-time positions dedicated to delivering intervening services for students. These positions included 1 CES specialist, a CES social worker, a CES counselor, and 24 CES paraprofessionals. During the current school year, implementation of the CES program included the CES specialist coordinating the implementation of the program and activities and interventions in 12 middle and high schools, primarily for students without disabilities in grades 6 and 7 and 9 and 10, under the supervision and support of an assigned learning support administrator. The CES social worker and counselor provided support to identified students and families by working directly with the schools to develop intervention supports and strategies, family engagement efforts, and assisting with accessing mental health and community-based services. The 24 paraprofessionals provided support to referred students by building positive relationships with students and families, working with students in small groups or individually on academic and behavioral goals and supports, and participating in training to increase expertise in alternatives to suspension, de-escalation, social emotional learning, and improvement monitoring, in addition to the provision of general and instructional materials that were provided in order to increase the capacity of staff to support the students in the general ed environment. The fiscal year 22 application funds proposed are planned to provide for the following full-time positions dedicated to the C's efforts: a C's specialist, a C's social worker, and 12 C's counselors. The 24 C's paraprofessionals from the previous C's implementation year will be moved to special education paraprofessional positions open under the 611 grant and operating budget. Planned adjustments to the C's program for the 21-22 school year are based on recently allowable changes in the use of the C's funds and interventions by VDOE. Again, previously VDOE mandated that C's funds be primarily used on students without disabilities in the general education setting, despite the mandatory set-aside being determined based on a disproportionate suspension of students with disabilities by race, specifically African American students. Paraprofessionals previously funded under C's will move back to vacant classroom and program positions funded by the General 611 flow-through grant or the operating fund and any added positions there. The onset of mandatory set-aside in Norfolk Public Schools created challenges in maintaining fully staffed paraprofessional positions in other parts of the grant and operating since C's began. Proposed plan changes will benefit students with disabilities throughout the district's programs by reducing vacancies in staffing classrooms and programs with these paraprofessionals who've also benefited from targeted and quality professional development and academic and behavioral supports. Their transition into special education classrooms or programs, in addition to the proposed changes to C staffing, are intended to provide improved services for a greater number of students with disabilities throughout the division. The budgeted cost of personnel in the proposed fiscal year 22 application for C's includes $769,484.32. This budget is based on staffing 12 C's counselors with the school counselor credentials and training with an average of Step 5 experience, in addition to the C specialist and social worker. It also includes educational stipends for advanced degrees, totaling $52,081 based on the minimum required credentials of the positions, and funds for part-time pay, which includes $33,937.77. The part-time pay will allow for staff to participate in work or professional development activities and parent involvement and engagement activities outside of contract hours. $290,235.94 is the budgeted cost of employee benefits. The $25,894.23 in purchase services includes $4,000 for professional development registrations and opportunities for C staff, and the remaining is for contract services, which can pay for tutoring, presenters, and other services for students and families. The other services amount of $47,687.41 are the indirect costs budgeted for this portion of the grant. During the 2021-22 implementation, C's will maintain a specialist and social worker, and funds will continue to be used for general and instructional materials and supplies. Again, throughout NPS's implementation of C's, VDOE has not permitted the funds and interventions be used to directly address the target population for which they identify the division. As a result, the C's program itself has not reduced disproportionality and suspension for students with disabilities, as the VDOE parameters concerning C's did not allow that services were provided specifically to those students. The proposed changes are intended to redesign the plan so that we primarily, but not exclusively, focus on the populations of students with disabilities that have been identified for disproportionate suspensions or expulsions, and hire staff, specifically the C's counselors, with training and competencies in academic, career, and personal or social development, which will allow students to receive direct supports from staff with backgrounds in these areas, and better support overall NPS special education programs and students by placing those paraprofessionals, again, who have benefited from additional training and experiences, back into our vacant special ed classroom positions. In order to implement these changes, Learning Support intends to identify our currently enrolled NPS students with disabilities by race, our Black and African American students that have disproportionately been suspended for 10 or more days in a school year based on 1819 and 1920 data. This will allow us to develop caseloads and use of the C's counselors so that they provide direct supports to identified students based on this data, and also to continue supporting students without disabilities through a referral process. School assignments and schedules of the C's counselors will be developed based on the suspension data for students with disabilities, and the referral process for general education students will continue to involve a multiple disciplinary team. We will also continue to provide professional development opportunities and workshops for SEES staff, school administrators, and parents and guardians. The final budget portion of the application includes the Section 619 funds for preschool services. During fiscal year 21, these grant funds provided for 2 full-time early childhood special education teachers and a full-time paraprofessional at Easton. The fiscal year 22 application maintains these positions. Easton is dedicated to early childhood special ed programs, but not all staff are funded through 619, as all school-age special ed programs are not funded through 611. There are 15 self-contained early childhood special education programs at Easton and 1 inclusion class. There are also 8 ECSE teachers at Willoughby, 4 providing half-day programs, 2 full-day, 1 autism ECSE classroom, and 1 collaborative teacher. On this slide, you see the budget table for the 619 grant. The total budget is $258,095. This includes $137,958 for the personnel mentioned, as well as $78,617.48 for the employee benefits, $7,500 for contract services, and $23,228.35 for materials and supplies. This includes general supplies, instructional supplies, and technology equipment. And the indirect cost charges for this portion of the grant are $10,791.17. So this concludes a summary of the required components of the fiscal year 22 Special Education Annual Plan application. The annual plan is required for submission to VDOE by May 14th, 2021. And at this time, I recommend the school board vote to approve the Norfolk Public Schools fiscal year 22 annual special education application following your review, and will take any questions you have to assist in that effort.
Thank you, Dr. Walter. Any questions or comments about the grant application? Ms. Smith and then Ms. Basine.
Yes, I have a question about the C's positions. It looks like we're reducing from 27 to 14 in that category. Increasing the counselors and decreasing the paraprofessionals. Can you just give us some insight on the rationale behind that and the impact that it may have on our students?
Sure. So the number of staff is decreasing because we're moving the model away from a model where the students' interventions are delivered primarily by the paraprofessionals to one where we're focusing on delivering those services through trained school counselors. They won't necessarily be called school counselors, but that'll be their background and credentialing. In terms of transitioning that program, there are going to be some changes in some discussions with schools about the existing students that are being served with Cs, which are primarily general education students because that's what VDOE allowed in the past. However, again, the reason why they identify our particular school division is because of the disproportionate suspension of Black students with disabilities. So the intention of changing the program is to make sure that we target those students specifically. That number, based on where we've trended, is smaller than the number that we have typically served C students in the past in the general ed population. So part of that, though, does mean that because we are primarily but not exclusively focusing on a different set of students, we will be able to continue to serve some general ed students, but it won't be to the extent that we have in the past. So that is going to require conversations and planning with schools as we make that transition about how those students can continue to be supported through other interventions and supports in our overall VTSS and PBIS structure.
Thank you.
Ms. Basine, go ahead.
Gosh, I was just trying to unmute myself, forgetting that I'm not on Zoom. Dr. Walters, thank you for the presentation, and Ms. Smith, thank you for that question. I'm going to piggyback off of that. First, so the supports that were in place for the general education students, the funds can now be used for the target population, which is our students with disabilities.
Yes, ma'am.
And the purpose of that is because of the over-identification of Black students with disabilities, correct?
Yes, disproportionate suspensions, not
Suspensions,
identification.
right.
Yes, ma'am.
But so before we get to that point, and this is a question I've asked and have been concerned about, since my time on the school board, has been around our manifestation review process. And the last time that was evaluated, and if greater supports need to be considered by the school board to enhance or support that process, because oftentimes, I know I'm not the only one, but board members have questioned, okay, there's a disability category, we get the list of suspensions, we see that, a student has an IEP, and it's undergone the manifestation review, but sometimes that, at least for me, it oftentimes seems like the behaviors that landed the suspension align with the disability category. So I wonder if there is an evaluation of the manifestation process, if there's a pattern analysis process that's part of it, and if there are barriers to doing that, what those are, and how might we support additional resources there. So I know that's a big question.
That's okay. I think I got the gist of it. First, yes, the manifestation determination review process is an IEP team process, just like, all of the other meetings held. So it is subject to the team's decision about whether or not the behavior is directly related to the disability or failure to implement IEP services. The division has trained and continues to train on the MDR process, for schools, both for students with disabilities under IDEA and also under Section 504. So both of those students have right to MDR procedures. We also provide training regularly and ongoing around functional behavior assessments and behavior intervention plans. The department staff supports schools individually in terms of reviewing data for those procedures and providing input about preparing for those discussions and things to consider. The other piece that you mentioned, though, it really kind of, I think, speaks to monitoring of the MDR process, and that is an area that we can take a look at in terms of what that will look like in Norfolk Public Schools, moving forward. Certainly, even as the Senior Director for Special Education, I don't have right to tell IEP teams, obviously, what their decisions can be. But we can provide, additional support to them and also do some monitoring in terms of reviewing MDR procedures and the data that they use to make decisions to let them know whether or not a decision seems appropriate based on the data and the information that they use. So MDR, as well as many other procedures, are things that we're going to be looking at in terms of spot checking, for lack of a better term, the discussions and the information that IEP teams use around students. But it is a valid point and something that we need to build on further as a part of department efforts.
Okay, thank you for that comment, and I support any effort to look at that. And you mentioned the training, so that's the other piece, and you mentioned the BIP and the FBA training. Around that. And one of the things our legislators, in the General Assembly just passed, around cultural competency. Is that training also built in? Is that described at greater length in this plan?
In the annual plan? No, ma'am. It's not necessarily a function of the annual plan.
Okay.
It's not necessarily a topic that's exclusive to the purview of special ed either, but it is certainly a conversation that when we take a look at the overall VTSS and PBIS efforts in the division, it's certainly a conversation that special education has to be involved in and tying into those procedures.
Okay, and last question. So as a result of the impacts from the pandemic, can you quick provide any areas that are included here that I just haven't captured yet that are reflective of the impact of this year of remote learning for our students with disabilities?
In annual plan, yes. Well, if I understand, your broader question, certainly there's been a lot of effort this school year, as we deal with the pandemic and how to make sure that we keep students engaged and adequately meet their needs, especially for the students with disabilities, during, up until more recently has been a completely virtual environment, and now as we move into the hybrid environment. That has, for special ed staff, like everyone else, included shifts in use of instructional tools, and so when we think about those things moving forward, using funds, most of 611 and the federal grant is used towards personnel. So separate from that, though, in our operating budgets and our other available funding sources like CARES, the department has used those funds and is planning to continue using those funds to provide for things, like platforms to deliver instruction virtually or via a hybrid model, expanding use of Rethink SEL resources, but beyond SEL also into sort of the data monitoring tools that Rethink's use so that we can identify and target, even going back to the FBA and BIP process, if we're tracking data for students, do we have tools to do that? And because that's one of the biggest challenges with those procedures for teams, for FBA and BIP, is actually collecting the data. Other pieces of that involve things like taking a look at curriculum for special education students, and so outside of the efforts that our wonderful friends in the C&I department do for our general ed curriculum across the division and Tier 1 instruction, we've partnered with them quite a bit this year to talk about co-planning, co-teaching. We're currently developing a co-planning and co-teaching resource document that we plan to use to train teachers throughout the division. We've talked about partnering together to take a look at research-based programs for reading and math, as well as social emotional learning, that we can make sure are in place in the division beyond the general ed curriculum, so that as opposed to special ed teachers just being familiar with the general ed curriculum and trying to figure out how to support that, we take the guesswork out of when you know that a student is struggling in a certain area of reading, well, what's considered research-based? What's an effective way to address those specific areas of concern, making sure that we put tools in place for them to use to target those specific areas. So I'm not sure if that answered your question. All of that is a part of this process, but it may not all be covered under this particular funding source.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you, Ms. Basine. Vice Chair Jordan.
Thank you, Dr. Walter. I just want to make sure I'm following. Under the 21-22 implementation changes, are we saying that we are making progress with suspensions or with the students with disabilities, African-American students disproportionately suspended, or we are not making progress?
Sure. We continue to be identified for disproportionate suspension of Black students with disabilities in the city of Norfolk, within Norfolk Public Schools. And so the short answer to that is no, we can't say that we've made progress to the point that we've been able to get out of that designation. In terms of C's, the point that I was making during the presentation is that the disproportionate suspension of students with disabilities, particularly Black students, is the reason why we're placed on mandatory set-aside. VDOE requires that we set those funds aside, but up until now, they've said, these are the group of students that we're concerned about, and as a result of that, you need to set this money aside to provide interventions. However, you can't use those monies and develop that intervention plan to actually target those students. They've come to realize that that's probably not the best approach. Within the last several years, the number of school divisions placed on mandatory set-aside has increased in the state of Virginia from, maybe 7 to about 22 even in the last 3 years, And so now what they've allowed is that as we develop our C's interventions, we can develop our plans to target the actual population that they say is the area of concern. And so given that opportunity, we'll not only be changing the model from use of paraprofessionals to primarily deliver those interventions to use of staff that are trained as school counselors, we'll also be taking a look at the students that receive C services.
In last year's plan, when we received information on, I guess there was 12 schools
yes,
that were being served. I noticed you had that in this presentation. But within the data that they had for the 18-19 and 19-20 years, it identified the 12 schools,
Yes.
if I'm understanding correctly, who are being supported by the SEES program. And then it identified schools not supported by the SEES program who were demonstrating a reduction. Is there some way to see where we were from what we'd identified we would be doing based upon last year's data and where we are with this year's data? Just for an apples to apples. So for example, it showed that Blair had 58% reduction. Lake Terra School had 100%. They had some raw numbers in there because I know, for example, for Maury, it said it had no reduction, but they just had one student. So is there some way of seeing what we showed we had identified last year's results and planned outcomes with what it is this year and the planned outcomes with this plan?
Sure. Let me make sure I understand your request accurately. You're asking if we can provide information to indicate whether or not the students that were served under SEES this year demonstrated a reduction in suspension?
Yeah, what the change has been, if any. So, and I can email it, but in the presentation last year for the plan, it identified the percentage. I'll just read from it. It says, using suspension data from 1819 and 1920 to date, for African American students with disabilities suspended more than 10 days, note the following percentage in the reduction of students who were suspended. So then it lists the 12 schools that I guess are being supported by, at that time, by the SEES program, and what their success was or what their reduction percentage was. Then it also identified schools not supported by SEES that were also demonstrating a reduction: Jaycox, Crossroads, Lindenwood, Norview Elementary, St. Helena, Tanner's Creek. So I was just trying to see, based upon what we saw last year in terms of the success of reductions, is there some way to see where we are this year?
Sure. I think
and
the challenge,
how this program is projected to impact
certainly
positive outcomes.
So normally the short answer would be yes. The challenge this year is that the kids have not physically been in school, so there've not really been any suspensions. You know what I mean? So that's kind of going to be the issue with that. You know, there were questions even among, you know, special ed senior, you know, directors about, well, how is the state going to identify C schools this year? They've not said, but what it looks like is that if you were already on C's set aside, at least in the area of discipline, that you're going to remain that way for the upcoming school year. Now, you can also be placed on C set aside for over-identification of students with disabilities in certain disability categories. You know, those types of areas, you can still produce data based on our evaluation data to say, are we still over-identifying students as autism or over-identifying students in any particular group? But the challenge this year is going to be that we haven't had students being put out of school. They've continued to receive C supports this year, you know, and that has looked like, the way that has had to shift this year is with things like supporting family engagement and, you know, student engagement, checking in with students and families to make sure that if they need assistance with logging in, with getting access to work and materials from teachers, they've still provided, you know, sessions around social emotional learning and instruction, although via Zoom, as with everything else. So those kinds of things have happened. Students have continued to be supported under C's that were eligible for C supports, but discipline data is going to be a challenge.
So I'll ask it this way. To the extent, let's just, and this is hypothetical, I'm making these numbers up.
Sure.
So let's just say if we previously had identified 100 African-American students with disabilities suspended more than 10 days prior to the pandemic, are we able to determine today, of those 100 students, how many of them are still with us today?
Oh, okay. So on one of the slides that mentioned in terms of fiscal year 22 implementation of the SEES plan, our intention is to use 1819 and 1920 data to determine who those kids were that were suspended 10 or more days in the school year and how many of them are still enrolled in Norfolk Public Schools for the upcoming school year. And that is how we will be building caseloads for the 12 C's proposed counselors. So do I have that information with me here tonight? Right. No, I do not. What VDOE asks for us to do in the annual plan process is to propose, what I guess I would refer to as the bird's eye view of the C's interventions, because we're primarily focused on the funding and how we plan to use the funding. However, beyond that, they do ask that once we go through this process, should the school board approve and it gets sent to VDOE and they approve, then they will ask us to develop a C's worksheet that outlines in detail what our plan is in terms of what exactly will the counselors be doing, what students are we working with, how are we going to measure progress, at what rate do we intend to impact the area of disproportionality and those kinds of things. So it is in conversation, and I can certainly provide that data to you once we're finished pulling it.
If the board is okay and Dr. Birdsong is okay, I can just share what the presentation was last year, and then, I'm in support of the plan. I think it just might be good for us, since we've been talking so much about data and student outcomes, to just get a sense of what that caseload was or that group of students happened to be last year and what we're projecting that it may be, or actually may be, for the upcoming
per staff member. Is that what you mean?
Well, they didn't give us per staff. It showed it by school. It was
Sure.
percentage by school.
Okay.
So I don't want to go
Absolutely.
down that deep, but just whatever's apples to apples.
Sure, absolutely. And what I share here tonight, one of the reasons why I mentioned it being the caseloads and the school assignments for the counselors will be determined based on the data is, I'm projecting that it'll still be secondary schools that we're providing those services in. But again, that's all going to drill down to the data. If the data tells us that we have a larger issue, say in some of the earlier grade levels, then we'll have to take a look at, how are we building caseloads and school assignments for those staff to support those areas. But we will be targeting those students that are disproportionately suspended and tracking that information.
Thank you.
So I have a question. Has the Special Education Advisory Committee seen this application, and if so, did they have any feedback?
Sure, I presented it to them on April 1st. They were able to go through the review and ask questions. They didn't necessarily provide feedback. Once I was able to, talk through their questions as I'm doing this evening, they kind of consented in their meeting, to move forward. Some questions that they did ask are similar, to yours in terms of how will we be identifying students, what's going to take place with the existing staff. One of the things they did mention is why the plan is based on use of counselors as opposed to some other type of, mental health or intervention professional. So, part of that involves that, I can propose anything that I like, but I also have to be able to reasonably implement it. And so, working within the budget amount that we have, as well as knowing that school counselors positions are fairly competitive. After talking with Human Resources as well as Ms. Harmon, the Senior Coordinator for School Counseling, I've understood that, we typically have a lot of quality applicants, with those credentials. And so that's how we made that decision.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Basine, go ahead, and then Ms. Smith.
I wanted to ask, one of the things that I've advocated for our students with disabilities in particular, for year after year, are board certified behavioral analysts, BCBAs, and I know there's been support to include those in our budget, but can you speak to that, and
Sure.
if that is one of the specialist positions that's listed here?
Sure. No, the teacher specialist position that's funded under the federal annual plan is not a BCBA. Okay. In terms of the C's plan, again, kind of going back to what I was just saying, one of the things that we wanted to consider is, First of all, our paraprofessionals that work in Cs have been, wonderful. I get a lot of positive feedback about them as I've met with principals to talk about this transition and the change in the model. Several of them mentioned that as we move those paraprofessionals back into special education paraprofessional positions, they like to maintain their folks because they're strong. However, they're not necessarily trained, to provide academic and behavioral interventions. In terms of this particular plan, BCBAs were not a reasonable option, one, based on the overall amount of the grant and how much we can use for those services. But the larger issue is really that, again, I can propose it, but I have to actually be able to do it. Trained BCBAs are very, very rare, and so the likelihood of being able to secure any, let alone 12, is unlikely. And so, at least for the purposes of this plan that I'm presenting tonight, that's why BCBAs are not a part of it. As to the division's efforts to provide a BCBA, I think I'll leave that, that feedback maybe to others. I do know it's been a discussion, and we've talked about trying to meet that commitment, but the challenge is typically finding them.
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Birdsong.
And Mrs. Basine, to your point, we are certainly very concerned about that. And professionals that are certified in that area, as you know, they're so difficult to secure. So one recent conversation that Dr. Pohl and I had was around looking at our current behavior specialists and perhaps offering a cohort of our own and growing our own and providing that certification with the mandatory commitment as we have with our math specialists and reading specialists. We're in the very early stages of investigating that, but that has been a conversation because that area has been extremely hard to staff.
Okay, thank you. I was gonna ask you about that as a secondary option is could we train, our own, so. Okay, thank you.
Sure, welcome.
Okay, any other questions to prepare you for your vote on the 21st? Smith, go ahead.
More of a comment. Piggybacking off of something that Mr. Jordan said, it seems like, if I heard correctly, these grant funds are definitely used in an area that addresses student outcomes. And as such, I think it would be helpful to the board somewhere towards the end of the school year or midway that we receive a report out on the results of the utilization of these funds, because it seems like if I heard correctly, we're able to set our goals in the application in terms of how we plan to use the funds and what we expect to get out of it. So I think it would be useful to us to be able to receive that final report per se that tells us to what extent do we meet our goals.
Certainly.
And then, as it seems like you're doing, it's used as the basis for the following year. But then we're as a board able to follow and track how successful we are with this. And I don't know if successful is the word, because I understand it to be a work in progress, and we're constantly having to tweak it. But then we're able to see exactly what's transpiring.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you repeat that for me? I'm not sure I understand what you were asking.
So we have I'm just using C's as an example, the 12 personnel for that. So part of that dealt with, it's for the students without disabilities. And
in the past.
Without, right?
Yes.
And it's for intervention. So how, in having these counselors, and we haven't identified the student population yet, right? We still have to do that. So how successful are we at providing in terms of, this was suspension?
Yes. how successful are we at this?
Okay.
So I think, if you don't mind, again, going back to, what Mr. Jordan was saying is first, as we move into 21-22 school year implementation, absolutely, we're going to be using data to identify who the target population is, because that target population is now changing, right? Primarily, but not exclusively. So it's changing. So we will be using data to identify who are those students. We have to use 18-19 and 19-20 data for students that are still enrolled, because again, they haven't been in school to be suspended this year. So that's similar to, in terms of implementation this year, as I described, students have continued to receive cease supports, but data around suspension and my being able to present that as a part of this year's annual plan at the end of the year has not been possible. However, moving forward into next year, if I heard you correctly, you would like to have data shared with the board, certainly at the end of the year, but maybe even midway or incrementally throughout the year about our progress.
Right.
And we're happy to accommodate.
But definitely at the end.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think the quarterly or monthly is necessary.
Sure.
But definitely
Sure.
somewhere at the end.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you, Dr. Walters.
You're welcome. Thank you all.
And up next on our agenda, we have the CTE Perkins Plan Review Update by Ms. Goshen. Evening.
Good evening to everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present to you our CTE Annual Perkins Plan that not only encompasses what Perkins entails, but it gives you an overview of who we are, and what we do for career and technical education each and every day for our darlings in Norfolk Public Schools, pre-K through 12. When we look at how we get started as we advance to the next slide, exactly what is it that Perkins expects from us, but it's more than just meeting the compliance of a plan. It's meeting the needs of students and ensuring that there's connections to their next phase in life, that they can be successful. When we talk about what we are about, we look at three things that is a part of Perkins 5. We look at academic instruction, ensuring that our programs are robust and relevant, but also it ties in the core content that makes it all real for our students, synthesizing what they've learned in core content pre-K through 12 and connecting it to real life so that they can see, yes, math matters. Yes, that science that I learned is going to help me as I move on. You always hear, why am I learning this? Connecting those dots for them in a seamless way is really what CTE is all about. When you have your academic instruction, you also have your technical education. They are not two that are separate and siloed. Your technical education, that's your certifications, as well as the national standards of a career that a student must know in order to be successful. Our goal is for our students to enter in higher skilled, higher waged, more in-demand careers so that they can be successful from life and beyond. We always talk about college, career, and civic readiness. It's really about college, career, civic, and life readiness for each and every student. And we also tie into that work-based learning. You can teach someone something, they can sit and hear, but until they place their hands on it, until they're exposed or in a scenario where they can work through it, the ahas come to life. So when you look at CTE programming, we're talking about academic instruction, technical education, those skills, those hands-on things that they learn, tied with certifications, and work-based learning for an array of exposure to what they're doing. As we transition to the next slide, we get an opportunity to see how we build out that pipeline of talent for college, career, civic, and I'm adding in, it's not on the slide, life readiness, because that's really what it's about. When we look at it, some school divisions, you either focus on high school, or then you realize you're not doing what you're supposed to do and you run and you focus on middle school, and then you realize something's not working at elementary and you run. But we don't do that. We take a look at pre-K through 12 and those major transitions so we can solidify what we're provided. And that's not just CTE, that's all of Norfolk Public Schools, each and every day of what we're doing. For CTE, we like to think of the 3 I's: introduction, infusion, and immersion. When you're in elementary school and you're thinking of the introduction, you're walking in, on Monday, I want to be a doctor. On Tuesday, I want to be a lawyer. On Wednesday, I'm a fireman. Thursday, I'm a firefighter. And sometimes we say it's elementary, but we kind of know some adults who kind of switch every day. I have a college student at home. You start one month with one major, and then the next thing you know, he wants to do something else. But for elementary schools, that's not a bad thing. That introduction opens up their dreams and what they could do. We always talk about each life and each mind of a student has the potential for brilliance. Their lives has the potential for success. That's when we have to get in there early and foster that, making sure we connect them. So the introduction at the elementary level, being more than just college and career fairs. Someone comes in once a year, talk to them about a bunch of careers and leave. We have to do more. And so what we do is we make sure the students have an introduction to careers throughout the year at the elementary level. We also look at, with the wonderful help of our amazing school counselors, we are required in the state of Virginia to do an academic career plan portfolio for our elementary school students. That is part of the standards of accreditation. That is where you get in and you begin a elementary plan of the interests that a student may have, the likes, the dislikes, what they think they may do, giving us an opportunity to start to shape and mold and expose them to things. For us, that we're adding brand new for the first time will be a career connections class at the elementary level. Our CTE programs has always been middle through high. We are bringing down to grade 5 a career connections class where students have enrichment, whether it's CTE after school programs, introduction to STEM, introduction to drones, but then also during the day as part of a resource, whether it's infused in that resource or they have a separate class where they're really learning about a variety of careers, those that are based on their academic career plan portfolio, their interests, but then exposing them to things that they may not have thought of, making sure that we don't limit any elementary school student, but we open up as much as we can as possible. Once we work with them and the class is only at the 5th grade level, we move on to middle school where you have more of an infusion. That's when we have structured classes that are offered at all of the middle schools, including our K-8s. We're looking at development of their career skills, looking at planning, looking at a deeper exposure, because at 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, I have a better idea. Sometimes I have a lot of energy, but a better idea of what I'd like to do or what I may like to explore. In the 6th and 7th grade, you take more of the exploratory classes for STEM. You can take it for like facts, culinary arts. We no longer do home economics. We do facts, we do culinary arts, sometimes we do nutrition and wellness, exploratory for business, exploratory for information technology, computer science. That's 6th and 7th grade. When you arrive at the 8th grade, you get an opportunity to participate in CTE credit, high school credit bearing courses. They take the same courses they would take in a 9th grade class. It's taken at the 8th grade level. It is taught the same way. Teachers are certified. So they may take coding at a middle school. They may take technological foundations. That credit goes with them, and that allows them to start their sequence and concentration very early in middle school. In addition, at the middle school level, they participate in leadership training and competitions. This year, we received a seed grant. We would like to have at each middle school various STEM competition teams where our students can compete locally, nationally, and internationally, but it's more than just competing. Sometimes you have a team and they win, they only win because they're the only ones in the competition. Our students will win and we will go up against various different groups, but in order to make that happen, you have to expose students early. And so we did put in for a grant, we did get it. We are piloting the STEM competition teams, Southside STEM Academy and Blair Middle School. Reason why we selected those two, you have a newer program and a more veteran program coming together to make it happen. What they have built out is they have a STEM team that will go on and compete in various different ways. The model that we build will spread out to the other middle schools. For next week, all of our middle schools will be participating in a Lego competition as part of their career, student, and technical organization. And that's on next Wednesday. So I'm already claiming that we're winning because it's going to happen. And so I'll give you more about that. In addition to middle school, when you have career and technical student organizations, we make sure that the academic and career planning is also there. Looking at the core academic courses they need to take to move on and be successful, adding in also what is required for them to be part of CTE, connecting to high school, and what is it that you may wish to look at post-secondary. And you think about it, it's never too early to start speaking success into the lives of children. And so getting them to do that is done very early. That comes through our school counseling department, but in CTE, we assist with that by providing the career interest inventories for our middle school students and the career assessments for them so they can build out that plan. Once we do that infusion in middle school, we're on to high school, where we offer an array of classes that immerses a student into the educational field of which they choose, the career field of which they choose. We do this by offering various pathways that end with credentials. Our students take dual enrollment classes with Tidewater Community College. We participate in work-based learning that is assigned to all of our classes. We move on to do a variety of competitions. We do so many different things to assure that there is a connection to our post-secondary options and opportunities for all students. When you look at that and you say, well, why are you doing so many different things? We have to build a continuum that's going to mean something for children. And you cannot do it in a siloed and fragmented way. So what is happening in our pipeline is not just unique to CTE. We are a part of the fabric of all the core content. We work very closely with curriculum and instruction. We work very closely with other electives. So it's seen as a holistic approach to education and not, okay, let me stop doing math and go to my CTE course or to my STEM course. It all has to be one and the same in order for our students to be successful. As we transition to the next slide, it gives you an idea of how many students that we're servicing. In our CTE programs, we have an enrollment of over 11,000, and that normally stays pretty steady. You may have a 2 or 4% variance because just like with everything else, enrollment in a division impacts how many students we have in a class. We offer it at all of the middle schools, K-8s, high schools, auxiliary sites, and that includes Net Academy, Madison, as well as Open Campus and the evening school program. We make sure that our students have a choice. There are several students that are included in that 11,000 who have 2 classes. I may take, for example, ROTC, and I may take welding, or I may take culinary, and I'll take AP computer science or cybersecurity. So they have an option to take more than one CTE course during the course of the year. At the middle school level, all of the courses are 18 weeks, so they change each semester with the exception of their high school credit-bearing courses, which go for the full year. At the high school section, we are 36 weeks full year with the exception of the technical center. At the technical center, our students take 2 years of a course in 1 year. So September to January, you're finishing one course. February to June, you're going into a second course. Reason being, they're there 5.5 hours a day. They are able to accomplish more of the curriculum and master the content area a lot quicker. We offer 70+ courses. That's about 600 to 650 sections of courses throughout the master schedule across the division. We're in 15 career clusters, which we will add a new one next year. The newest one will be energy cluster, renewable energy, and of course, I just said at the 5th grade level, we're adding a course. As we transition on to the next slide, giving you a better idea of who we serve, CTE is everywhere. We offer it to every single student. There is no special area that a student is not in. Whether you're gifted, high ability learner, special education, non-special students with disability. When you look at Perkins, in addition to offering everyone, they want us to ensure that we are addressing what is known as a federal categories of special populations. That is students with disabilities, non-traditional students, that includes students who are in a gender that's considered to be unrepresented for a particular career. For example, you look at females in engineering or STEM. If it's 25% or less, then you're considered underrepresented. Economically disadvantaged students, homeless students. We work with McKinney-Vento students, offering in collaboration with the Early Learning Office, special programs in the summer for our McKinney-Vento students. Students who are single parents, not students of single parents, but those who are single parents themselves, providing special services for them. Students who are in foster care or those who have aged out of foster care, making sure that they have CTE programming available to them. English language learners, we really work hard to ensure that our ELL population have access to all that we do. We employ several different programs in collaboration with Mrs. Hobson in order to make sure that happens. There are several different programs that are just for them, whether they go to the technical center or remain at their home school. We also work closely with the military-connected students. Those are for individuals who are parents who are in active duty, and then out-of-workforce individuals. Perkins runs for college as well. That's normally them because most of our students are 18 and under and they work part-time. But if we have any students in need of working or in need of employment, we have services that helps them to gain employment as well as to keep employment. This year, we were awarded the Jobs for Virginia grant, which allows us to work with students who may have several different barriers to graduation or employment. We have a coach that works with them, that they can remove the barriers as best as possible to graduation, but most importantly, help them find a job and do what's needed to keep it. Finding employment and maintaining employment successfully are two totally different things. We want to make sure our students are successful. As we transition forward to the next slide, we take a look at what is offered. And I am not going to read it all to you because you all have had a very long day. But these are the pathways and clusters and things that are offered. We have information technology. Those are the courses that are offered. Each of those courses have the entry level and the advanced level. If you see DE next to it, that is a dual enrollment class with Tidewater Community College. Our students can either take it on site at the community college, we're working towards that, or they can take it virtually, or our teachers are credentialed to offer the class on the Norfolk Public Schools campus. When you see a class in red, that's a new class that's being brought on, new cybersecurity courses, new middle school courses that are coming on, and just ensuring that each of these pathways have been brought on board by a group of stakeholders, internal and external, helping us to find what is best for our students. If our review, where each of our pathways, we're working towards national accreditation, which gives us the highest standard in order to follow. If we find that that particular pathway is not the best pathway due to data for labor market, then we work to move that off or reinvigorate that particular cluster. Each of our pathways and each of our clusters happen to be aligned with a business, higher education, and any other organization that is considered to be the expert or the exemplar standard. So if you had to look at information technology, I'll take that one for example, but it could be health and medical sciences. In information technology, we have a group of businesses that helps us to build that out. They review our curriculum, they review technology, they help train teachers and bring forth experiences and education to our students. We connect with Norfolk State University, Old Dominion University, and Tidewater Community College. In health and medical sciences, we may be connected to Centera, where we are also accredited nationally in several different areas there. When you see the red, I'm happy to say we are bringing on health and medical science in the middle school area, aligning our pathways with the specialty programs that we currently have in place. As they go through a transition of restructuring, we're bringing on pathways that build those out and allow us to offer more to more children so we impact the critical masses. As we move to the next slide, it is an example of what you've just seen, just giving you a better idea of the other pathways and programs that are offered. There is STEM, which is a wealth of information and courses that are provided there. I'd like to highlight one area, aerospace and aviation. That is a new program completely being brought on by us. We are working with Ames program where they have applied on our behalf and some others for an FAA grant where we can bring forward aerospace and aviation programming to our middle and high school students. It's being done in collaboration with Hampton Academies, Prince William County Public Schools, and 2 other school systems in Northern Virginia. So we will be part of a regional program. We are also working with Ames on summer programming where our students will participate in Drone Academy, iFly Academy, getting our students in aviation. Mechatronics will come on board, as well as biomedical science. Each cluster, each pathway will have new programming for the 2021-22 school year. We also put down there, because a lot of people do not realize, NJROTC is CTE. So years 1 through 4 falls under CTE. And I know that's a shock because I've seen most of you look up from your page. Yes, it's part of government, training, and law. As we advance to the next slide and look at how we do all of this, last year brought on an aha for us, but it wasn't an aha in which we were not truly ready. Switching to virtual and hybrid learning really built upon what we had to do already. If you think back to previous plans, most of our plans talked about a strategic shift to virtual, and that's exactly what took place. The good thing about what we were able to do last year was to build upon our connections to the community to help us bring forward that. Giving you just some examples, there is no child in the world that I know that would have a commercial kitchen possibly or a welding booth at home. We had to quickly find a way to make sure that our students were still able to access that. Working with the business community, we were able to shift where they were able to provide for us demonstration for our students, but also simulations. So instead of being in the booth at the technical center or in the kitchen at the culinary arts or in the nursing labs, our students were able to do it via simulation. We are going to take that up a notch next year and bring on virtual reality. So they will not sit in front of the computer. They will also be, I guess, superimposed into the scenarios where they will have the Oculus shields as well as various other things, and they will be the nurse, they will be the dentist performing different things. Looking at how we're going to do this, building out innovation labs and various different fabrication and maker spaces available to our students, making sure that the technology that is needed is there. When you think of career and technical education, you think, well, we all have Chromebooks, will that work? Some of the programs require a higher operating system. You really don't do a lot of augmented reality and things of that nature on a basic book. So our plan and our business owners and our school division have assisted us in tremendous ways in ensuring that we have the high level technology that is needed for our students. We can do that through virtual desktops. We can do that by higher operating systems. There's a variety of workarounds that we're able to do to ensure that our students are still connected. Everything that you see on the screen, we do in person, and we've made it possible to do at home. So if a student is participating in CTE as a virtual scholar student, depending on what the program is, we have made it possible for them to continue to do so. Some of the students have elected to be virtual for the homeschool and come to NTC. You know, whatever makes them happy, we are going to do it and help them be successful. As you transition to the next slide, and keeping in respect of the time, I'm looking at how the work-based learning experiences will be done for our students. These work-based learning experiences, we have moved them from just the school year into the summer as well. So we will have year-round work-based learning for our students. In service learning, we're doing it in collaboration with Core Content. Mentorship, the Greater Norfolk Corporation has a current program where they do a business mentorship program with Norfolk State University. We will now model ours after that, and they will adopt us as virtual mentors and work with our students, assigning a business mentor based on the interest in the program of study for our students. They can do it in person or virtually. Job shadowing, that's pretty familiar to us. Internships and externships. We are implementing in September a program called Norfolk Works. Every time we do work-based learning, or Norfolk Public Schools Works, actually modeled after Norfolk Works, every time we do work-based learning, we spend a good part of the year going out in the community, asking individuals to come in and help us with work-based learning. Well, we've turned that inside. What we've done is partnered with the different departments in Norfolk Public Schools, so our students will do work-based learning there. One example is child nutrition or school nutrition. Our culinary arts students can now do their internships there, as well as, once they graduate, apply for jobs that are open within that department. That department is not just serving food. There's IT, there's finance, there's budgeting. There's so much that we didn't even realize. So now our students, beginning next week, will interview for internships and paid employment with child nutrition. The same will happen with IT. Our programming students, instead of knocking on the door of an external business, we have a wealth of IT right here at our fingertips. And so our students will job shadow with network engineers. Our students will be mentored by them, as well as, hopefully, if they go on and continue to get the certifications, come back and be employed. Cooperative education, entrepreneurship, school-based enterprises. That's the only one we did not do this year, understandably so due to the pandemic. Our clinicals are still moving right along. We are still working with Centera to get our nursing students and other medical students out there. Registered youth apprenticeship, we are still moving in the direction of ensuring our students are successful. And so when you look at work-based learning, it is more than just a one-time thing. We're making it ongoing. It is offered in the summer, starting July 1. So our kids will be out working in the summer because of our partnerships with the Hampton Roads Workforce Development Council. As we move forward to our next one, I'm not going to talk too much about this one. It's Career and Technical Student Education organizations. Those are organizations that are required within Perkins as part of our CTE program. These are leadership clubs that our students, they're called co-curricular, not extracurricular, leadership activities and competitions that are done in tandem with the work. We have FBLA for our business students, DECA's for marketing, Skills USA is for our skills and trades program, FCCLA, that's our family and consumer science, TSA is Technology Student Association, and HOSA is for our health and medical. I'm very happy to report we shifted to a virtual competition base this year due to the pandemic, and we normally win first, second, and third place and move on to the national level, and we have not slowed down at all. Our students just won first place at Granby for first FBLA. We had several different other students come in second and third, and then we have students competing this weekend. Normally, I'd be standing here telling you they're going to California and Florida and Kentucky and Ohio. They're staying home, and we're virtually doing it, but it did not change. The commitment of our staff and the commitment of our students remain the same, and I'm so excited to see the awards they're going to bring home. So I will keep you posted on that, and Mrs. Matthews is going to teach us how to do a better job at marketing all that we are winning, because we're doing a lot. As we move to the next slide.
Madam Chair, I do want to make a point that I want to go back to the slide when we come back to it. Please
Sure.
continue.
You want to wait,
No,
do it now?
no, continue, but I just
Okay,
want to
go
make a point
ahead.
that I do want to come back to.
Oh, okay.
Afterward.
All right, I'm going to make a note there. Thank you. As we move to the next slide, and I know I'm going a mile a minute, but my eye's on the clock, and I know I like to talk a lot, but I'm passionate about my kids, and I'm passionate about what they're accomplishing. When you look at this and we say, okay, Kenyatta, you've told us about work-based learning, you've told us about technical education, academic education, how does that all fit into a life of a kid? And so this particular slide gives you an opportunity just for this one pathway. We have advanced pathways for everything that I have shared with you on in this presentation. Taking a look at this one, it gives you an example of the computer science pathway. So if I'm a student and I am interested in computer science, cybersecurity, or IT, and I start at the middle school level, remember elementary doesn't start until next year. I start at a middle school level, I come in and I can take in computer science, exploratory, cybersecurity, or coding exploratory in my 6th and 7th grade. Figure out which one I like. 8th grade, I move on to a high school credit-bearing class. Once I move on to high school, I have an opportunity to continue. I can take information technology, I can continue in cyber, I can go into computer information systems, whatever I desire based on my interest in what I'd like to do in the future. Connected to that will be my work-based learning experience. As a 9th grader, I'm not out doing paid internships, but I will have a mentor, or I could do a job shadow, or I can do an industry tour to really get me connected to what I'm doing. I will also participate in competitions so I can hone my skills by the time I get to 10, 11, and 12th grade, where I can compete nationally. Once I complete 9th grade and I go through my academic session, because my middle school academic career planning session has to be renewed before the 9th and 11th grade again, I meet with my counselor, and they are key to so much, and we're working closely with our great counselors. I move on to my 10th grade. There, I can take a dual enrollment cybersecurity course. I can also participate in a team that will travel and compete. I will do work-based learning, but in 9th grade, I did job shadowing. I'm ready for something more. Now I can move on to an externship that's not as long as an internship, or I'm not sure yet, so I need a mentor in cyber who's really going to show me the ropes and make sure that this is what I'd like to do. As I move from there to the 11th grade, now I know this is it. I'm in dual enrollment programming. So now I'm earning additional credit for college that my parents are very excited about. Or I don't want to take dual enrollment, maybe I'd like to take AP Computer Science, because either way, I'm still in my pathway to greatness for post-secondary. You can take dual enrollment programming and you get the college credit, or some students decide to take dual enrollment and they move on into another area. We have a wealth of dual enrollment that's available that students have a choice. As they move on to 12th grade, they're continuing in dual enrollment. They're continuing to take classes that are moving them closer to what their post-secondary goal happens to be. But in the 12th grade, I don't need as many courses because I've met a lot of the requirements. I've already completed my concentration. And so I am out doing an internship where I am now paid, and hopefully that's going to help me with college and getting a job. And so there's a method to how we move students through, and this is available at all the schools. We don't pick and choose which school gets what, but we do work to align it with the student interest at that school and the specialty programs. When you look at post-secondary students, when they finish a pathway successfully, they're able to move on to higher education. That's 2-year, 4-year schooling, traditional trade school, technical school. 60% of our completers of CTE go on to higher education. About maybe 30% or less will go on to the workforce. Some go into the military. Some go on to their own business. So that is just one example of how our students will move through it. I could do it for healthcare, which I will not. It's 5 minutes to 6. But you could do that for every single program, and it's at the different schools. And what we do is, when a student completes an experience, we're required to survey them the next year to see how that particular pathway impacted them post-secondary. So that gives us a great idea of if we're meeting the mark, or boy, are we so far out of the ballpark, we have to start over and try this again. And trust me, the graduates are very honest. If it did not work, they will let you know. We get an overwhelming response of satisfied students because we really try to connect them with what they need. As we transition to the next slide, and I promise I'll move along, we just don't do this for the sake of doing it. We have standards that we have to meet. This just gives you an idea. Every school division in the state of Virginia has to meet performance standards that are given to us by the federal government, and the State Department of Education will negotiate. I'm proud to say thus far, I'm going to knock on wood because all sorts of things have been happening this year with the pandemic. However, we perform very well. We meet our standards. There is not a state report card for us this year because of COVID. They just did baseline data, but we will go back on a state report card. Moving to the next slide, we're looking at completers with credentials. This just gives you a percentage of our students who graduate, finish a CTE concentration, and earn a credential. And this gives you an idea of the percentage of students. We normally have 1,000 plus students each year complete. We look at these are the different credentials that they earn. Although every student takes econ and personal finance, that is not the only credential they take. We have several different credentials and licensures that students take that are attached to the career of choice. So they may earn a WISE credential, but then they can go on and get a licensure for nursing. As you shift forward to the next slide, looking at how all of this works, there is no school division that could honestly say and mean it that their CTE department operates on its own and we do all of this. It does not happen. For us, it's our internal and our external stakeholders that are our power partners. We have an advisory committee who rocks. I love them. They are there for us no matter what we need, whatever we ask, they are there. When we have an advisory committee, we break off into subcommittees because we have too many different programs that we have to address. One advisory cannot do it. And so what we do is we split into Health and Medical Science Subcommittee, we break into IT Academy Subcommittee, Trades and Industrial, Hospitality, Human Services, and a STEM Subcommittee. Those subcommittees are open to parents, teachers, students, and we all come together, they roll up their sleeves, and they work very hard. As part of the subcommittees, sometimes they will break into work groups. Work groups right now, Health and Medical Sciences is working on the application for, thankfully, for the Governor's Health Sciences Academy, putting together a team for what is needed for that. Our business and IT is working on entrepreneurship and cyber. How do we keep moving our students forward? Trades and Industrial is working on the aerospace and aviation previously discussed. Hospitality is looking at expanding work-based learning for all, connecting our kids. For one example of that, our culinary students will be interviewed and hired hopefully tomorrow with virtual interviews. The Hampton Roads Workforce Council is doing what's known as Hire Our Grads, where our graduates will be virtually interviewed by several different companies. The last subcommittee has a work committee for program expansion and credentials. As you shift forward and get to the last couple of slides, taking a look at our budget, Perkins is one pool of funding that helps us. Right now, we do not have the allocation for the 2021-22 school year. That's all school divisions. You used your previous year, and once you get it, you readjust. When you look at how we spend the most of our money, it is for capital outlay, it is for technology. Technology takes up a good portion of the budget, and understandably so. It is expensive to run a CTE program. Personnel services, we normally do not put any salaried teachers on there, with the exception of one. Last year, you approved that we add a work-based learning staff person because we needed someone division-wide to manage all of that. So we have one position solely in there. We have other part-time positions to help in our different special populations for remediation, things like that. When you look at contracted services, we're looking at professional development, Consultant services, each time we are nationally accredited, we have to pay for that. Each time we're reviewed, we have to pay for that. So that covers it. Our CTSO competitions for our students' registration, internal services, and indirect costs and things of that nature. We also pay out of Perkins the vouchers that students take the credentials. We have to pay for that. Some of the tests are $10, some of the tests are $250. It just depends. And last but not least, the bulk of our funds go towards equipment, and that's really self-explanatory. That's it. The buyer freezer costs a lot. It's just really making sure we utilize the funds that are given to keep us reinvented, reinvigorated, and modernized so that our students can transition and work on equipment that will be in the world of work. As we transition forward, I am very thankful, as I am each and every day, for the work that you're doing and all that you give for CTE and Norfolk Public Schools as a whole. Thank you for the unwavering support of career and technical education, and I am prepared for any questions or any suggestions that you have as this time as we are working to reimagine CTE for Norfolk Public Schools. Thank you.
Ms. Tanner, or whoever's doing the slides, I'm sorry, can you go back to the technical organization slide, please?
That's just one starting point.
Go ahead, Mr. Clinton.
All right, thank you, Dr. Martin, and thank you, Ms. Scotia. So these organizations are there. I know that a lot of them are doing virtual contests. I've coordinated a couple of them. My challenge with this one is Norfolk used to be very represented in a lot of these competitions and these organizations.
Absolutely.
Matter of fact, when I was going through school, every middle school, high school was required to have one. And we went out there and we participated. And I think y'all heard me say this before. I'm the only one from Norfolk who's ever been the state president of the Virginia Technology Student Association. That's cool, but it's been almost 20 some odd years, and I'd love to see somebody else from Norfolk to do that. My challenge is trying to identify, when I looked at the budget, what are some of the barriers that are in the place right now where our students aren't participating, whether or not it's stipends for the teachers to be advisors. I know it takes additional time. I just feel like so many of our kids are missing out. I'm not even going to get down and put you on the spot and say, well, how many of those kids? I know you said this first place and this and that, but I know that clearly all of our schools are not participating, whatever that reason may be. But I would like to be able to hear at some particular point if there's additional resources or what we need to have in place. But I shouldn't hear about a kid not being able to participate because they can't pay for dues or, things like that. So those are some of the things I like to, to the board, so we can have more kids. Because they're learning not only their co-curricular things that they're learning in the curriculum, but they're learning leadership. They're learning so many other life skills that will take them far along. So that was one piece. I don't know if you, for that particular one, but, if you could, what some of those challenges may be. I mean, is it stipends for the teachers? Because I know it takes additional time.
Then thank you so much for that question, because not many people understand career and technical student organizations as part of a whole. Our teachers do receive a stipend for participation. The school division, that comes out very early, just as a coach's stipend. I'm not saying it's the equivalent, but just as coaches are paid, advisors are paid, our CTSO organization sponsors, they are paid a stipend. We also make sure that if they incur any costs with travel or taking students anywhere, they are reimbursed. So they do not have to pay for anything out of pocket. We pay for their registration, travel, and we also do not allow any student to miss out on a CTSO activity because they cannot pay. That is part of the special population. If we have a student that falls into any of those categories or any other category, we pay for them. We can use Perkins funds to pay for students to participate, or we can use local funds. We have had situations where a student has won, and each year, and I can get the information for you, we do very well with our students advancing on and representing us at the national level, middle and high school. We have been recognized as having the largest chapters of FBLA as well as TSA on the middle school level. Our HOSA, we win every year. There is not a year that we do not win first place for our health and medical science students. We normally travel to California and represent the state each year. What we do is we have moved a lot of our CTSOs into true co-curriculum because our students are active and our division offers an amazing array of after school, trying to decide, do I go to athletics, do I go to CTSO, do I go to remediation? So moving that into the day where the CTSO things are done in the classroom is the best avenue to take. And then you can get the students after school, but getting them connected early. Also, making it where it's not another thing on the plate of a teacher. And so when we did the enhanced pacing guides for this year, we put it into the pacing guide. So as you're teaching something for leadership or customer service, those CTSO activities go right in. At the middle school level, same thing. Part of the bell is your CTSA program, and so we'll see a shift in students. The other thing is better marketing, letting them know what it is, and collaborating with other clubs. And so I don't have to choose between this club and this club. Let's come together and have one activity, and it represents various different clubs. So we have to go at it differently and make it fit into the busy schedule of the students. Now we have a lot of virtual things that we can do. So making sure that happens, but ensuring that our teachers are paid and trained. We have covered that. The division has worked hard, finding different ways to fit into the time of our students and just making it, quite honest, exciting.
Yeah, so I like to hear that. However, I think that the theory is not really coming into practice, and that's something I'll address with the superintendent and you, because I'm not really seeing it. I work
absolutely
from a different level, and I'm not seeing those students participating at certain things. So I'll come back to that one.
Absolutely.
I did have some additional questions, and I just want to kind of quickly get to those. I saw a lot of great output, but my thing was, how many certifications are our students actually receiving? I think that that's what's important for individuals who are participating in the programs. It's great information. We hear a lot of great stuff, but at the end of the day, and I think I heard you did say that 60% of our students who are participating in CTE programs are going on to higher ed, and I also heard you say 30% or less are going directly in the workforce or military. But how many certifications are we at least getting out annually from our kids that are making sure that they're prepared? And I was trying to find that in here, and I didn't see that.
So starting with this year, we only tested half year. And so we had 799 certifications held, and we didn't even get to do spring testing. The year before, we look at various different things. For 1 year, we exceed 3,000 a year. We always exceed 3,000 a year. The lowest that we hit was 2,100 certification. What we are doing is, now that it's aligned with each and every class, certifications used to be aligned at the end of the pathway. And that's what it has been done in vocational education. When we took a shift to career and technical education, we started aligning certifications with each of the courses. So now you see an increase. Before, you had very few. Now you're over 3,000 or more. You could have easily a student walk out of Norfolk Public Schools with 3 or more valued certification, and that's the thing. Sometimes we get into numbers, but numbers don't equate to quality. So I can tell you we'll have 10,000 by next year, and they not be worth the weight that the paper is printed on. But I can tell you that we are having quality certifications aligned with our programs, so when our students leave, they are globally marketable. And that is making the difference for our children. And so as you see, we now have more students getting nursing licenses, pharmacy tech licenses, and not just assessments or some feel-good certification that came out yesterday. It is about the quality of the license and the programming that goes in. And the same thing for our teachers. As we advance and we want more robust programming, you have to have the teachers trained to do that. So taking the time to get that done, absolutely. And going back to what you spoke about the career and technical student organizations, I would love to sit down and talk with you because we have one at every school, but as you know, not everything is implemented the same way, and we're working on that. And I'll take one school, for example, Southside STEM, and I'll say them because I love them dearly because they won. They were recognized for the Technology Educational Association Award. They started out with a technology student organization that was very small. And as we continue to work and grow, it has grown and grown and grown to a point where now they can compete. That's what that STEM grant is for. We have to make sure when we talk about excellence and equity or equity and excellence, everything that I put up there, I don't like to put something out and we're not doing it. We are not there at every school, but we are working to get there. And that's why we pair the more veteran CTE school that may have a veteran teacher that has a stronger CTSO with a school that's just starting out. So then we can balance it. And then for each of our grade levels, for each of our grade bands, we have a specialist that will be assigned for elementary, a specialist that's assigned for middle, and we have multiple specialists who work with high school. So they can get in there and work on the CTSOs and everything else that needs to be done. We are on a tremendous journey. Are we there yet? Absolutely not. I would never sit here and stand here and tell you, but we have grown leaps and bounds, and we continue to do so, and it's because of each of you, our external stakeholders, our parents, and our students that are helping us to make it happen.
Definitely. And the last thing I just had on was on the pathways. Right now, how we're implementing CTE, particularly at the high schools, just brief in the respect. So every high school pretty much right now kind of duplicates certain programs, and then there are certain specialty programs that are there. Is that my understanding?
There are some core programs that are at each and every high school. And then we've started to make a shift based on some of their specialty programs to align more. So I'll take, for an example, Maury off the top of my head. They have the medical program for EVMS. Instead of duplicating what they're doing, we're expanding out. So you may go to Maury and there's an EMR program that you would find there, but you would not find it at Booker T or Granby. But you would go and find a certification, a cybersecurity program at another school that you wouldn't find there. There are some programs that I believe that are in demand that every school should have. You don't wish to sacrifice one for the other. The great thing about that now, what we learned virtually, pathways of power can be in every school. And so we piloted distance learning this year. So at Norview, they had an amazing cyber teacher, and we didn't have one at 2 other schools. Well, now that teacher is able to do the class, and Granby and Booker T were able to pick that up. And so now there are no barriers because we learned to make the impossible now possible for our children. And so as we learn and grow, and sometimes, Mr. Clanton, you know me, I'm very honest. If we try something that doesn't work, I don't stop until we get it right. And so piloting those different things, making it happen for our kids, that's what we have to do. We had to take a strategic shift, and it had to be intentional to move our division from a vocational program to a career and technical education program that meant something for children each and every day. We couldn't give lip service to it. We had to roll up our sleeves and really make it happen. And so we're on that journey. I would love to tell you today we've checked every box and we've done all, but that wouldn't be the truth, and I owe you better than that. We are growing so much that we have made our place in the community that now we have the state calling us and saying, hey, I heard about what you're doing for work-based learning, Kenyatta. Can you all come and present to the state on how you do internships? Or they picked up the phone and said, I need to visit for a minute. And when they visited us, the first thing they asked, I heard about what you're doing with Old Dominion University and that grant. You develop models that to use for cybersecurity. Can we pilot it for a year and look at making it a model for the rest of the state to use? 5 years ago, 6 years ago, you and I all know, we were not getting those calls. Now they're calling us. And it's because of the work that's being done by our teachers, our administrators, our parents. We have an awesome group. I'm so proud of the city. They're stepping up, doing so many things for us. So we're on our way. We truly are on our way. We can be proud. Can we sit down and cross our legs and hang our hats on the laureates of yesterday? Absolutely not. The moment you succeed at something, it's antiquated. We got to keep moving.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Martin. I just, I appreciate that. My biggest thing when it comes to particularly about thing I'm very passionate about is ensuring, and this is why I brought out the idea of career academies and some other different models that we're taking all of these different things and putting in front of kids, is because particularly when the child gets to high school, ensuring that they have an end game in mind, whether or not it's going to if it's going to college, or they're going to be a teacher, or they're going into the workforce, making sure that when they hit that door, they know that this is what I'm working towards, and when we truly mean, be career and college ready.
Oh, yeah.
So I hear a lot of great things, and like you said, the marketing piece of it, how we can do a better job to ensure that our parents and our teachers, not teachers, but our students understand the opportunities that they have.
Absolutely.
I think that will help us on so many different fronts, ensuring that kids stay in school, that they graduate on time, and that they are truly ready. And so that's why I'm really passionate about that and speaking it. So I thank you for.
And thank you for your support, because we've been at this for a while together. We took the first trips down to, I think it was Charlotte, 10 years ago. So when I say we're doing something, I mean business. But until your marketing, and Mrs. Matthews, I hate to put you on the spot, but she is with me, is it April 22nd at 10 o'clock or April 23rd at 10 o'clock to talk about the marketing. I'm about kids and I'm about the work. I'm going to do the work, but then I also know I need to make sure that we are expressing to our community what the work is that we're doing. But if you do it right, the product speaks for itself. And so they will never have to ask us, what are you doing? When our students walk across the stage and they have those jobs, they're able to tell us what we're doing. So you're 100% correct. It is 6:15, and I can talk forever about this, but I know you want to get out of it here. Dr. Martin, are there any other questions for me?
Because of me, Doctor.
If you will blame it on
Smith
Mr.
has
Clanton.
a question.
It's a comment. I have a comment. And Ms. Goshen, I'd just like to commend you and all of those who work with CTE on what you've done with the program. Since I've been on the board, it has continuously evolved into something that's each time meeting more and more of the needs of our students, and I think that's great. It was also good to hear about the internships and the work-based learning, what did you call it? Work-based learning experience. I've said this before, and I just want to throw it out there again. And that's considering even more so the student population that we have as a pipeline for entry-level positions within the district, as well as hard-to-fill positions within the district. I think as a whole, not just Norfolk Public Schools, but in the public education arena, we miss out on that concept that in developing them, the development is not necessarily to send you out somewhere, but it can also entail being right here and obtaining quality employment where you currently live. One of the examples I see in here is early education. It's called, I don't know how large that group is, but in my mind, that is a group that could potentially be a good candidate to create a pipeline for entry-level positions within our district or the region, but preferably our district. And there are some other hard-to-fill positions that we have. I don't see a program here for it, but it's worth exploring, I would think.
Absolutely. That is what I mentioned, the NPS Works. That is taking our students and looking at the unfilled positions in Norfolk Public Schools that would meet their qualifications and working with them. The first entry-level positions we're looking at, was the automotive entry-level positions, but on the next Wednesday, which is April 21st, Mrs. Winters and Mrs. Steed from Child Nutrition will be meeting with our culinary students to interview them for positions that are currently unfilled in child nutrition. And so we're looking how to move things like that. In the, with Mr. Danny Johnson, we're looking at how can our trades and building trade students who are of age meet the qualifications or work with them to meet the qualifications for entry-level positions there. So that's what our NPS Works program has to be about. We have to groom our students to go out to the world of work, but there's so many positions here. And then also what you explained, the teacher cadet program, we did send our early childhood education teacher to training in order for us to convert to a program where our early elementary school students, childhood students, can go and work and do the internships so that once they come out of college, they can come back and work for Norfolk Public Schools. I'm not going to say any other school division, so they can come back and work for Norfolk Public Schools. And there are several different opportunities for us to do that. And before we left for COVID, Mr. Sheets did participate in, I think it was a job fair or some sort of related program that spoke to that, and he did reach out to me about it. And then COVID occurred, and we could not make it happen, but as part of our Norfolk Works, we will make it happen.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Basine, can you wrap us up?
Yes. Thank you so much for that presentation. Your passion is palpable, and as you kept talking, you actually answered several of the questions that I had around, you know, pandemic, the impact of the pandemic, as well as some of the post-secondary outcomes, which is something that, you know, I hope that in the future we can talk a little more about.
Yes.
About, you know, especially we have this opportunity to look at it longitudinally and what outcomes that we're hoping to achieve, and some monitoring around that. I did want to hear a little more about this pilot at the elementary grade level, the career connections that you're piloting, and what it is that we're piloting for. I mean, so what are we hoping to assess as part of that pilot? And from a resource perspective, then what you would need to do that?
That would be particularly at grade 5. The Career Connections class is a class that the state put in place that teaches to introduce our students to the concept of various different careers very early. So it's not like a class that they sit down that would be like a math class. It's really more of a resource that exposes them to a lot of enrichment. So say, for instance, if we're doing STEM careers, they will be able to do virtual tours. We have guest speakers from the different organizations to come in to expose them. Their after-school enrichment activities, I mentioned the FAA, so then they would be introduced to drones through the iFly program. It would be all of the 16 career clusters, giving them an introduction to what each of them may be. That is going to be piloted. That is Southside STEM Academy and Lake Taylor School. And we started with those two because they have middle school CTE teachers that can go down and help to support it. Once we work through it the first semester, then we will move out to 2 more additional elementary schools in order to get it moving. We also have our advisory who is signed on to help us build out and provide any resources that we would need.
Great, thank you.
All right.
And in terms, I know you did ask me about data. I would love to come back and share the data, but sometimes I think I talk too much once a year. You're not going to invite me back the next time, so.
Well, I love to see the data, so.
Yeah.
Sometimes it speaks for itself. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Ms. Goshen. I appreciate the presentation, and we'll be voting to accept or not, you know, obviously. We'll be making a decision on the 21st, so.
Thank you. Have a great evening and be safe, everyone.
Okay, up next, we have our in-person learning update. Amendment policies. Good evening.
Good evening. All right, can you guys hear me? Am I close enough?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairwoman Dr. Martin, Vice Chairman Mr. Jordan, members of the board, and Dr. Birdsong. This afternoon, I'm here to present an in-person learning update. During the presentation, I will review grade data from the first 2 quarters, preparedness of elementary schools to accept students, concurrent instructional practices taking place, attendance and enrollment data, an update on the dashboards and transportation, as well as voices from the field from Dr. Balthazar, proud principal of Ingleside Elementary School, and Ms. Collins, 5th grade teacher at Ingleside Elementary School. Starting with a review of trend data on grades from quarters 1 and 2, the data on this slide represent the percentage of students failing 2 or more courses at the end of quarter 1 over the past 3 years. As can be seen from the blue bars, which represent the 2018-2019 school year, and the orange bars, which represent the 2019-2020 school year, there were not great differences in the data. However, for the first quarter in 2020-2021, there were large increases in the percentages of students failing 2 or more courses, with the largest difference being in the socioeconomically disadvantaged gap group, showing a 44.2% increase in students failing 2 or more courses. As seen on this slide, the differences were not as large when comparing second quarter grades over the 3 years. The largest gap for quarter 2 was with the Hispanic students at 15.6%. Of important note is that every gap group showed declines in the number of students failing 2 or more courses by the second quarter as compared to the first quarter. The data seen on this slide shows the differences in percentages of students failing 2 or more courses from quarter 1 to quarter 2 for each of the 3 years. As can be seen for the 2018-19 school year, every group had an increase in failures except for the English learner population, and for the 2019-20 school year, every group had an increase except for the Asian group. However, as students and teachers became more familiar with virtual learning and instruction, this school year, every group saw large decreases in the percentage of students failing 2 or more classes between quarter 1 and quarter 2. As doors opened for students across the division on March 15th, schools were ready to welcome students back and students were ready to come back. Teachers had set their rooms up for concurrent instruction. Custodial crews had buildings clean and shining, and principals, along with their leadership teams, had the logistics of receiving students in line while following layered mitigation strategies. On the left side of this slide is Principal Capel and Media Specialist Ms. Smith with the library bookmobile at Norview Elementary School, making sure students have plenty of reading material. On the top right, kindergarten teacher Ms. Hayes at Ingleside Elementary has students finishing their breakfast in the classroom. And on the bottom right, Ms. Willie Clark at Southside STEM Academy is welcoming students as they walk into the building for the first time in a year. All schools have spacing markers on floors or on the walls, as well as on seats in the cafeteria to ensure students maintain a safe distance. And across the division, the opening was a major success thanks to the hard work of teachers, building administrators, school staff, and division level support. As students returned, teachers were not only prepared to teach concurrently, but they were also ready to meet their students' social and emotional needs. Enhanced pacing guides had been adjusted to allow time during the first week of in-person learning to support student needs and acclimate them to the buildings and to the new safety procedures. Each elementary principal was provided with reopening guidelines that outlined guidance around many procedures, including arrival, dismissal, lunch, materials, restroom breaks, and sanitation, to name a few. These were developed in conjunction with school leadership development and elementary school principals. Technology needs were being met, as well as with Chromebook cases being delivered as seen on the left of the slide in the top right. Earbuds had been ordered and are now being delivered to each school, as well as USB ports and additional wireless headsets for teachers as needs have arisen once students return to in-person learning. This slide shows a few styles of concurrent teaching taking place across the division. On the left is Miss Woolley, a pre-K teacher at Willoughby Early Childhood Center. She is teaching from her computer with students viewing the material on the large screen, while her teacher assistant works with students online via Zoom. In the middle is Miss Crook, orchestra teacher at Academy for Discovery at Lakewood, who is standing in front of the class using her laptop so students on Zoom can see her and hear her teach, while students in the room have the option to follow in Zoom or to watch Miss Crook directly. On the right of the slide is Mr. Andrada from ADL, who is teaching 3rd grade math. He is using the webcam for students at home while standing in front of in-person students to teach the lesson. Across the division, teachers are quickly figuring out which method works best for them and their students as we transition back to in-person learning. Realizing the challenges teachers face with concurrent teaching, there is ongoing support through PD offerings and with their ITRTs. Focusing on enrollment levels for in-person learning, at the elementary level, the smallest in-person class size is 1 student, and the largest is 13 students. With the average class sizes by grade level are between 5 to 7 students for House A and House B groups. The data shows the amount of work done at each school to level out both houses prior to students returning to in-person learning. Here we see a breakdown of enrollment by grade level for the current enrollment for in-person in orange and VSA in blue. This slide has the VSA enrollment changes from the fall to the current data. In the fall, 22% of the students chose VSA, which dropped to 21% in the winter, a very slight drop. However, once the announcement was made of the plan to return to in-person learning, enrollment rose to 38% of the students and parents choosing VSA. The elementary numbers saw a large increase due to the fall and winter numbers, not including pre-K students, as they were originally not able to enroll virtually once an in-person option was available. However, the VDOE has since given guidance that pre-K students are able to enroll, and now we have 393 pre-K students enrolled in VSA. The average absentee rate for the first 3 9 weeks of in-person learning has been just over 7% for the students who have reported to schools. The highest rate was March 19th, which was nearly 8.5%, and the lowest was March 24th, which was just below 6%. And this is comparable to traditional rates and a little higher than our VSA rates. This slide shows the lowest in blue, highest in orange, and the average absentee rate in gray, broken down by grade level. As a reminder, only EL students and self-contained students with disabilities are attending in-person learning for grades 6 through 12 with this data. Here's the new health metrics dashboard that follows the most recent CDC guidelines of using a 7-day average for new cases per 100,000 and % positive on NATs. Currently, Norfolk is in the high transmission or red for new cases per 100,000 and in the substantial transmission of % positive in NATs. A more detailed information section was also added, including the latest CDC indicators and levels. A section on COVID cases for across the division by date has also been added, and the line graphs have been updated to follow the 7-day average for Norfolk as well. The building ventilation dashboard was recently added to the NPS website to indicate the number of rooms with either fresh air from mechanical ventilation or from windows being able to open. The main screen lists each school with the total number of rooms that have any students occupying the rooms, the number without fresh air from mechanical ventilation, and the percentage of rooms with fresh air from mechanical ventilation, as well as the % of rooms meeting CDC guidelines. Once you click on a school name, the information breaks down by school level. Here the school is listed, then the room number, whether the system has fresh air from mechanical ventilation or whether the room has operational windows, if the room had a sanitizing humidifier added to the room as an additional precaution, and if the room meets CDC guidelines. As for the transportation, the ridership counts can be seen on this slide. The lowest number is 1 on a bus, with the highest number being 31. The average ridership for the non-special education fleet is just over 7 students per bus, and the average ridership for our special education fleet is just over 3 students per bus. I'll now turn the presentation over to Dr. Balthasar and Ms. Collins to share the building level perspective on returning to in-person learning.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Dr. Martin, Vice Chairman Mr. Jordan, members of the board, and Dr. Birdsong. I am Alana Balthazar, proud product of Norfolk Public Schools and principal of Ingleside Elementary. Throughout this pandemic, as a leader, I have learned a valuable lesson. The key to happy students and families, happy staff, happy community, takes even more intentional planning during this time. So, what did we do and how is it going? I am so excited every morning when I go to school and I see so many smiling faces of my scholars that come in wanting to be there. It just makes my heart leap. I'm also happy when I see a relieved staff, and it is just such a great vibe in the building. On any given day, you will see me jump on the PA system with the song by Bob Marley from Don't Worry, Be Happy. Every little thing's gonna be all right, from Pharrell to anything else that just keeps the momentum up for our staff and our scholars. We owe that to them. So, the main focus, the main piece that has been very important for us is to focus on the social emotional for all. Basically, what we did when the pandemic hit from last year is we looped our students from grade level, we took the entire grade level and looped them together as a class to the upcoming grade level together. It really helped when they continued the virtual learning and they really saw friends and familiar faces. Next, it also helped with ongoing communication. During that time, we had our teachers of the students from the previous year communicating with the parents, and they transitioned to the new teacher with the communication. And it also was a win-win for the teachers because they were able to see data with the students coming in to immediately know where to pick up. So I believe that truly was a win-win for all. But when I tell you the community support and the partnerships, the village came out. We also have an exceptional family engagement specialist, Jackie Blackwell, who worked throughout and supported students and teachers with incentives and supports to assist with motivation, attendance, and participation. Next, we had virtual best practices in professional development, conducted by our very own Ingleside staff. We did this in a mini conference retreat to keep the vibe going, to make it engaging with team building activities and valuing input from our ITRT department, network engineers, departments from CNI, and just the support coming together to increase and enhance student and staff achievement during this pandemic. The momentum has been great. So you ask, what's next? So what's going on? What's the outcome so far? We have, and I will tell you, a relentless staff. And I know when I say that, I speak for all the schools, my colleagues as well on elementary. Very relentless and dedicated colleagues and teachers. Understanding parents. And I say understanding because when we have to explain the why for policies and procedures, they are getting on board with us with that and becoming more understanding. Mature students that are truly following the mitigation protocols. And we will continue to collaborate for improvement and enhancement for all of our stakeholders. So as a leader, I can want this vision and implement it to full execution, but I can't without amazing teachers and staff at Ingleside Elementary, like Ms. Collins back here. So without further ado, I will turn it over to her. Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Good evening, Chairwoman Dr. Martin, Vice Chairman Mr. Jordan, and members of the board and Dr. Birdsong. My name is Simone Collins, and I am also a product of Norfolk Public Schools. I grew up in the area, and when I decided to pursue a career in education, my first thought was to give back to the community who gave so much to me. I am honored to speak here today as a 5th grade teacher at Ingleside Elementary School. I have enjoyed teaching for Norfolk Public Schools for the past 5 years, and since welcoming students into the building, my feelings have not changed. My heart leapt with joy when I saw my first group of students. A year ago, I would never have imagined that I would miss hearing my name called 1,000,000 times a day, Miss Collins, Miss Collins, Miss Collins, because they wanted to share something that mattered to them, and they knew that I cared to listen to them. I want you to know that I've noticed a positive shift in our district. The content is organized in thoughtful ways, and teachers are cared for. The district's and my principal's preparation for virtual instruction has been excellent and well thought out. Being in a new school and in a new grade level could have been very challenging if it were not for the amazing team at Ingleside. Our school has a team of highly qualified professionals who are always willing to share their best practices for distance learning, as well as what is working for them with virtual instruction. Daily, I feel empowered and inspired to create new ways of engagement to keep my students' interest from a distance. Teaching strategies have changed overall, which is just what we need to re-energize and reimagine learning. This district has started the work of reprioritizing the need for strong classroom communities and practices that offer equity for all scholars to positively impact education and student achievement. The vision is clear. Connecting with students is key. It comes first. Throughout the pandemic, I focused on the value of relationships and the creation of innovative instruction. Typically, my Zoom sessions began 5 to 10 minutes before the start of class, and I would strike up a casual conversation about their weekend, upcoming events, and I would share a lot about my personal life. I would share funny stories. And the children just needed that social, emotional connection. They wanted to be connected to someone outside of their homes. So we spent a lot of time just laughing about my experiences and things that I was going through and things they were going through. Norfolk is also, another thing I've noticed is that Norfolk is also investing in itself. I am benefiting from a current initiative, and I would like to take this time to express my gratitude for being accepted into the district-funded math specialist cohort. Thank you for your time, and at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Pohl. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Balthazar and Ms. Collins. I appreciate your sharing your experiences with us. At this time, my colleagues and I are prepared to answer any questions you may have.
First, I want to thank Dr. Balthazar and Ms. Collins for being here and for all the work that you've done for all throughout the pandemic, and as we return to our classroom. No doubt, our teachers and our principals have been just nothing short of amazing. So thank you for sharing your experience today and for all that you've done for our students. I do have some questions about the data that has been presented in the presentation. I appreciate the trend grade data that has been provided. I would like to know a little more about it. Do we have this data broken out by grade level so that we could see exactly what grade levels are having, I guess, the greatest struggle, or can you speak to that at all?
So currently the data is not broken out by grade level. Principals break it out by grade level at the building levels to be able to increase their focus points. However, our reporting doesn't have it down by grade level to that deep.
Okay. And then the difference between Q1 and Q2, without seeing, the ends, the sample sizes, are they the same student populations that you looked at, or could they be different?
So they would be the same student populations.
Okay.
You may have had a couple who may have had first quarter failed one and maybe failed two second quarter that came into the numbers at that point, but clearly a drastic amount of students who were failing two, the numbers fell drastically from first to second quarter. But it's a total student population, okay. So it would be the same subgroup of students.
Okay. And can you speak to how you're using this information or data to inform, practices for the remainder of the school year, for the summer?
Absolutely. So I think, as we've stated before, we're really focusing on a holistic data approach. So we're not just focusing on grades, but we're focusing on standards, on the completion, on the STAR data test, on the PALS, on the different data pieces and the formative assessments teachers are using in class. And we're really working with leaders and with teachers around how are we ensuring the students have an understanding to be successful, and how are we not holding them as accountable for an assignment that might not have been submitted? Because they may understand it, but there may have been a situation where they couldn't have submitted that assignment, or a struggle that we are unknown of. So we've really been working all year, including up to now, with focusing on the standards, understanding of the standards, and now that we're coming back to in-person, really working with students directly and more in small group to really find out what their knowledge base is as we close out the school year.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that. And my next question is around the VSA versus the in-person learning. I think, just as other districts have done, it'd be helpful and useful for us to look at, different demographic groups, just for our, I think, knowledge base. I think it's important to see, who is it that is returning in person, especially as we, when we do round out, testing and other academic indicators and to be able to compare the in-person versus the virtual students, I think will be important. So, that's something that I would really like to see is the VSA versus in-person by demographic groups. And if we could have that by grade level too, I think that would be helpful. And I know earlier in the year, we had a chart that was school by school that showed the VSA students versus in person. So it'd be great to have that updated. And next, I appreciate the effort that went into putting the building ventilation dashboard together. Where exactly is that dashboard on the webpage?
So if you go into the return to in-person, the site, on the left-hand side, there's a list of buttons, and I believe, Ms. Matthews, it's on one of those buttons is actually right there. So it's with every bit of information that we have with in-person learning.
Okay. Okay, great. The only thing I would say or ask about this is if there could be a description about what it means to have mechanical ventilation versus not mechanical ventilation, and what it means to be meeting the CDC guidelines. So what specific guidelines are we meeting, and have that, so that, as a parent, like I know what they are, but I'm not sure that everyone knows what the guidelines are, which we know are also, they refer to the ASHRAE guidelines. So, I think it's important to know what they are, and I know it might not be feasible to put in the dashboard exactly what the data is for those specific, for each item, but to at least know what the guidelines are so that we know what it is we're actually meeting, I think would be important. And then this.
So Ms. Basine, if I may respond to that, we did define like what all of these terms mean. There's a narrative part before you get to all of the charts per school. We did provide that information, and we were thinking about this. When a parent logs on, they're going to want to know, what does that mean, mechanical ventilation? And many of us had the same questions. Right. And so we wanted to make sure that was clearly defined on the website so the layperson could understand what each of the charts mean.
Okay.
Yeah, it's there. I'm actually pulled it up and down to the classroom.
Okay. All right, great. And the other piece to that is, lost my train of thought. I'll come back to it. Just, all right. Well, I'll take a closer look at that, but thank you. That's
Any
it for
other
now.
questions for Dr. Poole? Jordan?
Not so much question, but recommendations for us to consider. So during the governance training, we were having discussions about the needs assessment and the work that we would be doing around our goals and guardrails. I'd just like to encourage us as part of the academic data. So I know we have a couple of charts here, and typically we will receive bar charts and district roll-up information. I think Ms. Basine is speaking to some of the school-by-school data. I would just like to encourage us, especially as we're looking at this needs assessment on the current data that we have that you mentioned, Dr. Pohl, that if we can utilize some scattered plot data and other ways of representing the data that allows us to see not only how students are doing on a district roll-up basis, but also give us a snapshot and view and lens of how we're doing school by school, if that happens to be the case, or subgroup data. So I think that's an area where we can truly help the board get a good snapshot without getting too deep, but also have enough of a snapshot to be able to respond effectively to recommendations that we may receive as we move forward. I think it's going to be critically important as we consider not just the summer, but really what our plans of actions will be as we start the new school year. I guess a related question to that then, maybe not for today, but at our next update, is really getting a sense of the VSA program and how it ties into the expectations that have been established around 5-day in-person learning come September, and really having a good understanding as a board what the school division strategy is going to be as we deal with the realities of parents having the right to choose virtual instruction, but the default being in-person instruction, and how we intend to staff up, whether or not we continue with one instructor doing both, or whether or not we're doing a cohort of teachers. I think we may have talked about very early on in the VSA last summer that we may have some teachers who are just dedicated to that program. But I think it's going to be important for us to have a very good, solid understanding of how we intend to address that, and for the parents and the community at large to understand those options as we consider the fall. So those are my comments for now, but the data representation, I think, is something we definitely need to look at moving forward.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. Basine, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Jordan's comment just now just reminded me what I was missing. So I had sent, a couple of weeks ago, I had sent Dr. Birdsong and board leadership some thoughts for consideration of how we might report out what I think I heard Mr. Jordan say, and what we actually talked about, I think, a little bit in closed session as it related to staffing, but really what our staffing and operational capacity is, including, teachers or employees that, and teachers that would be VSA, would be in person, how many, are receiving ADA or FMLA. And those are things that we talked about and I think agreed on that would be good to have, our finger on the pulse of what that looks like currently. But even as we then plan for next year, I think it's important for us to know what our vacancy rate is, what our retention rate is, and so we can plan accordingly. So I'd like, I want to confirm support for that if from you all to ask the administration if we could receive that data.
Go ahead, Dr.
I
Birdsong.
agree. The board did confirm that you did want that data, and Mr. Billis is prepared. He's currently working on that, and next week, I believe, he's going to be prepared to report out on that.
Okay, great.
Sorry, I'm taking notes over here. Anyone else? Okay, Ms. Campson?
First of all, this is real quick. I'd just like to say that the most enjoyable part of the meeting today Thank you very much, ladies. That was, perked me back up a little bit. So I really, it's always my best. Always bring in some stories from the field. That's great. So I'd like now to remind everyone that we started today at 12 with 10 minutes or so break at 4. It is now almost 7 o'clock. I would like to propose that we stop and adjourn so we can refresh ourselves. 7 hours is a long day, and I would like to propose that we put a stop on it, and what's left over we can always see again next week.
We actually all we have is policy, and I'd like to do that so we can vote on it. We have at our 21st
policy
meeting.
Items are really high level. I think there's one or two things.
Yeah.
Doesn't ever seem to end up that way.
Yeah.
Well, let's make it that way. We're gonna take care of policy, and then it's just a little more time. That's the last item. Okay, no more questions for Dr. Poole? All right, thank you very much. And also, again, thank you to Ms. Balthazar and Ms. Collins for being with us this evening. And thank you for all you're doing for the Ingleside community. Okay, moving on to policy.
All right, and I promise to go quick, Ms. Campson. As Mr. Clanton said, most of them are very high-level changes due to policy KN had a change. And KN is in a lot of our different policies, so you'll see that throughout. A couple just high-level notes, and then any open discussion that we want to have. That we recommend keeping the policy BDDHKD. However, we're recommending to make it a Z policy because ours is much different than VSBA. The policy GCQA is a new policy to Norfolk. The regulation IGBZR is an updated regulation is all. We just want to make the board aware of it. Focuses around Title I and providing supports, how we're supposed to be providing supports. The big one would be policy JM, which we're bringing back to the board, which is restraint and seclusion of students. We're recommending a policy JMZ, restraint of students. We have also gotten feedback from SEAC on this. And we incorporated their feedback to redo the policy that you see in the copies that we have here.
Just a moment. Did everybody get that email with the letter from SEAC on seclusion and restraint?
Yes.
Everyone received that? Okay, just making sure. All right, go ahead, Dr.
All right.
Poole.
So that you'll notice that the policy JMZ has a lot more meat to it than what we initially brought, including definitions and several parts of what needs to happen within the division. Therefore, the procedures are much lighter now, and those are just operational procedures as far as professional development, making the superintendent aware of when a student has been restrained and whatnot. Currently, our policy KGBZ is actually in line with VSBA, so we're recommending taking the Z off that policy. And then the changes to KN are pretty drastic, but those are just code and law changes to that policy. And then KNA is being deleted because it's incorporated into KN. Those are really the high-level major changes to any of the policy.
ANA is being deleted?
Correct.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
Just out of respect for Ms. Campson's request, just a couple of things. One, I wanted to get some deeper discussion, and maybe we can do that next week, just around the public participation at school board meetings. Just make sure we're in sync with that, because I know we've kind of gone back and forth with that over the last year or so. So I just want to make sure that what is being recommended here is what indeed we intend to approve and then follow. I don't think in this there was some draft changes that Attorney Cloud was making around the whole student discipline piece. That's not in here, correct?
That has not been reviewed with PRC at this point.
Okay, and then the last thing, there was a policy in here dealing with media relations, and I think we had some previous policies dealing with the use of social media. When we had the I know we've had some discussions over the past years dealing with social media, school board, employees, others, as well as some of the recommendations and discussions that came out of the communications audit. So I didn't see any of that there, so I didn't know if it's possible to maybe ask if the policy committee would go back and at least do some additional assessment based upon some of the issues. I think Attorney Cloud had sent us a couple of emails, some legal guidance. We were dealing with things with media and social media, and then also just trying to make sure, go back and review anything that we had in that communications audit, that or not, but if it makes sense what I'm bringing
KBC.
forward, yeah, the KBC,
Yes,
KBC. And I can't remember there's some other policies that we have that also speak to like media and social media.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure we can try to
And I can
knock it
speak
out
to,
at one time.
and I can speak to the fact Ms. Matthews and I have talked.
Have an opportunity to hear further on that.
Okay.
And
we talked
have
about-
discussion about that one, and I pretty much reference of other policy, which is agenda planning. And then because of our detailed agenda planning process, which states that the chair and vice chair items are in there where we want them to be, so we're in alignment. So however you set the agenda, i.e., when we talked about public comment and so forth, if it was at a beginning or end, that's up to you.
Anything else that we need to discuss about it?
No, if they're comfortable
Okay.
with it, then
All
I'm
right, then we'll
comfortable
keep
with
it as is, and then it's just KBC will be deferred. So, any other questions or comments? All right, thank you very much. The next thing on the agenda is future agenda items.
Madam Chair, for the purposes of time, I'd like to move to adjourn and ask that board members send them by email since we're going to meet next week.
That's fine. I mean, feel free to email me.
Yeah, we can just email them because we're going to be meeting together next week. Is that cool?
Email me future agenda items.
If we do that without, can you just copy the full board?
Yes.
We won't do any back and forth, so we don't
Back and
create a
forth.
meeting. But at
Yeah.
least that way everybody knows
I
what's
have
being
a
requested.
list of future agenda items, so we'll see how it matches up. I might already have it on my list. Okay, with that, thank you, everyone. I know it's been a long day. Please be safe on your journey home, and the meeting's adjourned.